Racing returns for the 6th round of the 2024 season here at Clay Pigeon. The weather looking wonderful, the riders feeling ready for a weekend of excitement, drama and tension. Hello and welcome back to the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. As the championships begin to wind down, the action gets hotter. Let's head down to the paddock first though and speak with some of our riders.
Here in the paddock with Emerson Oakley. And Emerson, you've been practicing on your pro bike and getting ready for next season. How is the pro bike for you?
The pro bike is good and it's a lot faster than the rookie, and it's taken me quite a long time to get used to it and the power.
So you're racing on your rookie's bike that you're used to this year. Your highest finish so far, just inside the top 10. But you're gonna hope for a podium this weekend at Clay Pigeon, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna hope for it because the pro bike's helping me be a lot faster on the rookie. So then we're hoping for a top 3.
So who are you looking to really beat this weekend? Who do you want to get past?
So I want to get past Ethan Bayliss because he's a little bit faster than me, and we've been having quite a lot of battles in the most rounds.
And what's the most fun part of this track?
Well, it's a lot. When you're smooth, it doesn't feel as bumpy, but when you're not smooth, it feels really bumpy.
And tell us a bit more then, for those people who don't know the difference about what it's like, the difference between the rookie and the pro bike for you. How much faster is it? What's the bike like? How does it handle? What's the differences?
So when I first got on the pro bike, I went round slowly, but then I got used to it because when you rev it, it goes in when you rev it. Where the rookie, it takes a few seconds to rev before it can go.
All right, well, good luck this weekend, Emerson, and fingers crossed for that first podium.
Thank you.
Here with Sebastian Gazlavski. Hello.
Hello.
So, how's this weekend so far for you here at Clay Pigeon?
I've had a 6th, and I don't know where I was in the last one, but I'm pretty proud of my positions.
So tell us about your season so far then. Are you happy with things? How's it been going?
Yeah, it's been good because I'm on Danny's team and it's really helpful, and I'm just enjoying it, and hopefully I can get some wins.
Yeah, pretty much a factory team here at FAB with Danny Webb and his roster of riders like yourself. So, how much are you learning really from from the start of the season? How much do you think you've improved being with Danny?
Probably about 99% of my career, because he's really helpful and he'll help loads of riders.
So tell us then, Clay Pigeon track, we've not been here for a couple of years. How are you finding it so far this weekend?
It's really good. I like how twisty it is. It's really tiring and fun.
And your competitors, your rivals in this championship then, who are you looking to beat here this weekend?
Taylor, hopefully Frankie and Trav, and I might catch Byron.
And of course you're going to give us some amazing celebrations if you do beat them, aren't you?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck for this weekend at Clay Pigeon, Sebastian, and we'd love to see what you can do.
Thank you.
Always good to see a returning face in the FAB paddock. It's Taylor Lawrence, and you're looking a bit different, a bit older, a bit more well-travelled, let's say.
Well, some say a bit wiser, but I'm not too sure about that. I'm still a maniac on track, but it's good to be back to see everyone. It's good to see that we're still running good numbers. The pit bike's still competitive. Jamie King's got a bit quicker than last time I remember, but still...
Or has everyone just got a bit slower?
Shh, he's going to be, but no, it's good to have everyone back, but yeah, I'm a bit slower than what I used to be, I think.
Well, to be fair, you've not been here all season and you've been travelling the world and experiencing, let's say, the culture.
Yeah, the cultures, just been doing a bit of museum touring and stuff, all the good stuff, touristy stuff, but...
So, for those who don't know, you have been a familiar face in the FAB paddock for many years, apart from this year, when you've been off because you've been serving king and country and travelling the world. So, we're all proud of you, and good to see you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I've been at FAB, I started FAB in 2016. when I was 12, and I've been coming here about won the Pit Bike Championship 2021, and then kind of drifted a bit to go and do training. But I always come back just for the social of it, because everyone don't realise it's more of a social thing. When we're on track, yeah, we're battling, we'll go and give it our all, but the social side of it, like everyone getting together, all the awnings together, really brings everyone together. It's just a nice vibe in the paddock between the pit bikes and all the other classes.
So you've been watching, keeping up to date somewhat in between the work and stuff from wherever you've been in the world, but keeping up to date with the pit bikes here at FAB. And what have you made of it this season so far?
It's been an interesting season for Chris Wells and Jamie King, obviously the veteran champ and the new champ of, I think, did he get a championship last year? Or was it 2022 he got a championship? Can't remember, but they're both champions at the end of the day. Chris took the lap record at Raura not long ago, so big go that he's not here because I wanted a rematch with him, but yeah, it's what it is. It's been an interesting season. The numbers are not as big as they used to be, but the race is still good because everyone's more tightly packed. And of course you've got my sister Bailey, who's doing very well as well in her racing. She's happy-ish I'm here this weekend to give her a bit of a helping hand, but she's doing really well. It's nice to see everyone still getting along and battling like it's a proper Moto3 race, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I suppose, yeah, there's always changes in the numbers on the grid, and it's always good to see returning faces, even if it is just for one round like yourself.
Just one round, but, you know, it's good to just always come and go. Remember where you're coming from and have a good laugh, because at the end of the day, I'm not here for a championship. I'm just here to have a good time, get some lap records and hopefully win, to be fair.
So for those who might not know, to spot you on track, you are wearing the brightest green leathers and the most distinctive helmet as well. Tell us more.
I've got the, usually for Fridays, I always run the Cookie Monster helmet, so it's got the big eyes on top, which is actually just sat there, you won't be able to see it, but it's got the Cookie Monster helmet, just so I'm well seen, so people can't, if they turn into me, they can't moan, I didn't see you, because, oh, here we go. Beautiful. There he is. Good little helmet, good bright green leather, so I'm always seen on track, and it's easy to spot where I am and what I'm doing, which is a bit annoying because everyone knows you to get a toe off sometimes, so...
And we'll see that in the race as well, will we?
I don't know if we'll see it in the race, because I'm not going to lie to you, it's boiling in this thing. It's absolutely blimmin' boiling. But I'll give it a good shot, try and wear it for you, but I think after today this is coming off, to be honest with you.
Well, it is fantastic to see you back, Taylor. Good luck, and yeah, we'll love to see what you can do.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll see you around the paddock. Have fun.
We are here in the paddock with Freddy Taylor from the Rookies class. Freddy, tell us about this weekend, Clay Pigeon. Is it a track that you've been to before?
No, it's my first time.
First time, and how are you finding it so far this weekend?
Really good. In the first couple of sessions, I was doing 52s and 51s and 50s, and I came fifth.
Fifth, and well, talk us through your season then. How's it been going so far this year for you?
Really good.
Yeah. So, what are your highlights? What was your best result so far this year?
Sixth
place, and where was that?
Raura.
So, who are you looking to beat this weekend here at Clay Pigeon?
Hopefully, Finley Styles and Joey Avicic.
They're the quick ones, are they? The ones that you've got in your targets?
And Austin Dilks, because they're all mainly my targets.
Okay, so tell us about your bike and the team. What's the bike like? Is it, how much fun is it around here on this track?
Really good. I love it, this track.
Yeah. Okay. And have you got any minimum targets for this weekend? So are you aiming for the podium or top 10?
Hopefully top 3. Or maybe a top 5, and that's what I hopefully want to get.
Okay, well, good luck, Freddy. We'll see whether you can do that, and if you do, I'm sure you'll give us a wonderful celebration on the cool-down lap.
Thank you.
And we're here with Pit Bike Sonic. It is the returning champion, or champion to be maybe this year, Jamie King. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's great to be back at Clay Pigeon. It's been a few years since we've been last here, so yeah, it's nice to be back. This morning's gone quite well. We've done a lot of changes today. I don't think we've gone out on a setting twice today, so we're just having a good play about. And it's good to see the pit bike grids back in some bigger numbers, which has been struggling recently, so that's been really good.
Yeah, a home talent, Clay Pigeon's usual riders, I think. They're club racing people, which adds a bit more spice, a bit more homegrown knowledge. But yeah, this round, Clay Pigeon, there's apparently no Chris Wells here to get in your way. However, there is a certain Taylor Lawrence, and he's back fighting fit and ready to take you down.
Yeah, it's great to have Taylor back. Obviously, he's a good part of our group, but the rumours had it that Chris is making his way here tonight, so could be a good three-way battle for the lead tomorrow. So.
Like old times.
It will be. We just need to get Lucas here, but unfortunately I've heard he's made quite a mess of his pit bike, and he has been rather busy recently with the British Talent Cup, because they've had 2 race meetings in 2 weekends, so...
Yeah, we'll let him off.
Yeah, we can let him off for that, but yeah, it's nearly like old times. If we could get Reece Peacock back and Rossi Banham, it would be like full old times, but it's good to see some old faces back.
Yeah, absolutely, and some new faces as well, maybe to ruffle the feathers up at the top of the pit bike championship here at FAB-Racing. So tell us about your life in general for you. Pit Bike Sonic still going well, the YouTube channel, all the royalties rolling in from that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of money being earned from it, so yeah, the YouTube channel's going well, subscribers are slowly going up, but I run the Rookies Championship here at FAB for the pit bikes as well. It's not an official championship, I run it for new people who want to come into the sport, because it is really hard for people to come into pit bike racing, and they do get a bit downhearted that they're not at the front straight away. So if you run a Rookies Championship, it gives them something to fight for, and then hopefully they're going to be quicker and battling with the likes of me, Chris and Taylor at the front once they've done their year in the rookie class. So I really advise people to come give it a go.
And of course, you do get the best exposure, live streaming from the best media crew in the business at this level, motorsport media. But for those who do want to get involved, those who maybe, I don't know, let's say at BMB, who might want to do a bit more racing, how can they get involved?
Best thing to do is get in contact with me, either me on my own Pit Bike Sonic page, or give a message on the Facebook page. I'm the person who looks after the FAB Facebook stuff, so if you message the FAB page, you're probably going to come through to me, unless Roger or Rob gets there before me. So yeah, but best thing, give me a message. I can give you all the details on where you can find the schedule, how to enter and things like that. But yeah, worth giving it a go. I believe you get 3 races at FAB, where you only get 2 at B&B, so more for your money.
Excellent. On that note, we'll say, Jamie, thank you and good luck. We'll love to see those 3 wins rolling in.
Hopefully it'll be very nice. Here or Ella would be brilliant.
And we're here with Brad Curtis here at Clay Pigeon. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I've had some good sessions this morning. I'm just my dad's on changing the gearing now, so it's not really working, but I'm doing quite well. I'm sitting with the front runners, so...
Well, that's good. And you've already had a podium this year so far in the 50s. So tell us, how's your season been so far?
It's been quite well. I've been on the podium. It is my first year, so yeah, I've been doing quite well. I'm happy. I will try and get top 3, but everyone's really quit in the 50s, so...
Yeah, they really are, aren't they? So who's your main rival, who you desperately want to get past this weekend at Clay Pigeon?
Byron Johnson and Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw.
Yeah, they are the quick ones at the moment, but you'll be looking to change that?
Yeah, I've been trying to taunt at Byron today, but he's sort of pulled away from us, so I'm going to try and do it in the next session.
So do the other riders help you out, tell you like where they're quick? Do they give you any information?
Not really. Byron does, but...
So it's good of him to let you know how to go fast, where he's going fast as well. So how are you finding this Clay Pigeon track? We've not been here for a couple of years, have we?
It was my first year here, 2021 in the wet, and I got my first ever podium. So yeah, it's been quite a long time since I've done it though, but I'm hoping to do well, yeah. So
any minimum targets, maybe another podium for you this weekend? Is that what you're aiming for?
Yeah, I'm finding it quite hard though, because this year there hasn't been like quite a lot of technical tracks, so there has been Rara, but that's mostly the hairpins.
Is this quite a technical track, Clay Pigeon?
Yeah, it's like you'll be at the front if you can get the bike on its side. It's hard because you obviously have gears, and I can only change the gears when I'm like the bike's up straight. So yeah, it's hard.
All right, well, we'll love to see what you can do. 3 races coming up for you, Bradley, and well, good luck.
Thank you.
and we found Annabelle McCarthy. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to see you here. And, we've been following your progress all season. And, how has the season in FAB been for you?
It's all right. I'm just at FAB just to have a little bit of a practice, really, because B&B is what I'm mostly focusing on because I'm in the FIM Cup in the 190s and stuff like that.
And, you're very busy, obviously, doing a lot of championships and getting quite a lot of exposure as well on various live streams. So here at Clay Pigeon, we've not been back here for a couple of years now. So how are you finding Clay Pigeon? What's it like on this O'Varley for you?
It's all right. I definitely prefer Clay Pigeon on the minis because it was a nice track on the minis. I definitely know I had some successful times here on the minis, but with the bigger bikes, I feel like it's a lot more difficult, especially how it's stop, start. But you just got to get used to it. At this point, a track's a track and a bike's a bike. You just got to race it how it is.
Okay. And, tell us how this bike is around here then.
It's all right. It's definitely really punchy. You got to control it a bit, but it's nice. It's a nice bike for this track.
So what are you aiming for this weekend, apart from just having fun, of course? Any minimum targets for you this weekend?
Bring it back in one piece. Probably to come top 5 and just have fun, really.
And who's looking quick this weekend at Clay Pigeon? The usual suspects or anyone that we should watch out for, other than yourself, of course?
Just the usual people. They're looking really fast, to be fair.
And we're talking, I suppose there's not many rounds to go left in 2024 in both championships. So looking ahead to next season, where will you be? What will we see you doing next?
I think next season I'm probably going to be doing a bit of free tack and B&B as well, mostly focusing on B&B because I'm with the 190. But that's really it. I think I might do a couple of FAB rounds, the ones that B&B's go into, but FAB's doing before. I'll probably do that just to have a little bit of practice and a spin around, really.
Okay. And sponsorship always vitally important for stepping up in various championships. And, you've already got a lot of support already.
Yeah, if it wasn't for my sponsors, I don't think I'll be able to do half as much as what I'm doing this year. So I am quite thankful for them, especially my main sponsors as well.
Yeah. And anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Just shout out to my sponsors that have helped me throughout the season, giving me stuff like brake clean and stuff like that, and others giving me money in order for me to do FAB-Racing, B&B and a bit of free tech as well.
Oh, that's very generous of them. So for those who might want to know a bit more about yourself, follow your progress through the season, are you on social media? How can people follow you?
I've got Instagram, Facebook, and my dad's got a TikTok account, so stuff like that, really.
Yeah. And what you like? Do we just put your name in on social media?
If you just put my name in and then my race number, it should come up with my feed and stuff like that.
All right. Well, it's fantastic to see you racing back here, having a bit of fun, and preparing yourself for the future, wherever that should take you, maybe from next year onwards, potentially. So good to see you racing, and good to see what you can do this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
We're here with Matthew Thomas, who's racing in the 70 class here at Clay Pigeon. How are you doing?
Good. So far it's been going amazing. That session I just got down second faster than my old times.
We're speaking on the Friday during free practice, and you and everyone else in the class just seeing how you're doing, because we've not been here for a couple of years racing here at FAB. So how's the bike and how's this track today?
I thought it was going to be wet because it was pouring down rain at midnight, but it dried up quickly. It was a little bit of spots of wetness, but nothing much, so it should be fine for the rest of the weekend.
Are you feeling confident?
Yes.
Okay. Who's your ones that you really want to beat this weekend?
Probably Travis and Frankie.
And where are they strong then? Where do you think you can beat them on this small Clay Pigeon track?
Probably their braking and the hairpin.
And looking at your season overall, we've only got one round after Clay Pigeon here at FAB. You've had a bit of an up and down season with some mischief with your bike getting stolen. You might have seen on social media, we've been following that as well. You've been getting a lot of support from grassroots to Grand Prix as well. So your season overall this year, how are you finding it? How's it been?
Like you said, a bit up and down, but hopefully it changes today.
Yeah. So you're really motivated for this Clay Pigeon round, and what do you think you can do? And probably get top 5. Top 5. I think you've already let us into a little bit of a secret about where you might be a bit strong. We'll pretend that never happened though. But where is your best parts of this Clay Pigeon track?
Probably the exit of the final corner.
Yeah. Why?
Because I can get a driver on earlier and people just go up wide.
So you're going to put on some exciting racing for us in these 3 races this weekend?
Yes.
Excellent, that's what we like to hear. Matthew, good luck, and we'll love to see what you can do.
Thank you.
We are here with Austin Johnson. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you here. And, you've been racing quite a few different things lately as you've been growing and developing. You've been doing a bit of supermoto, a bit of motocross, and you're back with FAB on a new bike. Yeah,
so I've just got a new Oakley. We've picked it up on Wednesday, and I'm just running it in at the moment, so it should be good for tomorrow and Sunday.
So what's it like on this track, on that bike?
Well, it's my first time riding actually like a bigger bike on this track, but I'm feeling it and it's feeling really nice. Yeah.
So there was a memorable moment a couple of years ago with you and your brother, I think, down at turn number 2, where there was a bit of an incident which we captured. None of that this year, because I don't think you're racing in the same class, are you?
Yeah, not this year. I rode up on the curb and then it didn't turn out very well.
Yeah. Well, it looked spectacular on TV, and we've still got the footage. Don't worry about that. But you've been doing quite a lot of other stuff. As I said, a bit of supermoto and a bit of motocross. So why come back to FAB? If presumably it's a lot more fun, I'm guessing.
Well, FAB's my roots. Yeah. It's just I love it at FAB. There's nice people. It's good to ride.
And good TV coverage as well.
Yeah.
That's good. So Oakley then for this weekend. Brand new Oakley as well, number 27. The nicely, what is that, like Valentino Rossi inspired livery? Is it?
Brand new, just how it come.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, it looks pretty nice, and are you going to keep it nice and shiny as well, aren't you?
I'll try my hardest.
So what can you do then for this weekend on these on this brand new bike?
Well, we'll see, won't we?
So for those who don't know, you'll be racing in the in the Dan Goodman's leathers as well, who's caused a little bit of confusion with our commentators last time, because Sullivan Mounsley also raced in Dan Goodman's other leathers, and he was credited with racing, but it was actually Sullivan Mounsley. So we're going to, when we know Dan Goodman's leathers, we're going to obviously know it is you, Austin. So how much fun do you have around this Clay Pigeon track?
Well, this is actually the first track I ever rode at as well, so I really enjoy riding this track.
And how old are you now, by the way?
I'm 13.
13. Seems like we've known you for many. Well, we have known you for many years. So we kind of grow up watching you and Byron together racing. 5
years now I've been riding at FAB.
Yeah. So the future then, have you got plans? What are you looking to do for 2025?
I'm not too sure. In a really ideal world, I would love to go to BTC, but we got to wait for Byron, so I'm not too sure. Maybe stay here, maybe go to do some FIM or do like switch through championships, but I'm not too sure.
Well, it'll be great to see you in Talent Cup, in the British Talent Cup at some point in the future, maybe even with your brother as well, maybe in the same team together.
Yeah, maybe racing together again.
Yeah. Well, that'll be good. I don't think there's been any brother pairings in the British Talent Cup so far, I don't think, racing at the same time.
Yeah, well, we can change that, can't we?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, good to catch up with you. Austin, good to see what you can do on this new bike, which you will definitely keep clean and not crash.
Definitely. I'll try my hardest anyway. Thank you.
Byron Johnson, the newest winner of the MKGP 70s in FAB-Racing. It was fantastic to see you getting that first win last time out at Rowra.
Thank you.
How did you do it? Talk us through your season so far then. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been hard through the 70s because it's my first year, but I think it's been all right.
Yeah, it's been all right. You could say that. Yeah, it's pretty good. You're doing all right in the 50s as well. Tell us more.
I'm doing good in the 50s because I'm leading it, but I reckon it will come down to like a close finish overall. But I reckon I could have it. It'd be good if I could do.
Yeah. We often see you quite determined and close battling as well on track. We love to see that sort of stuff, especially on camera, because it provides a lot of excitement. So what does it feel like when you're actually out on track, especially at Rowra? Because that was, I think, for us anyway, that looked like one of your best weekends.
You just wanna do your best, so you can get the best results and finish as good as you could be.
And who's the biggest competitors in the 70 championship? Because you're not far off the lead.
This weekend, I reckon it's going to be Archie, Wilson, and Travis, maybe Frankie.
So are people now looking towards you and thinking about you as a serious title contender, maybe?
I'm not sure. Hopefully.
Well, that smile on your face makes me think that you kind of enjoy battling up front and being in the lead pack as well. So, yeah, it was fantastic to see you win your first race. Did you think you'd be winning it this early?
No.
No?
No chance, no.
So, looking ahead then to the rest of the season, we've got Clay Pigeon. Tell us about this track here, because we've not been here for a couple of years, and last time we were here, I think it was 22, and did we see in that year you and Austin having a little tangle down in turn 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. Iconic moment that we'll put on screen for you shortly, but yeah, we'll move away from that because you're no longer racing together on track. But Clay Pigeon, what's this like? Is it one of your favourites?
I don't know what I think of it. I've not ridden it too much though, but it is a fast sweeping track, so I quite like it.
And looking ahead to the future then, maybe after this season, let's say 2025, what are you going to be doing?
I'm not sure, but maybe the 70s and extremes, 200s, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And long term, where would you like to be racing in a few years' time?
Probably BTC.
Yeah. BTC and maybe like Redbull Rookies and on the road to MotoGP as we are now already?
Yeah.
And well, you mentioned it there, BTC. Who do you look up to? Who's your like inspirations in racing?
Valentino Rossi and Marquez are the main, but yeah.
So out of those two, who do you feel like your riding style is more like? Or have you got your own riding style? Are you not really like anyone else?
I don't know. This year I have been working on it because last year was a bit iffy, but yeah. I don't know who I look up to with the riding style.
Well, that's good to be more of an individual. We see you maybe racing some other categories as well away from FAB-Racing. We know your brother Austin does a bit of supermoto and motocross, and you're kind of following in his footsteps somewhat.
Yeah, we've both been doing a bit of motocross and Norrisport, but I've been looking this year to hopefully do a bit more Norrisport and get some better results in it.
And looking ahead to this weekend, Clay Pigeon, we've got 3 races ahead this weekend. What are you going to do?
Hopefully win it.
All 3?
Hopefully.
Wow, well, okay, well, let's see what the others have to say about that. So, Byron, good to chat to you. Congratulations for your first race win in the 70s last time out, and let's hopefully, fingers crossed, hope for more.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are here with Henry Broady. How are you doing?
Really good. I'm 6th in the standings, a few points behind 5th, and I'm doing good. And I'm trying to get 5th at the end of the season. And I have crashed from 3rd in the wet Ella, but at least I finished top 6 because I crashed and went 6th still. So it's good then. And then we went to Three Sisters, had a good weekend. We went 4th. And we went to Rava. We went 4th place in the last race for the pros. We were so close to the podium, but we just couldn't get it. And now we're here at Clay Pigeon.
So tell us about Clay Pigeon then. What's this track like? How are you finding it? Are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it really well. It's a tight track a bit, not many straights, and last year I had a massive high side here at the last corner. But I'm fine from that, and I've learned from my mistakes, and I've gone fast each time now.
And what are you hoping to achieve this weekend here at Clay Pigeon?
We can try and get a podium, and just try and get some top 5s, and try to qualify better, because I normally qualify 8th, and I want to qualify better than 8th this time.
Okay, well, good luck on the qualification and the 3 races here at Clay Pigeon. Henry, good luck. We'll love to see what you can do.
Thank you, and I want to thank all my personal sponsors for all the money what they gave us to go here at all the rounds.
Fantastic stuff. How can people follow your racing progress? Do you have pages on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram, and I have more followers than some races in BSB. And I don't know how, but it's just how many followers I got.
Well, maybe it's because people like watching you race and seeing what you can do.
Yeah, probably. I think they like watching me race, and lots of people are coming over this weekend.
And what are your fans?
Like, lots of people who I know, and some of my cousins probably too.
And what do your friends and schoolmates make of you racing, and your teachers? What do they think?
When I get like a podium, I show them my medals, and if I got an overall trophy, I show them that too. And I show them lots of stuff, and I showed them last year lots of pictures, so they kind of know I'm the only racer in the school.
Oh, that's fantastic that you've got lots of supporters, and more supporters than some BSB riders, which we didn't know about, Henry. So, well done. Congratulations so far, and yeah, we'll love to see you on the podium this weekend, maybe. So we're here with Pro and Elite rider. It's Tommy Keats. How are you doing?
Good.
Well, it's good to see you here at Clay Pigeon. How are you finding it? We're talking on the Friday. You've had a couple of test sessions, practice sessions already. What's this track like?
Fast and flowing.
What's your favourite part of it?
Probably the corner down at the bottom.
All right, and tell us about your season so far then, Tommy. How's things been going for you? What's your best result so far?
So my best result in the Elites is a 3rd, and the best result in my pro race was a 5th. And at the start of the season, I'd done the rookies, and then from LR onwards, I'd done the pros and elite classes.
And when's the first win coming?
Hopefully this year or next year.
Yeah, okay. And well, looking ahead to next year, we've only got one round left after Clay Pigeon in FAB. What are you going to be doing next year?
I'm going to be doing the test rides on the Metrokit 50s, and then I'm just going to do the elites instead of the pros.
And how much fun is riding in the elites?
A lot.
Yeah. So who are you looking to beat this weekend here at Clay Pigeon?
Well, hopefully my brother. And yeah, hoping to come at least top 7s.
And well, tell us how competitive it gets between you and your brother in this, on track.
Quite a lot.
Yeah. What sort of things do you say to each other before a race?
Well, obviously we like good luck to each other, and yeah, and like when we're on track, just ride the bike.
And then hopefully no crashing between each other.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, Tommy, it'll be good to see what you can do, and we'd love to see that first win whenever that happens.
Thank you.
And we're here with Tommy's brother, Maxwell. How are you doing?
Good.
So, yeah, we're here at Clay Pigeon, and, your brother Tommy was just telling us how competitive you both are on track with each other.
Yeah, I try to get past him all the time, and yeah.
So, tell us about your season so far. What do you think of it? How's it going? Have you enjoyed it so far?
Yeah, it's been really joyful, and, yeah.
What's your most favourite round so far?
I like Rara. Rara was a good circuit. Also, Ella Park was good, and this circuit's quite a good circuit as well.
So what's fun about Clay Pigeon? What do you like best?
It's a fast track, and yeah.
So what's going to happen this weekend? So what sort of things can you...
Yeah.
That's very specific. Well, top 7, we'll watch out to see if you can do it. And if you do achieve a top 7, even maybe a top 6, are you going to do a great celebration for us?
I'll try and do a great celebration.
Good. Just make sure you don't fall off when you're celebrating.
I'll try not to.
Okay. Well, good luck, and we'll love to see you get in that top 7.
Thank you.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome back to Clay Pigeon. The 6th round of the FAB Minibike British Championships returns here. And it's time for Sunday's action. A long night behind us, a long day yesterday as well. Of course, 10 races, all the race 1s done and dusted. The race 2s and 3s to look forward to. My name is Ross McIntyre. Alongside me is Zach Sweeney. Zach, well, we've got championships potentially getting decided today. Some great racing yesterday. Could be very interesting.
Could be indeed. Of course, we already have wrapped up one of them. The Extreme 200s was taken by Wilson Dilks. We did have one rider think they win a championship. They most definitely did not. That one rider being, of course, Jamie King. Went out, had a fantastic night out, only for us to tell him he's not technically won the championship yet, but he could do it today. He more than likely will, but he's already sprayed the champagne in celebration. So typical Jamie King, but it's all good. There is still plenty of fantastic racing coming up. Of course, potential championships to be decided today. The pros could be done. The elites probably will be done. The pit bikes, again, could well be wrapped up today. Interesting to note in the MiniGP 70s as well. A couple of incidents for Archie O'Brien yesterday. Put him out of action for race 1. He is back firing on all cylinders, hopefully, for the duration of today. Trying to salvage some form of sort of postponing when Wilson Dilks wins the championship and push it as best he can back to Ella Park. At the moment, we are just in our warm-up session of the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 class. And it's looking good, and it's nice to see that despite Archie O'Brien's small mishap yesterday, he's not too far off the pace. Obviously, they're not going to be pushing too hard. It is only warm-up, but he's second place in the timing sheets. He's doing all right. Hopefully, he can be, chasing good positions today.
We'll have to wait and see, but great to see that he is back on the bike today. Good thing to know that he came into the commentary box early just to have a chat with us and just to catch up. And, well, obviously it's not great that he had to miss the race yesterday. When they were rebuilding the bike, they also found out they had the wrong gearing on the thing, so they fixed that as well. So always positives when there are downsides as well. But 1 minute and 25 left in this warm-up session. And then, of course, it is time to go racing. 20 races all crammed into Sunday's action here at Clay Pigeon. And it is sure to be absolutely fantastic. Let us know where you are watching from, who you are supporting here, and make sure as well that you clip any moments from the exciting racing and send it to us here at Motorsport Radio. We're actually celebrating our 8th birthday today at Motorsport Radio and Motorsport Media as well. So happy birthday to us, and many happy returns. As we can see, some of the paddock getting ready and getting prepared for the first race of the day.
pitboards coming out. That's Lauren Harris, head of the House of Moto, the organisers of the first British grassroots all-female rider competitive cup here at FAB, which we've been running all season long, currently being dominated by Nelly Nuth. So just getting the pitboards ready, which have been cropping up more and more this season, it must be said, Zach. And, well, I guess she came into the commentary box earlier, did say it's actually quite hard work because it's such a short lap time here at Clay Pigeon. It's around 40 seconds for the mini motor, only 850 metres. So by the time you've got the ball back in, change all the numbers, you're sticking it straight back out again. Yeah, it's a full-time job, basically, especially when some of your young female riders are racing in more than one class. Lucy Curtis, of course, yesterday was racing in the 70s and in the extremes, and to put it bluntly, she had a very busy day. She had to recruit some of the young kids to assist in the process of changing the numbers, but all in good fun, and again, just to keep the rider updated as they're going around on their lap times and their pace and stuff. It is a very, very bit of useful information. But as the checker flag waves on warm-up, we're not going to be too far away from our first race of the day, which will be, of course, the AC40 Pro race number 2. And nice to see that, of course, the Roving Marshals in full force out there to, again, make the running of today as smooth as possible, because without them, obviously, we can go racing. Of course, and some of our Roving Marshals this weekend being Sarah and Holly Harris. Of course, Holly, a racer herself, and Sarah, of course, running a rider coaching program. Great to see them here watching along and seeing what their proteges are doing. Quick shout out to Luke Allen as well if you're watching along from the States. And hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying time over there across the pond. But the warm-up, as Zach said, has just finished. Checker flag is out. Wilson Dilks fastest in that one by 3.5 tenths of a second from Archie O'Brien. Today could be the day when Wilson Dilks is crowned the 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British champion. And what a weekend that'll be for him. 2 championships in one go at the same circuit. Awesome stuff. But the riders all making their way back into the pit lane. The dummy grid is filling up with our AC40 Pro riders. So moments away now from the first race 2 of the weekend. We saw some great racing yesterday. Rex Austin taking the victory. Let's see if anyone can try and change that today. First race of the day about to get itself underway then. It is, of course, the AC40 Pro class. This is a championship that has been jostled and fought all the way to the death, but there is an opportunity for Rex Austin to potentially take the championship today. Coming into this second day of the event, 54 points is the gap to Mason Frederick. Coming out of Clay Pigeon, he needs 75-point gap if he wants to take the championship today. If it goes to Ella Park, Mason Frederick needs to stay within 75, or even Kellen Ratcliffe. He is only 11 points behind Mason Frederick, so there is an opportunity for either Frederick or Ratcliffe to potentially take the championship to Ella Park. And those three, it's got to be said, particularly at Rowra, it has been magical to watch the quality of riding in this class, because it's just been electric. They've been trading the place on the podium. They have been the 3 to beat pretty much all season long. They have indeed. They have just been absolutely ruthless out on the racetrack. And as the riders head off on to their formation lap, it should be very interesting to see how they do today. Again, a fantastic race yesterday. Rex Austin taking the win. But there was action up and down the field. So we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold as they continue on round. That's coming down to the bottom end of the circuit. Grid looking like this. Mason Frederick starts in P1 with Rex Austin in second. Kalen Ratcliffe P3 alongside Jensen Ansell, with the third row of the grid being Preston Baker and Max Johnson. Tommy Keats is 7th alongside Henry Broady. Maxwell Keats starts P9 with Danny Longhurst rounding out our top 10 and Oliver Wilson in P11. That's our grid heading into race number 2 for this one. Riders pulling around now into their grid positions, of course, as always here in FAB, 1 sighting lap. Then it's time to go racing. What can we expect from this one, Zach? A lot, I think. I really do think it is going to be amazing. Obviously, with Rex Austin trying to get the championship potentially right alongside Mason Frederick, who has taken pole at every single opportunity thus far this season in the pro class. He is rapid, but a couple of DNFs have definitely let him down. 3 thus far. That's potentially 75 points that he's missed out on. How is that going to affect the championship? Could that have cost him it? Will Rex Austin be able to seal the deal
on Sunday. Race 2 of the AC40 Pro class here at Clay Pigeon. It's lights on. Let's go racing. Good start from pole position. Equally good start from the front row of the grid there for Rex Austin. Caleb Ratcliffe having to fend off Jensen Ansel as they run their way into turn number 2. But a great start, it must be said, for a pole sitter trying to keep the championship alive. Into the S's for the first time. Caleb Ratcliffe falls down behind the 22 machine of Jensen Ansel. There you can see as well Preston Baker and Max Johnson trying to get themselves into the mix. But into the hairpin for the first time. And it's Mason Frederick that has a comfortable lead over the field.
Yeah, great start there from the number 5, and already getting some breathing room behind him as Ratcliffe struggles to try and find a way through the 22 of Jensen Ansel. This is great for Frederick, though, for his championship hopes, of course. If Rex Austin gets to the end of race 3 and the gap in the title race lies at 75 points, he is crowned champion. Coming out of race number 1, 54 points currently. So it is an arse, but it is possible. Mason Frederick doing the best that he can to try and close that gap back down, though. At the line, already over a second ahead of the pack at the end of lap number 1 as they negotiate their way through the S's. Can Caleb Ratcliffe try and launch an attack on Jensen Ansel on this occasion? No, he can't quite. But again, these 3, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Rex Austin, Jensen Ansel and Caleb Ratcliffe, very, very close together. Caleb Ratcliffe, we wanted to try and get back onto the podium, has a little look to the inside at right hand. Can't quite make it work. Maybe once again, this time, no, not at top bend. So it'll be another lap maybe on the rear of the 22, but they're going to draw side by side. Heading into turn number 1, who's going to get the better line? Still side by side. It will be Jensen Ansel that just holds on. But goodness me, that was tight racing. Caleb Ratcliffe and Jensen Ansel, both of them looking very, very racy.
Both of them as well closing in to Rex Austin. Look at this pack as well. Max Johnson versus Preston Baker, the 141 versus the 93. They have been battling, but they are still slowly closing in to the fight for the podium. There goes the 96 to the outside of the second hairpin at Horseshoe. No way through on that occasion, but gets the acceleration and looks to the inside of right Ben. Nicely done, but now into the final corner. Can he hang on to a podium place? He's done it 10 times thus far this season and searching for an 11th.
Yeah, just trying to find his way through, trying to see what he can do. Frederick, fastest lap, 42.687 on that previous tour. 2 seconds now is the gap back to Rex Austin. No one really seems to have an answer for Frederick's pace as it stands. 6 laps left to go. That's the 141 of Max Johnson being chased by Preston Baker as they head through the S's. Baker ducks to the inside, can't quite make the move up here, but again, just looking left, looking right, assessing his options, see where he can try and move through. Look, going very, very defensive there into the Horseshoe from Max Johnson. Clay Pigeon, a track where going defensive can sometimes cost you more time than just trying to withstand the pressure, because it's not that easy to overtake right there. Track is quite narrow, even on the mini moto. But look at that from Preston Baker. Oh, sweeps round the outside at turn number 1. I said it wasn't easy. He had to work hard for that one. What a spectacular move. Slamming the door on Max Johnson and getting up now into P5, the number 93. Fireworks here on Sunday morning at Clay Pigeon, and now tries to set his sights on Jensen Ansel, who has just gone down. What happened with the 22? Back on 2 wheels and all looks okay. Looked like just a little low side coming into the hairpin. Disappointing for the 22. That means that Preston Baker now slides up into 4th place.
Yeah, look at that gap though. Mason Frederick has got beautifully done thus far this race, setting quicker and quicker lap times. 3.6 seconds is the gap, as Rex Austin now has to turn his attention backwards to Caleb Ratcliffe and make sure that he holds firm in that 2nd place. Mason Frederick and Caleb Ratcliffe both searching for an opportunity to keep the Pro Championship alive. Rex Austin needs to be the one that is riding forward and gaining those points. He was able to do it yesterday with that victory, in Mason Frederick in 2nd and Caleb Ratcliffe down in P5. So he was able to do it yesterday, but coming into this morning, Mason Frederick has just woken up and is on fire. I think that's a rider that knows the championship's on the line.
Well, it's certainly an instant response to the race 1 win from the championship leader, Mason Frederick. He knew the odds were not in his favour, but he has come into the race number 2 and is absolutely dominating thus far. Rex Austin under real pressure now from Caleb Ratcliffe and Preston Baker, who's been very, very fast moving over the previous few laps. There through does go Caleb Ratcliffe. So the 96 now up to 2nd. Rex Austin drops down to the bottom step on the podium. And Preston Baker, over the last few laps, he's come alive. The bike's really just come to him or something along those lines, just switched on. He's clearly in a good rhythm, riding in a good way. Is he again looking to the inside at top bend? That number 93, he wants to get onto the podium, and Rex Austin could be in real trouble here.
He really could. He's just dropping back, not quite got the pace or the consistency, but he was so quick yesterday, darting his way through traffic going into turn number 2. That is going to hamper his momentum, but it does mean he doesn't get stuck behind. The 96 of Caleb Ratcliffe, as you can see on that very vibrant yellow machine, is riding really well, but could still be under a slight bit of pressure. Rex Austin knows how to race. Right now, his speed isn't as high as it should be, but that racecraft is still very much there, and he's applying the pressure to Caleb Ratcliffe. And we'll get to a point that maybe the 96 defends pointlessly. The 93, though, straight down the inside. At the earliest opportunity, the gap was open, and there goes Preston Baker to take third.
That was cheeky from Preston Baker. Saw the gap on the inside of right hand and swung on through as the race leader on his final lap starts to encounter a little bit of traffic, but the gap at the line last time, 6.7 seconds. Mason Fedrick has been in a class of his own this morning and comes into the hairpin for the final time. He can do the rest of the race backwards, blindfolded. It's going to be that easy for him. Final few corners to go. And what a race number 2 for this young man. A perfect response to the race 1 victory from Rex Austin, and closes the gap up in the championship. Celebrating already out of the final corner. Mason Fedrick wins race number 2 in the AC40 Pros. And what a race it was for him, all the way to the line. We see the 96 and the 93 fighting. Caleb Ratcliffe ultimately finishes second with Preston Baker in P3. But Mason Fedrick, the man of the moment, immediate impact on Sunday morning for the number 5. Mason Fedrick, well, he can be very, very happy with that one, taking a fantastic victory. 6.5 seconds clear of P2. Caleb Ratcliffe with Preston Baker rounding out the podium, only a 10th behind, a few more laps, and Preston Baker could well have been in P2. Rex Austin, a disappointing race by his standards in P4 with Max Johnson 5th and Tommy Keats in P6. Jensen Ansell recovered to 7th after that fall earlier on with Maxwell Keats in P8. Henry Broady was 9th with Danny Longhurst in P10, and Oliver Wilson rounding out our finishes down in P11. Race number 2 done and dusted. A great way to start off Sunday's action. Of course, the AC40 Pro class will be back out later on, their 3rd race of the season. But Zach, as they come and celebrate down in the holding area, what a run that was from Mason Fedrick.
I think that very much single-handedly has kept this championship alive, at the very least going into Ella Park. Based on the results thus far of race 1 and race 2, Fedrick has had a net 8-point gain on a weekend where Rex Austin had to outscore him by 27 points. So doing everything in his power to keep the championship alive is Fedrick. Ratcliffe gained some points back in race 2, but over the weekend has had a net 2-point loss. So again, it firmly is still Fedrick that has got the championship, but we'll see the pros later on for race 3.
Race number 2 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup coming up next. And the story yesterday was, of course, about El Toro, Emilio Pereira. But Nelly News, she put on a show, the championship leader, it must be said. But Emilio Pereira, a fantastic, fantastic victory. Just absolutely dominated from pole position and looks set to continue to push forward on today as he also tries to close up the championship gap. It was 24 points coming into this weekend. Now a little bit closer than that. But, of course, this is a championship that we know mathematically has to go to the final round at Ella Park. As the riders get going on their formation lap, the 31, he looks like he's in the absolute zone. But, of course, championship leader Nelly Nuth, disappointing race yesterday for her. How can she respond in this one?
Win. That's really what all she has to come in and do. I mean, after yesterday, it was a 24-point gap. Emilio Pereira's win and Nelly Nuth's 4th place halves that to 12 points, which keeps the championship alive. The Rookies is very, very close. A quick run through off the grid. Pereira from pole ahead of Tommy Williams. Then comes Nelly Nuth ahead of Jensen Cedras. Freddy Taylor and Finley Stiles is row 3. James Dermott ahead of Joey Athasic. Emerson Oakley from Austin Dilks is the top 10. Then comes James Noah Barfoot, Ethan Bayliss, Randy Carter, Seth James and Oliver Cheeveman at the top 15. Daisy Grayson completes row 8 ahead of Austin Baton. Logan Paisley, Kayla Reeson and Claudia Dudman are 20 young rider field. A nice round 10 rows. But yeah, the championship. These young riders are on the first step of their journey where they really haven't sort of had a chance to develop racecraft or sort of understand the concept of a championship, really. And yet it's one of the closest that we've got in 2024.
And it's such a big grid as well. It's great to see such interest in bike racing here in the UK. And great to see such talents emerging even at the earliest level. There we do see Emilio Pereira, El Toro on pole position. Tommy Williams alongside him. Can Tommy Williams try and respond to the pace of the number 31? The flag marshal, Lee Clowes, will point up to the red lights. And it'll be time to go racing. A small delay, but now it's time. Race number 2 in the AC40 Rookies. It is lights out. We are underway. Another lightning start for both Emilio Pereira and Nelly Nuth. Nuth to the inside of Tommy Williams, coming into turn number 2 and gets the move done. A little bit deep, but she's able to hold on a better start than she had yesterday. But Emilio Pereira assumes his race lead as they head onto the back straight for the first time. Tommy Williams under big pressure from Jensen Cedras coming into the hairpin. Cedras to the inside, goes deep though. Tommy Williams gets the cut back, holds on to that third place for the time being. Nelly Nuth already taking aggressive lines, looking left, looking right, seeing if she can launch an attack on the race leader. But as we come to the end of lap number 1, it will be your pole sitter, race 1 winner Emilio Pereira, who continues his fine form this weekend.
Let's see if we can have a championship battle between Pereira and Nelly Nuth, because we actually haven't seen them go toe-to-toe on track. They've gained results on each other, but haven't really been close. And then also that fight for the podium, Tommy Williams versus Jensen Cedras. All 4 of these young riders keeping very close indeed. But it does seem that Emilio Pereira just has the measure at this stage in the race. Still got 8 laps left to go, so still plenty of opportunity for things to change. Look to the inside from Jensen Cedras on that number 2 machine, but no way through as of yet. Is Nelly Nuth focusing forward, or at some point is she just going to have to settle for second?
Well, right now, I think Tommy Williams is probably more focused on Jensen Cedras behind him, so Nelly Nuth doesn't have to worry about behind too much. And you watch the line she's taking at the moment as well, running slightly wider lines, trying to carry more momentum out onto the straights. Of course, very, very fast circuit here at Clay Pigeon, all looking to the inside. Jensen Cedras, super, super tight between the pair of them, almost knocking knees down at Billy's Bend. But somehow Tommy Williams just holds on to that podium place. Emilio Pereira, 46.476, fastest lap of this race so far, as they make their way into the hairpin horseshoe section. Emilio Pereira, he's not bolted away like he did in race number 1. Nelly Nuth still very much on his tail, but the gap just starting to extend ever so slightly, bit by bit by bit. It was 0.6 of a second at the line between the pair of them last lap. This lap, again, visually just looks like it's expanded ever so slightly. We'll see the timing coming up on our screen now, and it looks to have extended to a second. Oh, what a lap that was from Emilio Pereira. 46.077, another fastest lap. He's really turning it up into another gear.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, single gear, obviously, the Minimotos, but he's found a second. Somehow he's managed to only 0.3 of a second off the rookie lap record here at Clay Pigeon. Doing a fantastic job. A little bit further down, we've got a fight between James Dermott and Finley Styles, the 27 versus at the 19. Joey Athasich and Austin Dilks as well, as part of a slightly larger train with 6 laps left to run, going pretty much all the way down to Emerson Oakley, potentially in P12. So a lot of riders very, very close in contention for sort of the back end of the top 10. Joey Athasich was able to move through on James Dermott on that previous time by. Let's see if there are going to be any changes coming up. The 27, of course, is Dermott. He's now looking backward to try and keep the 19 of Finley Styles at bay. I don't think he's going to be able to do that for much longer. Here comes the 19, left-hand side, but sweeping the long way through of turn number 1 does go James Dermott.
It's such a tricky corner turn number 1, because especially on the mini motos, you just don't have the grip to go around that as you would like to. A really, really fast left-hand king. You can make overtakes there. We've seen overtakes there in the mini motos, yet alone the bigger bikes, but it's tricky. Most riders prefer just to stay behind, maybe try and set up a move into turn 2 down at Billy's Bend. It's just a very awkwardly placed corner for these mini motos out there, but The 27 of James Dermott still holding on for the time being from Finley Stiles, but Stiles again looked very, very close at the end of the previous lap. Let's see if he can launch another attack out of the final corner at Top Bend and onto the main straight. Looking very, very quick is he. Some more riders making their way through the opening few turns. Little look to the inside there. Nothing came of it on this occasion. Just battles absolutely everywhere you look on this grid. That is the 67 of Joey Athisic, who's right on the tail of Austin Dilks. Very, very tight between the pair of them. Athisic has been slowly but surely working his way up the pack in this one. Almost coming together there as they make their way round. It will be Emilio Pereira on the number 31 who still leads a little bit in front of this pack on that black bike. But right now, this battle very, very close between Dilks and Athisic.
Yeah, it is indeed. Nice to see that these young riders getting battles no matter where they are on the field. And to be fair, these are for decent positions, decent points up for grabs as well. And you want to be rewarded for at the end of the season. Of course, running his way through, that's the 28th. A little bit further down is that machine. That's Claudia Dubbin. She's doing a fantastic job. Closing in actually on the 25 of Logan Paisley, so hopefully the two of them can do battle. There is a front-running battle. Nelly Knuth in second versus Tommy Williams. P2 versus P3, and just nowhere near Emilio Pereira in this race, doing a fantastic job. 1.6 seconds he leads from the 44, who I think she definitely has to turn her attention backwards more than forwards. 2 laps left to go, of course, at the line. They've just made it 3, and Knuth updated as the race leader on the timer screen. So where is Emilio Pereira?
What's happened to Emilio Pereira? Does Nelly Knuth now lead this race? So, yeah, the 44, Nelly Knuth, is now in the lead of this race. What has happened to the 31 of Emilio Pereira? He's dropped down to 4th, according to our timing screens, and has dropped a long way back. Did he have an off, or was there a problem, an intermittent problem with the bike? We're not sure, but according to our timing screens, with 2 laps, surely to be 1 lap left to go, Nelly Knuth suddenly leads this race. And this could have huge championship implications, but Tommy Williams is right there with her. Can the 51 try and do anything as they make their way down through turn number 1 now into Billy's Bend? Knuth looking calm and composed, that slightly wider line that she prefers through the double apex sweeper. Now into the S's, misses the first apex slightly, does Knuth. Gets good drive out onto the straight as Tommy Williams tucks into the toe, tries to get any sort of advantage he can to work his way through, because these two are now fighting for the race win into the horseshoe for the very final time in race number 2. Knuth still holding on. A slightly earlier apex there by Tommy Williams should allow him to set up nicer for maybe a move into Top Bend. 1 more turn to go. Nelly Knuth looks like she's going to hold on. Tommy Williams sends it around the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Nelly Knuth is just going to hold on to take victory by just 0.006 of a second. What? That is unbelievably close. That's got to be the closest finish we've had in Fab Racing in 2024. It didn't look that close on the camera, but Nelly Knuth somehow was just held off from Tommy Williams, and that is a huge win for her championship hopes.
That has reversed the damage. Emilio Pereira going even further down on that final lap. He's outside of the top 10 potentially. Let's have a look as to how the entirety of the field racks up. This is a championship-changing race. Nelly Knuth takes victory only just ahead of Tommy Williams, with Jensen Cedras completing the podium. Freddy Taylor from Austin Dilks is the top 5, with Joey Athisic just outside in 6th. James Dermott, Finley Stiles, Ethan Bayliss, Emilio Pereira in 10th place. That means that Nelly Knuth regains 19 points in the championship to grow it out to 31. That is absolutely insane. And Emilio Pereira, El Toro's success yesterday has become unravelled here, unfortunately, on Sunday, and he needs to be firing back with a comeback for race 3.
There must have been an issue with the bike or an off or something for Emilio Pereira, because he went from 1st to 4th, and then he dropped down to 10th on the final lap, a lap of a 1:06, 15 seconds slower than he normally goes round, at least. So bizarre stuff there from Emilio Pereira, and maybe championship altering. Nelly Knuth once again is on top in the AC40 Rookies. The senior mini motos getting ready to go racing in race number 2 here at Clay Pigeon. And what a race number 1 it was yesterday. Matt Birkin taking a fantastic victory earlier on, extending his championship lead ever so slightly from David Meyer, who of course entered the championship frame from, I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but definitely from rather far back after our doubleheader round at Rara. The riders making their way out onto the grid now. Can anyone stop Matt Birkin in this one?
It's going to be tough to do. Of course, Matt Birkin and his championship charge. He's taken 6 victories thus far this season. Make that 7 yesterday as well. 12 times he stood on the podium and 12 times inside the top 5. He's not finished a race off the podium, bar race 1 at Three Sisters. That is the level that Matt Birkin has risen to for this season of racing. David Meyer won 5 of the 6 races, though, at the doubleheader in Rara. So he has been firing back, but the pace yesterday just wasn't quite enough to match up with what Matt Birkin was able to produce. Of course, we'll run through the full grid order in just a second. It is going to be Matt Birkin on pole position. Rhys Gentry will line up alongside, ahead of the 96 of Will Howard. David Meyer, P2 in the championship, P4 on the road, heading off for race number 2. Chris Yeomans, P5 ahead of Callum White. That's row number 3. Mark Payne from Keaton Payne and all Payne for row 4 ahead of Nick Bennett and George Rennicks, the top 10. Lamar Morgan from Gary Eldridge, Isaac Greenstreet, then comes Ross Michael, Steve Johnson, Rob Gentry, the top 16 and the only 16 riders that are going to be taking to the grid today. 9 laps ahead of them of Clay Pigeon. I think we can expect a lot of intrigue, but Matt Birkin, I've got to be honest, I don't see any other outcome than him just getting a good start and settling into this race.
But it's also the senior mini motos and anything can happen. Matt Birkin is no stranger to adversity and having issues, having accidents from the lead of races. We'll have to wait and see. There's a reason they call this one the most fun championship in the series. It's time to go racing in the senior mini motos. It is like that. We are underway. Great start there for Will Howard. And look at that, sliding around up the inside. What a lightning start as Matt Birkin got caught up down into turn number 2 as all the bikes struggled to make their way through. So it's the 22 of David Meyer who now leads ahead of, I believe, Rhys Gentry as they rocket their way down into the hairpin for the first time. Matt Birkin negotiates his way around the 96 of Will Howard. Can't quite come into fruition on that occasion, but it can now up the inside into the horseshoe maybe. No, not quite. So Matt Birkin got a great start, but got big time held up down into turn number 2 and ultimately was the big loser in that one.
Yeah, that's huge. He's going to have to be pretty much playing catch up the entirety of the rest of this race. First up is going to be Rhys Gentry on that 100 machine to try and tick him up. I think he has as they break the beam into turn number 1. Matt Birkin back into 3rd. David Meyer ahead of Will Howard. That's P1 and P2. That's that fight into the S's. Of course, they're both in black and white leathers, but it's the 96 just in behind it in hot pursuit, looking to dive to the inside of the hairpin, but no way through on that occasion. Matt Birkin now right on the scene, and if there's anyone that can recover from a poor start, it's that man right there.
Well, he's got to work his way through 2 very, very tough opponents, though, in the forms of David Meyer and Will Howard. Meyer almost getting unseated on the bike. They're getting very loosey-goosey through right hand. That maybe opens a window of opportunity for Will Howard as they come onto the main straight. 7 laps left to run. Howard a little bit too far back. Matt Birkin fastest lap 42.511, but he's now on the back of the leading pair. And all up the inside goes Will Howard. What a great move of the S's. Plucked that one from his back pocket. Brilliant stuff from the number 96. Matt Birkin tried to follow him through, but David Meyer caught that one at least. But wow, what a move that was from Will Howard, sliding up the inside, coming into the S's. That is not a place you launch and overtake, as there's problems for some riders further back in the pack. But back to our front action, another little wobble there from David Meyer. He is pushing so hard. The bike just moving all over the racetrack as he pushes it right to the limit and then a little bit over on occasions. 6 laps left to go though, and Will Howard, one of the great FAB-Racing moves, has stood up into the lead.
He's not won a race thus far this season. He's been on the podium 5 times. but not quite been able to take to the top step of it. So going to be searching. Oh my goodness me, David Meyer has dropped it through the hairpin. Oh my word, straight back to restart the bike, but that was a huge off, and it has cost him this race. 6 laps left to go. Where is he going to rejoin? Behind, probably outside of the top 5. He was able to recover quickly, but now it's a 2-horse race at the front. Will Howarth versus Matt Birkin, but the 96 with 5 laps left to go, churning in some fantastic lap times.
Had a feeling that was coming for David Meyer. The bike just didn't look very settled, and of course, being the championship challenger, currently in P2 in the title race, that is not what you want. You need to be picking up the maximum amount of points possible. He's fallen down to P7 at the line. There's Nick Bennett and Mark Payne, who are in front of him by a little bit. Nick Bennett on the 711 doing a great job, now being moved up to P5 as a result of that. That'll be a great result for him, as that's more problems for someone else further down the road. A few of the mini moto riders having issues here, be it coming off the bike or having mechanical problems. And looking to the inside there was Mark Payne on Nick Bennett. That's not a position you expect to make a move. Up at the right hand, the penultimate corner, as they make their way now onto the main straight. This will make them going on to their four laps to go. Now down into turn number 2. Billy's Bennett looking imperious in defence. Unfortunately for Mark Payne, can't find a way through. Looks like it was the 99 of Gary Eldridge who had that problem. Just dropping down the pack a little bit. And as they continue to push onwards, and look at that. Look at how quickly David Meyer has caught up to the back of Mark Payne. Suddenly, this is a 3-way fight for P5. He's gained about 2 seconds in 2 laps, Zach.
Yeah, he is hungry. He's going to be frustrated with himself because he dropped the bike all on his own accord, but now he's got 2 riders right in front of him to try and salvage something new. Lap record just been set, I believe, from Matt Birkin. Indeed it is. A 42.267 beats Bernie Hook's lap time set back in 2019 of a 42.395. So Matt Birkin setting lap record pace, and I think trying to fight his way forwards towards the lead as well. The gap down to 0.3 of a second. There it is with 2.5 laps left to go. Lap record has been set for Matt Birkin. Let's see if he can get the win as well.
Well, he's got to get through Will Howarth first, doesn't he? And Howarth, a man who's raced Matt Birkin for many years, knows him inside and out, knows exactly where he's going to try and launch the move, exactly what type of move he'll be trying to make. That's the best kind of defence you can really have, is just the knowledge on your opponent, knowing what they're going to do, knowing what they like to do. And that's what Will Howarth has. So the number 96, in my opinion anyway, has all the cards very close to his chest on this one. 2 laps left to go, coming up to 1.5 laps. Matt Birkin pushing very, very hard. Will Howarth, though, again, you can see, not worrying about defending it. He knows that Matt Birkin isn't going to launch any moves around here. When you see Will Howarth starting to defend, that's when you know that the move is going to come pretty quickly from Matt Birkin. And then it's going to be one of them getting through, or one of them holding on. 1 more lap to go in race number 2 of the senior mini motos, and there is nothing to separate Will Howarth and Matt Birkin, who tries to launch the move into Billy's Bend but runs it way too deep, missed the braking zone completely, and that could have scuppered his chances for the win.
I think it might well have done. Will Howarth straight back underneath him, wise to the move, and knew that he was going to get the up and under. Matt Birkin is going to be kicking himself that he didn't get the bike stopped, but has that ruined his chance for the lead? Was it his one and only hurrah to give it a go? Nonetheless, 2 corners left to run for Will Howarth, who has stood on the podium 6 times in the 2024 Senior Mini Moto Championship, but he comes through the final corner with a huge gap back to Matt Birkin, negotiates the traffic, and for the first time in 2024 sees the checkered flag first in the Senior Mini Motos. Will Howarth takes victory ahead of championship leader Matt Birkin.
Sometimes it's Birkin and sometimes it's bust. It was a good attempt from Matt Birkin, but just way too deep down into Billy's Bend, and ultimately that took all of the pressure off of the number 96. What a great ride that was from Will Howarth. Got the lead with a fantastic move at the S's on David Meyer. I think had a bit of a... David Meyer's had a big problem. He's dropping right down the order, but Will Howarth does take the victory from Matt Birkin in P2. Reece Gentry, what a fantastic result for the number 100, getting onto the podium with Chris Yeomans in P4. Mark Payne was 5th, Nick Bennett was 5th should I say, with Mark Payne in P6, Keats in Payne 7th, and David Meyer had an issue, I think, on the last lap. His last lap was 10 seconds off the pace and dropping down to P8. Lamar Morgan 9th, with Gary Eldridge rounding out our top 10. Callum White in P11 with Isaac Greenstreet 12th. Ross Michael 13th with Steve Johns 14th. Rob Gentry in P15, and unfortunately we lost George Renix. So that's it for race 2 of the senior mini motos. And, well, that's really not what David Meyer would have wanted. He had a lot of drama in that race, and championship-wise, when he needed to be picking up as many points as he could to try and close the gap to Matt Birkin, it's unfortunately all come undone late in the day. So a real shame there for David Meyer. Matt Birkin with a P2 still holds all the cards in the championship, and Will Howth with a great ride to take his first win of the season. Race number 2 in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship. And Logan Cousins is sitting very, very pretty in this one. He can't win the championship at the end of race number 2. Well, he can actually, but it's going to be a very, very tough order. But race number 3, that's where he can make his money. Mason Fedrick, his main championship challenger, 76 points behind him heading into this one. If he has 75-point gap or more at the end of this weekend, Cousins is crowned champion. So race 2, absolutely crucial if Fedrick wants to keep his title hopes alive as they make their way out onto the grid. Logan Cousins, though, this weekend, looking mighty.
Yeah, he is. I mean, thus far this season, he's taken, of course, 11 race wins, 13 podiums to go with it, and every time he's finished on the podium, he's finished inside the top 5. In fact, every time he's finished, he's done it inside the top 2. He's only DNF'd twice, and that has led to a heroic championship charge. If Mason Fedrick does not finish this race and Cousins wins, he could be the OH Logistics 2024 LC40 Elite champion. Is that going to happen? We have seen a couple of DNFs from Mason Fedrick. He had one in the Elites back at Ella Park. He had 2 back at Ella Park. Of course, that wet and wild weekend that we had. So it has been a tough season for him. He has ridden well, taken 2 victories in this championship. But you have to say, it is not a matter of if Cousins wins the championship. It is a matter of when. Did see one of the riders pulling off right at the get-go. There they are, trying to get the bike restarted. But while they're trying to sort it out, we'll run you through the grid. Logan Cousins starts ahead of Mason Fedrick on pole position, with Rex Austin P3 in the championship, P3 on the grid. Caelan Ratcliffe P4 in the championship, and his P4 on the road as well. Jensen Ansell from Max Johnson ahead of Preston Baker and Tommy Keats. Maxwell Keats from Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson rounds out our 11-rider field for race number 2. The championship could be done. Logan Cousins, though, he's got one focus, and that is go and win.
We saw Preston Baker having a small issue on the grid there. He was able to get going once again, but maybe just a small issue with the bike, something to keep an eye out for as they come into their grid positions. Of course, championship leader Logan Cousins on pole position on that liquid-cooled bike. Mason Fedrick, his title challenger, in P2 on his air-cooled machine, a little bit less power. So Fedrick really has to ride the handlebars off of that thing. Cousins can win the championship in this race if he outscores Fedrick by 25 points. So he has to win and has to have Fedrick not score. But we'll have to wait and see. It's probably most likely going to go down to race 3. But let's get race 2 started in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite, shall we? Lee Clowes points up to the lights. It is lights out and we are underway. Great reactions from the front pair, but Logan Cousins' second phase gets him out in front down into turn number 2. Further behind, all order as normal. Caelan Ratcliffe in P3 in front of Rex Austin. And Jensen Ansell, Max Johnson looks like they've swapped positions, but it is Cousins that leads from Fedrick in P2 into the hairpin for the first time. Cousins, he's not bolted away just yet, but he's already got a decent enough gap behind him. Fedrick is quickly trying to follow him as they go through the horseshoe. More moves being made further down the pack on this 11-bike grid. But as they come towards the end of lap 1, it will be Logan Cousins that leads from Mason Fedrick.
Yeah, beautifully done, it must be said, as Caelan Ratcliffe has to fend off Rex Austin. That's the fight, of course, for P3. They've just been out in the pro class as well doing battle, and it was Caelan Ratcliffe that was able to take the measure ahead of the 991 on that occasion. What has Rex Austin got in terms of a response? Searching for the Pro Championship, searching for maybe runners-up in the Elites. 9 laps left to run, of course. Logan Cousins leading from Mason Fedrick. Then this battle battle for third place. Just behind that, you've got Max Johnson swapping places with Preston Baker in that fight for fifth there, jostling for position as they have been all weekend long. There they are through the horseshoe. It is now Preston Baker ahead of Johnson and into fifth.
Nice stuff there from Preston Baker. He's had, despite that issue on the grid, a great start to this race. He's been making positions up consistently. Seems to be 8 laps left to go. Caelan Ratcliffe under some real pressure here from Rex Austin. We've seen this time and time again this season, both in the pros category and the OH Logistics LC40 Elite. They're just seemingly inseparable out on the racetrack, always fighting each other, but of course firm friends off of it as well, as we so often get in the FAB-Racing paddock. And of course, if you're watching along, if you fancy giving it mini moto riding a go, or you've got a young rider at home who wants to start their career, make sure you head over to the FAB-Racing website and find out what we do. This is the best place to start your bike racing career. This is the gateway into the R&G British Talent Cup, into the MotoGP Redbull Rookies Cup, and beyond. As looking to the inside there does go Rex Austin, looking to try and get through Caelan Ratcliffe. Not quite close enough. Down into turn number 1. Turn number 2, maybe an opportunity, but once again, no. And would you look at that? Just behind them, it's the number 93. Preston Baker has joined this fight. Caelan Ratcliffe went deep. Rex Austin slides through at the S's.
Beautifully done. Very opportune and very well timed. When the opportunity came, he worked his way through, saw the gap, and with precision was able to take the position. Preston Baker, though, whatever it is, Sunday morning, he just wakes up on race day and has delivered. He is riding with such volition, and just the pace that he's got is absolutely fantastic. He's all over the back end of Caelan Ratcliffe, who hasn't got the measure over Rex Austin in this race. He had it in the pros, but seemingly not in the elites. 6 laps left to go, of course, as they break the beam and start their 5th lap of the race. Let's see what's going to happen in this fight for the podium, because Logan Cousins taking off ahead of Mason Frederick, who themselves as a pair are taking off from this pack. Look at that run from 96, though. Straight away, trying to launch a counter-attack to the inside of the hairpin. Not quite late enough on the brakes as Rex Austin sweeps around the outside.
There we saw Rex Austin left a little bit of room there on the inside for Caelan Ratcliffe. I wonder if at the end of this race he'll be regretting that decision, maybe missing out on a podium as they make their way to Top Bend and back onto the main straight. A 4-way fight for the final podium position. Austin, Ratcliffe, Baker, Johnson, all of them neck and neck as they muscle their way into Billy's Bend and get back on the throttle before the quick braking for the S's. A quick right, then left flick. He can run the curbs if you get a good entry. Looks like it does look like Rex Austin just missed it ever so slightly, but it's not compromising too much. Once again, though, Caelan Ratcliffe with a great run down the back stretch, just not quite close enough to challenge into the hairpin. Now coming into the horseshoe, and suddenly Preston Baker is trying to get through Caelan Ratcliffe. So Ratcliffe's in a really, I don't want to say a poor situation, but it's not great for him because he's trying to attack in front, but now he's trying to defend from behind as well. Another great run from Preston Baker. That number 93 clearly had his Weetabix this morning because he is flying.
Yeah, I know. I want to know what he has with his Weetabix and if he can sort of give me his recipe, because absolutely amazing stuff for the 93. 4 laps left to run. Caelan Ratcliffe with a supreme run off the S's. I mean, the momentum that he gets is really going to help him later on in this race if he's going to be brave enough to send it on the brakes. But what a fantastic display that we're getting for the final place on the podium. Searching, of course, for that trophy a little bit later on during the presentation. Cousins secured to pretty much take this victory. He's kept Mason Frederick, to be fair, at an arm's length, but Frederick's pace has been fairly close in that fight for the lead. Bit of lap traffic to contend with, the 26 of Danny Longhurst. 3 laps left to run. Caelan Ratcliffe all over the rear end of Rex Austin, but you're right, in a very tricky position. He's got to look forwards to attack and backwards to defend, and that is good for no one.
No, it is not. Rex Austin looking pretty comfortable as well. He's not really that worried about Ratcliffe behind, even though he is so close. He's happily just taking his normal lines, running his regular race, despite the fact there is a podium position at stake. And all the while, Preston Baker watches on patiently like a hunter stalking its prey. Can he find a way to strike as it becomes 2 laps left to run? Logan Cousins has a lead of 1.7 seconds ahead of Mason Fedrick. Mason Fedrick himself is a long, long way in front of this group that we're currently watching. 6.3 seconds is that gap. There is your race lead, almost half the racetrack ahead of them. He's so far ahead. Logan Cousins, he's been dominant all season, and he is continuing that dominance here at Clay Pigeon. Soon to be, yes, it is 1.7 seconds separating Fedrick from Cousins. He's just got to cruise home. 1 lap left to go on this occasion. And Logan Cousins, this is putting one hand on the trophy.
It really is. 1 lap left to run. And what a historic season it has been for Logan Cousins. That last lap, he actually was able to gain 9/10. So the previous lap, they broke the beam 1.7 seconds apart. This lap, they broke it 2.6 seconds apart. So Logan Cousins, whatever he had on that last lap, he has absolutely flown. 42.5, which has pretty much been his race pace. It must have just been a slow one for Mason Fedrick, but he should be safe to secure P2. But nonetheless, here is Logan Cousins. He has ticked off 11 victories on pursuit for a championship campaign in 2024. He's not going to get it done in race number 2, but it's likely to be done later on in race 3. And he takes another step. One hand on the trophy in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class. Logan Cousins, for the 11th time this season, is victorious. And for the second time here at Clay Pigeon, takes the win. Beautifully done as Mason Fedrick and Rex Austin complete the podium in fantastic fashion ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe. Full result read in just a moment, but Ross McIntyre, that young lad, look out for him.
It's 11, it is heaven for Logan Cousins. Another fantastic victory for the number 7, and inches ever closer to that OH Logistics LC40 Elite title. Logan Cousins, a great win, 2.6 seconds clear of Mason Fedrick in P2. Rex Austin rounds out our podium with Caelan Ratcliffe in P4. Preston Baker was 5th, but got caught by Max Johnson and nearly got overtaken right at the line. Tommy Keats is in P7 with Maxwell Keats, his brother, in P8. Jensen Ansel was 9th with Danny Longhurst in P10, and Oliver Wilson rounding out our 11-bike grid in P11. Well, that is it from race 2 of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite. Of course, they'll be back for race 3, where we could see a champion crowned.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, title decider.
Well, here we are then. It all comes down to this. The Pit Bike 140's Jamie King holds all the cards, and at the end of this race could well be a 4-time Pit Bike champion. He's so confident that he was out celebrating last night. We ran into him out in Yeovil, ended up getting escorted out of a certain establishment, shall we say. But he is feeling ready, even if the pace might not quite be there today as it was yesterday. But he's still got a race on his hands. Taylor Lawrence on pole position, returning to FAB-Racing after a couple years away on his tours of the world with the Royal Navy. Of course, Chris Wells isn't here, so he's basically out of championship contention. The only person that still has an opportunity in the championship mathematically is Keaton Payne. He needs to outscore Jamie King by 19 points in this race just to take it to race number 3.
Yeah, which means Jamie King not finishing, which off the back of last night is a possibility. Gotta be honest, I'm surprised he's awake. Good going from Jamie King, and he is good. Let's run you through the grid. Taylor Lawrence, of course, starts from pole position. Jamie King alongside, looking to seal his 4th Pit Bike Championship. Simon Gates from Ollie Horner, then comes Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence. Dan Gilbert from Sean Whittaker ahead of Nigel Dukes and Ben Dudman. Rory Jones, Adam Harris, Duncan Diper, Richard Holmes-Williams and Michael Collis are 15-rider field. Warming the tyres up, I hope, and that's not just weaving around. He's going to assume 2nd place alongside good friend and rival in the form of Taylor Lawrence. Surely for Jamie King, it is just got to be to get to the end. I mean, if he DNFs and Keaton Payne finishes 2nd, it goes to race 3, but there is a possibility it doesn't. Jamie
Absolutely.
King, 4th championship on the line.
This is massive. The pressure is on. The eyes are to the red lights.
It is
lights out, and we are underway. Great start there from your pole man, Taylor Lawrence, but Jamie King muscles him out into turn 1 and will take the lead of the race, as well as Ollie Horner, I believe that is, sliding up into second briefly before Taylor Lawrence reassumes that position. That was aggressive from Jamie King on the number 76 to force out Taylor Lawrence. I'm not sure how Lawrence is going to respond to that one, but I don't think he'll be particularly happy as we head into the horseshoe for the very first time in this race. Keaton Payne got a very disappointing start, holding position and dropping some, in fact, down into P5. So in order to keep this championship going, he really has to get a move on. Lap 1 completed. Jamie King is on top in this race.
Yeah, he is doing a fantastic job. There's the send though from Taylor Lawrence. He said to us he was going to be brave today. No way through into turn number 2, but certainly showing his cards to Jamie King, who has won twice this season, no more than that, and wants his third, and to take the championship with it. There goes Taylor Lawrence over to the inside of the hairpin. Beautifully done. Jamie King can't ward off the attack, has to settle into second, but an immediate counter-attack potentially into the horseshoe. No way through, and once again Jamie King invites them through to take the lead.
Yeah, he left the door open a little bit, didn't he, King? But just gave it a go against Lawrence, and of course we know Jamie's got the pace as well, still qualified on the front row, almost hounding Taylor Lawrence all the way through race number 1. Of course, 2 great friends, and as well, Taylor Lawrence, he's not been on a bike in a year and a half before Friday, and he's come back and he's kind of schooling Jamie King on how it's done. But we had a great race one yesterday. Looks like we've got another great race on our hands as Jamie King goes the wrong direction, tried to go the long way round at the hairpin, immediately realised that was not the way to go, so backed out of that move. Still plenty of time left in this race. 10 laps left to run, soon to be 9, and it is Lawrence, King, Horner and Gates, your top 4, the same as it was in race number 1 yesterday. We're yet to see any attacks really from Ollie Horner or Simon Gates. They are right on the tail of our front pair. Taylor Lawrence on that previous lap actually just extending the gap on Jamie King a little bit. He's under attack once again, and Jamie King could be falling down to third here.
Yeah, he very much could. He's got to be focusing the attention to attack, because it's a slippery slope. As soon as you start defending, as soon as you defend once, then it's the next lap, the next corner, and it's just one after the other, and unfortunately it just drops you back, drops you off of that sort of attacking foot, and then allows Taylor Lawrence to get away. So of course he needs to be focusing forward. He's still a 3-time pit bike champion, let's not forget. He will eventually become a 4th if he stays in this race and gets to the checkered flag. 8 laps left to go as they break the beam to start the 3rd of the race. Lawrence from King, there goes Ollie Horner, maybe looking to the inside of turn 2, gets the bike stopped, beautifully done on the brakes. Jamie King falls down to 3rd place.
Lovely move by Ollie Horner, another returning face to FAB-Racing this weekend. Blink and it's like they never left, sends it up the inside into Billy's Bend and assumes P2, and King maybe under some pressure now from Simon Gates behind. He could be dropping out of the podium places if he's not careful as they come to top bend, and then we'll make it 7 laps left to run. Taylor Lawrence on that last lap, fastest lap of the race, at 40.034. Let's check and see if he goes any faster on this lap, ever so slightly. But Ollie Horner, 39.920. That is really, really fast from the number 70. So he's going to be closing into Taylor Lawrence now. Those two look to be in the fight for the win at this point, with 7 laps left to run. Lawrence still leads from Horner. Pit Bike Sonic, Jamie King, potential champion-elect in P3, and Simon Gates in P4.
7 laps left to run, make it 6 at the line. Lawrence, let's see if Ollie Horner can fight for the lead. They've not been in a FAB-Racing paddock for a number of years, and yet they return and are fighting at the front, and are the 2 staple names of this championship this weekend. Jamie King might well have his championship overshadowed by the fact that Taylor Lawrence and Ollie Horner are going to write history in terms of another timeless classic of FAB-Racing in 2024. 6 laps left to go. Another fastest lap set by Ollie Horner, a long way off the lap record, but relative to this weekend, being that far into the 39s with a 7.95 is remarkable pace, and pushing himself and Taylor Lawrence to new heights. The number 70 closing in on that number 10.
Yeah, maybe starting to feel the pressure a little bit is Taylor Lawrence, because lap after lap, Ollie Horner is just making statements. He is running so fast right now. How does Lawrence respond? A little bit slower on that last lap. Of course, Ollie Horner last saw him in the R&G British Talent Cup last year. returning to Fab this weekend. Great to have him back. And Taylor Lawrence last seen in FAB-Racing back in 2022 before he went off on his global tour with the Navy. But he's come back this weekend and again showing everybody how it is done. Quick glance back there from Taylor Lawrence, just seeing that Ollie Horner has closed right up to the back of him and he might have to get a move on. There is Jamie King under some real pressure from Simon Gates for the final podium position. These guys have dropped a little bit away from the leaders as Simon Gates poked a wheel up, almost coming together with the 76, but not on that occasion. 4 laps left to run and it is Lawrence still leading Horner. Here goes Simon Gates to the inside and once again Jamie King has been done down into Billy's Bend, the door wide open and Simon Gates brilliant on the brakes to slide up into third.
At what point does Jamie King regret his decision for last night? Is it because he's tumbling off the podium? Is it because he's seen the photos and videos? We don't know. Nonetheless, Jamie King is absolutely smashing. Well, he's not smashing this race. He's tumbling down the order more and more with each and every lap. And it's not the way you want to win a championship, particularly your 4th title. But with 3 laps left to go, sure, it's just got to be about survival, right? He doesn't care about a trophy as long as it's the big one at the end of the season.
Of course, he's only really got to cross the line in this one. At this point, Keaton Payne's still behind him in P5 again. To take the championship at least to race 3, Keaton Payne has to finish 2nd or 1st and hope Jamie King didn't score, essentially. So it's looking good for Jamie King, even if the race isn't going that well. 3 laps, though. Soon to be 2 laps left to go. And it is still Taylor Lawrence holding off Ollie Horner for the time being. The gap that last lap extended ever so slightly. I think there was a slight mistake from Ollie Horner, just drops back a little bit, his lap time a little bit slower, and he's normally running a 40.441 when his last few laps have been around about the 39 mark or the low 40s. On that last lap though, Ollie Horner responds 40.001 on the penultimate lap of this race. But Taylor Lawrence looking very, very comfortable. Nerves of steel for the number 10 out there. He is withstanding the pressure from the fast-charging number 70 and doing superbly.
A lap and a half left to run, bit of traffic to contend with. They've got to be careful. This could well decide the race. There is Jamie King, a lap and a half away from his 4th Pit Bike 140 championship. He's just got to stay on the bike, and even if he doesn't, Keaton Payne will not score enough points to take the championship another race. The number 10 still in hot pursuit, though, is the 70 of Ollie Horner. They've got 2 more bikes to negotiate with 1 lap left to go. This race is going down to the wire.
Yeah, traffic to deal with. This could cause chaos for Taylor Lawrence and Ollie Horner. They get held up a little bit at the S's as the traffic themselves try and go for an overtake, and almost onto the grass goes Taylor Lawrence. That was super brave from the number 10 into the horseshoe for the final time. Can Ollie Horner make a last-minute miracle happen as they come through right hand into top bend, the final corner? And Ollie Horner, I think, was held up just a little bit too much, because for the 2nd time this weekend on his return, it will be Taylor Lawrence who takes a brilliant and hard-fought victory with Ollie Horner in 2nd. But the man of the moment, P4, a number 4 for Jamie King. Pit Bike Sonic is champion once again in 2024. He celebrated yesterday prematurely. This time, the celebrations can truly begin, because for the 4th time, he is on top of the pit bike world.
2024 goes the way of Jamie King. He has boasted 13 podiums, 2 victories and 1 championship. A look to the camera in celebration. Pit Bike Sonic giving us a little burnout in celebration. And there he goes. Imagine if he stole the bike. That would be embarrassing. We did do it yesterday. He did do it yesterday. Thankfully, he didn't. But what a way to celebrate. He will be delighted, and the content is there. He's trying to pull the bike up to do a wheelie. I don't quite think he's got the strength to do so. But nonetheless, however woozy he was coming into this race, he is champion, and tonight is going to be a fun one. Taylor Lawrence took victory ahead of Ollie Horner and Simon Gates. Jamie King, P4 for his 4th title ahead of Keaton Payne, who did his best to take it to another race. In the end, a P5 for the 112. Bailey Lawrence down in 6th ahead of Daniel Gilbert. The AAA of Ben Dubman finishes in 8th place ahead of Adam Harris and Rory Jones. Michael Collis from Duncan Diaper. Sean Whittaker did not finish that race and is out of the running and rounds off the Pit Bike 140. Race number 2 of the Pit Bike 140 Championship is done and dusted. They'll be out later on for race number 3.
Race number 2 then for the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. We've seen some great racing, not just over the season, but across this weekend as well. So we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen this one. Of course, Byron Johnson, championship leader, could potentially wrap up the championship this weekend against 75. That's the magic number. That's the gap that you want in the championship table come the end of race 3. Heading into this race currently lies at 48 points to Frankie Watson in P2. But Travis Shaw also on the same amount of points as Frankie Watson. So even if Byron Johnson is potentially uncatchable in this title race, well, the race for the Vice Championship certainly hotting up in this one. Let's, though, go through the grid as they make their way through the S's. It will be, of course, Frankie Watson starting from pole position, Travis Shaw alongside him. Sebastian Gazlavski starts in P3 with Byron Johnson in P4. Bradley Curtis is 5th with the returning Taylor Tomlinson in P6. Row 4, Archie Hooper and Riley Paisley, with Isabel Wingate in her FAB-Racing debut alongside Nicholas Dunn-Woody to round out the top 10. Harris Watson starts 11th with Daisy Polden alongside, and Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell on the 7th row of the grid. Here we go then. Byron Johnson knows a good race here, and a good race number 3 could see him walk away from this weekend as champion, even if it does seem a tall order. Starts from P4 though. He did a great job yesterday to take the race win, but he's not in the best qualifying position, and we know that those in front of him, they'll be wary that he's going to be fast starting. They'll be trying to absolutely nail it away from the lights.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to need to get a good start, particularly Frankie Watson. He's so quick, but that start really let him down yesterday to the point that he wasn't able to recover back to the podium. But for Frankie Watson, if he can get that sorted out, he could well be a contender for the win. Anyone inside the top 4 could well be a contender. Eyes to the lights for the second time for the MotoGP Mini GP50, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. Once again, a lightning start from Byron Johnson, who settles into 3rd place. Travis Shaw gets a slow one. Frankie Watson leads away, though. As you can see, settling in there is Super Seb. Gazlavski on the 64 through the S's for the first time. Byron Johnson settling into 3rd place. Travis Shaw with such a poor start. Bradley Curtis now trying to put him under pressure as we head into the hairpin for the first time. It's Frankie Watson that leads Gazlavski.
Travis Shaw, I think, just dropped the clutch a little bit too quickly. You just saw that classic launch and then stop almost. He was able to get going, but he's dropped down to P4. Very disappointing start from the front row of the grid. But Sebastian Gazlavski, lightning start for him up into P2, maybe challenging for P1 at the end of lap number 1. 11 laps left to run then in race number 2 here at Clay Pigeon. Frankie Watson, though, it's a tough ask to try and get through the number 14, who has been absolutely rapid all season long. And, of course, currently in tied 2nd place in the championship race. Had to go defensive there, though, against Gazlavski. Of course, Gazlavski, 2 podiums to his name this season, hasn't yet had a win on the Metrokit bikes. So we'll have to wait and see, or 3 podiums, should I say. So maybe today's the day where he steps onto the top step of the podium for the first time on a geared Grand Prix style bike. But again, Frankie Watson holding off at the moment, and he's got to consider as well championship leader Byron Johnson right behind. But Travis Shaw to the inside of Byron Johnson, who responds immediately by holding that inside with a block pass, but shoots it too deep. Travis Shaw up into 3rd.
This top 5 fight is so electric. Yesterday, all 5 of them were running under lap record pace set by Archie O'Brien 2 years ago on the 50. That is the level these young riders are rising to push each other to new heights. 5 riders in with a shout for the lead of race 2. 10 laps left to run, make that 9 at the line. And Frankie Watson under a world of pressure from Gazlavski, who is constantly searching for a way through. They emerge out of the final corner. Are there going to be any changes? Travis Shaw, we know how brave he is on the brakes into turn number 1, takes 2nd place from Gazlavski through into 2nd. Quite nicely done, it must be said. Now he's got 1 opponent, and it was the man he shared the front row with, Frankie Watson, between Travis Shaw and P1.
Travis Shaw just bullied Sebastian Gazlavski out of the way. That was ruthless up the inside of turn 1, forcing the number 64 out and getting up into 2nd place. And I wonder if we'll be seeing the same move again the next time we reach turn number 1, which will be very, very soon, because we're coming to the final corner now at Top Bend. Frankie Watson, I don't know if he's realised that Shaw is now the one behind him, but he's should be a little bit scared because Travis Shaw's going to try the same thing. Frankie Watson, brave around the outside though, shuts the door in his face, holds on to that race lead for the moment. 8 laps left to run. Travis Shaw, fastest lap of the race that previous tour, at 39.091. Absolutely flying, and he is on fire right now as they make their way into the hairpin, now into the horseshoe. Sebastian Gazlavski still there as well. Not quite a lap record from Travis Shaw. There was a fast lap set in race 1 yesterday, but he is flying and hungry for a victory.
Yeah, we might well see a new lap record set. Let's keep an eye on the time machines and also the racing. Travis Shaw once again goes to the inside, but Frankie Watson sees it coming, sweeps his way the long way round and pitches the bike in better for turn 2, in fact, actually as well. So the 14 stays ahead. 7 laps left to go, though. Any one of these 5 could win. But Gazlavski, Johnson, Curtis really need to be aggressive to be within a shout of the conversation, because right now it's Travis Shaw applying all of the pressure out in front.
Absolutely. I was just about to say, these guys have been fighting so much, it's slowing them up so much that it's invited Bradley Curtis to join in this fight for the lead. So 5 bikes like synchronized swimmers snaking their way through the corners as Travis Shaw. That was a very, very brave attempt up the inside, but it's cost him big time because he had to sit the bike up, and that's held everyone up. And there goes Byron Johnson up there and around the outside. Johnson may lose 2 places and 1 corner. He's certainly lost 1 as Byron Johnson slides through. That is through no fault of Gazlavski's own. Shaw went for a move for a gap that wasn't really there, had to slow up. Unfortunately, the 64 had nowhere to go, had to let off the throttle, and Byron Johnson ultimately slid on by. So a shame there for Sebastian Gazlavski, but Travis Shaw, I think this time he knows a move into the final corner doesn't work. He knows against Frankie Watson the move down into turn 1 isn't working. It's going to be 5 laps left to go, so he's going to quickly have to figure out where he can try and get through.
Yeah, no, exactly. Then maybe into turn 1, I gets alongside, but is forced to concede the position. He's brave under the brakes though, is Travis Shaw. We saw it at Rara, we've seen it all season long. That young man knows how to stop the bike, knows how to slam the brakes and keep it under control. That is his strength, and he needs to play to it. But Frankie Watson is just positioning the bike exactly where it needs to be. New lap record just been set into the 38s. Travis Shaw, a 38.754, topping Frankie Watson's time set yesterday. So once again, these riders rising to new heights. The pace is there, the position not quite. Frankie Watson, you have to give credit to him. This defence has been impeccable.
Oh, there was a bike down there at the last corner. Who was that that's gone off down at top bend? I'm not entirely sure. Here comes Travis Shaw though. Oh, once again. Oh, you just squeeze your eyes shut every time he goes for it because you don't know what's going to happen, I believe. I'm not entirely sure who that is actually, but someone further down the order, unfortunately, having an accident down at top bend. And look at Byron Johnson trying to experiment with new lines coming into the hairpin, trying to see if he can try the long way around and see if he can upset Travis Shaw when he wants to move forward and get up into second place. But Frankie Watson is holding on and is doing a mighty defensive job up in the lead of this race. Bit of traffic now to contest with as they come down into turn number 1 once again. This could cause a bit of upset as once again Travis Shaw looks to the inside, but gap is not there. I believe it was Callum Maxwell, the 111, who we saw down at top bend just moments ago. Frankie Watson, he is absorbing all of the pressure masterfully.
He really is. Bit of traffic, though. That is going to upset things, and positioning your way through is going to be of vital importance. Daisy Polden up first. She's running down in P11, so Frankie Watson has to tick that box and fight his way through. 2 laps left to go at the line. Finds the space into the final corner. Travis Shaw follows suit and muscles his way through. So too does Byron Johnson and Gazlavski. And there's bikes absolutely everywhere. This could get very messy very quickly. Penultimate lap of the race just started into turn number 2. I think they're all going to negotiate it cleanly, but the important thing is the top 2 work their way through cleanly. The top 3 work their way through cleanly. Lap and a half left to run, and it could go either way.
Yeah, excellent job to not make that one an absolute mess as they came across a whole host of lap traffic. But Frankie Watson still leads this race. Byron Johnson still there. Travis Shaw still absolutely hounding him as they come round right hand and into top bend. Or maybe an opportunity here for Travis Shaw, and he gets it done this time. Slides up the inside as they come onto the final lap. The number 4 of Travis Shaw finally leads this race. Can Frankie Watson respond after holding on for so long?
Yeah, better late than never, but he's been able to do it, and Frankie Watson is going to be kicking himself. He needs to recompose himself though, find that momentum, regain it, and go and get after Travis Shaw, because his pace has been staggering. Travis Shaw a slow start, but he slowly but surely picked his way back through the field. He's got half a lap left to run, and it will be a sensational 4th victory if he's able to do so. One more corner left to go. Travis Shaw, he's had to work for it, but race 2 of round 6 of the MotoGP Mini GP50, it's 4 wins for the number 4, sees the checkered flag first, and it goes to Travis Shaw with a new lap record on the line, 38.465. Travis Shaw, take a bow. 4 wins this season, keeps the championship alive, and takes victory with a penultimate lap pass on Frankie Watson. He had to work for it, but what a race once again in the 50s.
Oh, you can see how delighted Travis Shaw is with that one. Really, really had to work. New lap record on the final lap as well. 6/10 quicker than the lap record set yesterday. Unreal. Travis Shaw with an amazing, amazing victory right at the death. Frankie Watson did everything he could to hold on, but unfortunately for him, ends up in P2 with Byron Johnson rounding out our podium. Sebastian Gazlavski and Bradley Curtis, they're 4th and 5th, dropping back late on due to traffic, with P6 Archie Hooper and P7 Isabel Wingate. Great job from her to get up into P7. Harris Watson was 8th with Riley Paisley in P9, and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out our top 10. Daisy Polden was P11 and Kai Hawkin in P12. Unfortunately, we did lose Callum Maxwell in that race due to an incident. But that is it for race number 2. What a great race that was for the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's 2-Wheel Centre. More of that in race 3, please.
Yeah, very much so. The lap record set for Travis Shaw, and you can see the exhaustion. Byron Johnson in 3rd place there, championship leader, only 3rd in that race. But what a race it was, and the exhaustion that gets there, maybe a little bit of emotion as well. They are knackered. It's been a long weekend, but we'll see these guys a little bit later on when they take to race number 3, but you can just see how elated both of them are. Frankie Watson still smiling despite losing that race, but he knew that it was hard fought. He knew that him and his mate, he's been left hanging. That is, we caught that one. But we'll see these guys a little bit later on for their 3rd race of the weekend.
Race number 2 in the Extreme 200s, and while the championship is now done and dusted, there is still an air of opportunity, still possibilities for things to happen, and a very big grid, a real mishmash of bikes out there. The returning Archie O'Brien here today. A quick check-up on hospital. He has been given the all okay, so it's a shame he missed yesterday's action, but he's back out today, feeling confident. A few setup tweaks to the bike overnight as well. Let's see what he can do, but of course, your Extreme 200 champion Wilson Dilks looking absolutely mighty out there yesterday. Let's see what he can do in race number 2 today. It will be Henry McCarthy, though, who starts on pole. Wilson Dilks in P2. Archie O'Brien starts 3rd alongside British Talent Cup star Filip Sorobiak. Unfortunate DNF for him in race 1. Let's see what he can do today. Finley Polehill is 5th alongside Austin Johnson on his new Avali 190. Harry Payne starts 7th with Matthew Thomas alongside. The 5th row of the grid is Leo Cornfield and Ronnie Harris. Oh, someone's gone down there. Well, that's a bizarre incident. That's the 73 that's gone down. A very strange incident there. Yeah, very bizarre. Anyway, moving onwards, Arlie Baker starts 11th with George Ackman in P12. Scott Dermott is 13th alongside Annabelle McCarthy. Lucy Curtis and Leo Solio round out our group. We've had a few riders turn up today. They'll be starting out the back of the grid, so we'll let you know who they are as soon as they pop up on our timing screen. But yeah, a very, very big grid here in the Extreme 200. And while the championship is done and dusted, there's still plenty to play for. Was it Filip Sorobiak who went down there? Is he just not on the grid? He's not on the grid, apparently. So I guess no Filip Sorobiak, but let's go racing anyway. Yeah, let's do it. Of course, Archie O'Brien back from injury, hoping and confident to take to the top. He's fixed his gearing. He's as confident as ever and wants to get that first victory of the season on that Metric at 70. Eyes to the lights for the second time for Extreme 200. It's McCartney on pole, champion alongside. Lights out, let's go racing. Great start as Henry McCartney gets the bike pitched in nicely for turn 1 and then into 2. Archie O'Brien immediately trying to attack Wilson Dilks. He wants to get this race started with a punch, and now through the S's for the first time. Wilson Dilks actually trying to turn defence into attack. Henry McCartney has been running so well all weekend long. He leads into the hairpin. Nice start there from Henry McCartney to hold on to that lead coming through turns 1 and 2. Harley Baker looked to be the big loser on that opening lap, dropping a couple of positions. Looks like the extra riders we've got in this one being Annabelle McCarthy, Blake Wilson, Taylor Tomlinson also out there on the grid. As they come to the end of lap number 1, though, it's Henry Mack that leads. Oh, how aggressive was that from McCartney onto the the fence, almost shoving Wilson into the grass, but Blake Wilson immediately responds. Wilson Dilks, should I say, the champion up the inside, the number 85, withstanding that pressure with a great move.
Beautifully done for Henry, for Wilson Dilks and Henry. It's fine. We've both done it. It's all right. We've both got. we're both professionals. The 85 now leads again. Champion crowned yesterday and then fell off immediately after to celebrate in the weirdest way possible. Shout out for Ollie Sims, of course, returning and jumping in to the Fab race for the Extremes. He's down in 13th place, trying to work his way back up from the back end of the grid. 10 laps left to run. Fastest lap set by Wilson Dilks, 37.844. Archie O'Brien still within touch and distance of the two ahead, of course, battling that injury, doing a fantastic job nonetheless. And the two in front of him, if they continue to battle like Henry McCarthy darting to the inside of the hairpin like that to retake the race lead, Archie O'Brien very quickly will become once again a part of this conversation.
I was going to say, I think there was a mistake there from Wilson Dilks coming out of the S's. Thought he ran a little bit too wide over the curbs and ultimately cost him his momentum, and that gave Henry Mack the opportunity to slide up the inside. There's the 27 of Austin Johnson under pressure from Finley Power. This is Austin's first weekend on his new Avali bike and seemingly enjoying it so far as they make their way through Billy's Bend. Now into the S's. That is not Austin Johnson, that is Henry McCarthy. Austin Johnson down in P4 at the moment. The fastest lap last time from Henry McCarthy, 37.534. They are flying up the front. The front pair starting to eke away ever so slightly from Archie O'Brien. O'Brien doing a great job again, returning from an injury that he sustained yesterday. Was told he had to sit out yesterday, given the all clear today, making a few changes to that Metric Kit. Of course, the Metric Kit a little bit less pace on that bike than the Avali as well, so to be holding his own in P3 is a mega job from him. 8 laps left to run then in the Extreme 200s, and it looks like McCartney and Dilks are just going to continue to do battle, as are the likes of Austin Johnson and Finley Polhill.
Yeah, great battles. This is the one for P4. 27, of course, versus the 99. Austin Johnson still adjusting to that new bike and still learning how to ride it. Finley Polhill on that Metric Kit 70 has, of course, taken a victory in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship a couple of weeks ago at Rowra. He's definitely got the pace to contend at the front, and right now is looking to go inside the top 4. New fastest lap set by Wilson Dilks, 37.512. If this was yesterday, that would be a lap record. It is not. He set an even quicker one, 37.408 is the time to beat for the all-important lap record that he set. He's looking to go and beat it, but more importantly, I set on, of course, the 31. Oh, and he's dropped it. Austin Johnson into the hairpin.
Saw that coming. The back wheel picked up a bit of a stoppie, put it back down, and Austin Johnson down on the ground. I saw that coming from a mile away, just too aggressive on the brakes. Luckily, back on the bike is Austin Johnson and okay, but a real shame, and drops him right down the order. Henry McCartney, another fastest lap, not quite the lap record, still a little bit off of that at 37.496, and still doing an incredible job absorbing that pressure from the 85 of Wilson Dilks as it stands with 6 laps left to go. McCartney, well, he was brilliant yesterday. He's doing an even better job today. But Wilson Dilks has got through him before. Can he try and find a way through again as they continue to push? That's the 47 there that we see of Matthew Thomas, I believe, making his way through. And indeed it is Harry Payne behind him on the number 11. These guys currently fighting for P5 following Austin Johnson falling down the order. Matthew Thomas doing a great job. A real stalwart of the FAB-Racing paddock. He's always here, always putting in the lap times and always getting great results. In fact, I think you can say the same for Harry Payne as well. They are both doing a spectacular job out there, currently fighting over P5 with 5 laps left to run.
Yeah, top 5s, of course, pretty prestigious and something that everyone really wants to aim for. Just having a look, of course, thus far in their season, Harry Payne has been able to take a podium and 5 top 5s to go with it. Wants to add to that tally, and then, of course, just trying to find where Matthew Thomas is in terms of that conversation. Of course, I don't actually think he's been entered into the Extreme 200s before this weekend, so looking, of course, to get himself into the top 5 and add 1 to a tally of 0 thus far. Jumping in, of course, extra track time for those Metric Riders to build up their experience, that all-important track time that they know and love, because you have to make the most of it, basically, because you don't it's a luxury to have, let's put it that way. So if you can enter into more than one class over a weekend, you can learn the bike better, you can learn the track better, and then just refine your racing craft. So for both of them, they're fighting not only for position, but also experience. 3 laps left to go at the line. New lap record set by Wilson Dilks.
37.378, and he's into the lead of the race as well. He slid through at Billy's Bend. Awesome stuff there from Wilson Dilks to slide on by. Can Henry McCarthy respond? Yes, he can! Brilliant from Henry McCarthy. The bike was moving all over the shop on the brakes and somehow just found the gap on the inside and squeezed his way back past. That is awesome from the pole sitter. Coming to make it the penultimate lap of the race. Anyone fancy going any faster on this occasion? No, not quite. They were both held up because they were fighting. But that was a great move from Henry McCarthy. Wilson Dilks once again back down into P2. He's going to need to think of something very, very special. He wants to take the race lead and hold on to it.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, thus far, again, 11 wins this season and the championship to go with it. And right now, he's not really fighting for anything other than glory and for himself. And, of course, for lap records. Lap left to go at the line. McCartney from Dilks. Is there anything that the 85 can... let's see if he can find something in his back pocket to throw at McCartney, who, of course, does race in other championships across the UK, does very well in all of them, returns to the Fab paddock, and once again is a superstar. He's got one more tour of Clay Pigeon to take a victory.
He does indeed, unless Wilson Dilks has anything to say about it. Little look into the hairpin, can't quite find the gap. Time running out for the 85. Time ticking away for the 31. Dilks again looking to the inside, but McCartney slams the door, and with one real overtaking opportunity left, does Wilson Dilks have it in his back pocket? I think he's too far back on that occasion. Race number 2 of the Extreme 200s is going the way of Henry McCartney. What a great victory for him. What a great ride from the pair of them, and what a great race. Respect shown between the pair of them after a fierce on-track battle, the pair of them trading blows like a heavyweight title bout and trading positions seemingly every corner. But ultimately, Henry McCartney, who started from pole position, got the better of Wilson Dilks, the champion of this year. But what a great performance that was from Henry McCartney, taking victory by 0.3 of a second from Wilson Dilks in P2. Arch O'Brien was 3rd, and rounding out the podium with Findlay Polehill in P4. Harry Payne was P5, with Leo Cornfield in 6th. Ronnie Harris 7th, Harley Baker P8, Taylor Thomas in P9, and Blake Wilson rounding out our top 10. Austin Johnson was 11th with Annabelle McCarthy in P12. George Ackerman 13th with Leo Solio in 14th. Matthew Thomas was 15th, and Ollie Sims was P16, 2 laps down. I think he may have encountered an issue late on, but was still classified. What a great race we've seen there in the Extreme 200s. They'll be back for more later. Of course, that's all we've got for this morning. Time for lunch here at Clay Pigeon. It's been a great morning worth of racing, and we're expecting some more fantastic racing later on in the afternoon for the remainder of our race 2s and our race 3s as well. But of course, over lunch, we're going to head down to the paddock and hear what some of the riders had to say coming into the weekend.
Here in the paddock with Emerson Oakley. And Emerson, you've been practicing on your pro bike and getting ready for next season. How is the pro bike for you?
The pro bike is good, and it's a lot faster than the rookie, and it's taken me quite a long time to get used to it and the power.
So you're racing on your rookie's bike that you're used to this year. Your highest finish so far, just inside the top 10. But you're gonna hope for a podium this weekend at Clay Pigeon, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna hope for it because the pro bike's helping me be a lot faster on the rookie. So then we're hoping for a top 3.
So who are you looking to really beat this weekend? Who do you want to get past?
So I want to get past Ethan Bayliss because he's a little bit faster than me, and we've been having quite a lot of battles in the most rounds.
And what's the most fun part of this track?
Well, it's a lot. When you're smooth, it doesn't feel as bumpy, but when you're not smooth, it feels really bumpy.
And tell us a bit more then, for those people who don't know the difference about what it's like. the difference between the rookie and the pro bike for you. How much faster is it? What's the bike like? How does it handle? What's the differences?
So when I first got on the pro bike, I went round slowly, but then I got used to it because when you rev it, it goes in when you rev it. Where the rookie, it takes a few seconds to rev before it can go.
All right, well, good luck this weekend, Emerson, and fingers crossed for that first podium.
Thank you.
Here with Sebastian Gazlavski. Hello.
Hello.
So, how's this weekend so far for you here at Clay Pigeon?
I've had a 6th, and I don't know where I was in the last one, but I'm pretty proud of my positions.
So tell us about your season so far then. Are you happy with things? How's it been going?
Yeah, it's been good because I'm on Danny's team and it's really helpful and I'm just enjoying it and hopefully I can get some wins.
Yeah, pretty much a factory team here at FAB with Danny Webb and his roster of riders like yourself. So, how much are you learning really from from the start of the season? How much do you think you've improved being with Danny?
Probably about 99% of my career because he's really helpful and he'll help loads of riders.
So tell us then, Clay Pigeon track, we've not been here for a couple of years. How are you finding it so far this weekend?
It's really good. I like how twisty it is. It's really tiring and fun.
And your competitors, your rivals in this championship then, who are you looking to beat here this weekend?
Taylor, hopefully Frankie and Trav, and I might get capped Byron.
And of course you're going to give us some amazing celebrations if you do beat them, aren't you?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck for this weekend at Clay Pigeon, Sebastian, and we'd love to see what you can do.
Thank you.
Oh, it's good to see a returning face in the FAB paddock. It's Taylor Lawrence, and you're looking a bit different, a bit older, a bit more well-travelled, let's say.
Well, some say a bit wiser, but I'm not too sure about that. I'm still a maniac on track, but it's good to be back to see everyone. It's good to see that we're still running good numbers. The pit bike's still competitive. Jamie King's got a bit quicker than last time I remember, but...
Or has everyone just got a bit slower?
Shh, he's going to be, but no, it's good to have everyone back, but yeah, I'm a bit slower than what I used to be, I think.
Well, to be fair, you've not been here all season and you've been travelling the world and experiencing, let's say, the cultures.
Yeah, the cultures, just been doing a bit of museum touring and stuff, all the good stuff, touristy stuff, but...
So, for those who don't know, you have been a familiar face in the FAB paddock for many years, apart from this year, when you've been off because you've been serving king and country and travelling the world. So, we're all proud of you and good to see you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I've been at FAB, I started FAB in 2016 when I was 12, and I've been coming here won the Pit Bike Championship 2021, and then kind of drifted a bit to go and do training, but I always come back just for the social of it, because everyone don't realise it's more of a social thing. When we're on track, we're battling, we'll go and give it our all, but the social side of it, like everyone getting together, all the awnings together, really brings everyone together. It's just a nice vibe in the paddock between the pit bikes and all the other classes.
So you've been watching, keeping up to date somewhat in between the work and stuff from wherever you've been in the world, but keeping up to date with the pit bikes here at FAB, and what have you made of it this season so far?
It's been an interesting season for Chris Wells and Jamie King, obviously the veteran champ and the new champ of, I think, did he get a championship last year, or was it 2022 he got a championship? Can't remember, but they're both champions at the end of the day. Chris took the lap record at Raura not long ago, so big go that he's not here because I wanted a rematch with him, but yeah, it's what it is. It's been an interesting season. The numbers are not as big as they used to be, but the race is still good because everyone's more tightly packed. And of course, you've got my sister Bailey, who's doing very well as well in her racing. She's happy-ish I'm here this weekend to give her a bit of a helping hand, but she's doing really well. It's nice to see everyone still getting along and battling like it's a proper Moto 3 race, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I suppose, there's always changes in the numbers on the grid, and it's always good to see returning faces, even if it is just for one round like yourself.
Just one round, but, it's good to just always come and go. Remember where you're coming from and have a good laugh, because at the end of the day, I'm not here for a championship. I'm just here to have a good time, get some lap records and hopefully win, to be fair.
So for those who might not know to spot you on track. You are wearing the brightest green leathers and the most distinctive helmet as well. Tell us more.
I've got the, usually for Fridays, always run the Cookie Monster helmet, so it's got the big eyes on top, which is actually just sat there, you won't be able to see it, but it's got the Cookie Monster helmet, just so I'm well seen, so people can't, if they turn into me, they can't moan, I didn't see you, because, oh, here we go. Beautiful. There he is. Good little helmet, good bright green leather, so I'm always seen on track, and it's easy to spot where I am and what I'm doing, which is a bit annoying because everyone knows you to get a toe off sometimes, so.
And we'll see that in the race as well, will we?
I don't know if we'll see it in the race, because I'm not going to lie to you, it's boiling in this thing. It's absolutely blimmin' boiling. But I'll give it a good shot, try and wear it for you, but I think after today this is coming off, to be honest with you.
Well, it is fantastic to see you back, Taylor. Good luck, and yeah, we'll love to see what you can do.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll see you around the paddock. Have fun.
We are here in the paddock with Freddy Taylor from the Rookies class. Freddy, tell us about this weekend, Clay Pigeon. Is it a track that you've been to before?
No, it's my first time.
First time, and how are you finding it so far this weekend?
Really good. In the first couple of sessions, I was doing 52s and 51s and 50s, and I came fifth.
Fifth, and well, talk us through your season then. How's it been going so far this year for you?
Really good.
Yeah. So, what are your highlights? What was your best result so far this year? Sixth place, and where was that?
Rowra.
So, who are you looking to beat this weekend here at Clay Pigeon?
Hopefully, Finley Styles and Joey Avicic.
They're the quick ones, are they? The ones that you've got in your targets?
And Austin Dilks, because they're all mainly my targets.
Okay, so tell us about your bike and the team. What's the bike like? Is it, how much fun is it around here on this track?
Really good. I love this track.
Yeah. Okay. And have you got any minimum targets for this weekend? So are you aiming for the podium or top 10?
Hopefully top 3. Or maybe a top 5, and that's what I hopefully want to get.
Okay, well, good luck, Freddy. We'll see whether you can do that, and if you do, I'm sure you'll give us a wonderful celebration on the cool-down lap.
Thank you.
And we're here with Pit Bike Sonic. It is the returning champion, or champion to be maybe this year, Jamie King. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's great to be back at Clay Pigeon. It's been a few years since we've been last here, so yeah, it's nice to be back. This morning's gone quite well. We've done a lot of changes today. I don't think we've gone out on a setting twice today, so we're just having a good play about. And it's good to see the pit bike grids back in some bigger numbers, which has been struggling recently, so that's been really good.
Yeah, a lot of home talent, Clay Pigeon's usual riders, I think. They're club racing people, which adds a bit more spice, a bit more homegrown knowledge. But yeah, this round, Clay Pigeon, there's apparently no Chris Wells here to get in your way. However, there is a certain Taylor Lawrence, and he's back fighting fit and ready to take you down.
Yeah, it's great to have Taylor back. Obviously, he's a good part of our group, but the rumours had it that Chris is making his way here tonight, so could be a good three-way battle for the lead tomorrow. So.
Like old times.
It will be. We just need to get Lucas here, but unfortunately I've heard he's made quite a mess of his pit bike, and he has been rather busy recently with the British Talent Cup, because they've had 2 race meetings in 2 weekends, so
yeah, we'll let him off.
Yeah, we can let him off for that, but yeah, it's nearly like old times. If we could get Reese Peacock back and Rossi Banham, it would be like full old times, but it's good to see some old faces back.
Yeah, absolutely, and some new faces as well, maybe to ruffle the feathers up at the top of the pit bike championship here at FAB-Racing. So tell us about your life in general for you. Pit Bike Sonic still going well, the YouTube channel, all the royalties rolling in from that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of money being earned from it, so yeah, the YouTube channel's going well, subscribers are slowly going up, but I run the Rookies Championship here at FAB for the pit bikes as well. It's not an official championship, I run it for new people who want to come into the sport, because it is really hard for people to come into pit bike racing, and they do get a bit downhearted. They're not at the front straight away, so if you run a Rookies Championship, it gives them something to fight for, and then hopefully they're going to be quicker and battling with the likes of me, Chris and Taylor at the front once they've done their year in the rookie class. So I really advise people to come give it a go.
And of course, you do get the best exposure live streaming from the best media crew in the business at this level, motorsport media. But for those who do want to get involved, those who maybe, I don't know, let's say at BMB, who might want to do a bit more racing, how can they get involved?
Best thing to do is get in contact with me, either me on my own Pit Bike Sonic page, or give a message on the Facebook page. I'm the person who looks after the FAB Facebook stuff, so if you message the FAB page, you're probably going to come through to me unless Roger or Rob gets there before me. So yeah, but best thing, give me a message. I can give you all the details on where you can find the schedule, how to enter and things like that. But yeah, worth giving it a go. I believe you get 3 races at FAB where you only get 2 at B&B, so more for your money.
Excellent. On that note, we'll say, Jamie, thank you and good luck. We'll love to see those 3 wins rolling in.
Hopefully it'll be very nice. Here or Ella would be brilliant.
And we're here with Brad Curtis here at Clay Pigeon. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I've had some good sessions this morning. I'm just my dad's on changing the gearing now, so it's not really working, but I'm doing quite well. I'm sticking with the front runners, so...
Well, that's good. And you've already had a podium this year so far in the 50s. So tell us, how's your season been so far?
It's been quite well. I've been on the podium. It is my first year, so yeah, I've been doing quite well. I'm happy. I will try and get top 3, but everyone's really quitting the 50s, so...
Yeah, they really are, aren't they? So who's your main rival, who you desperately want to get past this weekend at Clay Pigeon?
Byron Johnson and Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw.
Yeah, they are the quick ones at the moment, but you'll be looking to change that?
Yeah, I've been trying to taunt at Byron today, but he's sort of pulled away from us, so I'm going to try and do it in the next session.
So do the other riders help you out, tell you like where they're quick? Do they give you any information?
Not really. Byron does, but...
so it's a good of him to let you know how to go fast, where he's going fast as well. So how are you finding this Clay Pigeon track? We've not been here for a couple of years, have we?
It was my first year here at 2021 in the wet, and I got my first ever podium. So yeah, it's been quite a long time since I've done it though, but I'm hoping to do well, yeah.
So any minimum targets, maybe another podium for you this weekend? Is that what you're aiming for?
Yeah, I'm finding it quite hard though, because this year there hasn't been like quite a lot of technical tracks, so there has been Rara, but that's mostly the hairpins.
Is this quite a technical track, Clay Pigeon?
Yeah, it's like you'll be at the front if you can get the bike on its side. It's hard because you obviously have gears, and I can only change the gears when I'm like the bike's up straight. So yeah, it's hard.
All right, well, we'll love to see what you can do. 3 races coming up for you, Bradley, and, well, good luck.
Thank you.
And we found Annabelle McCarthy. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to see you here. And, well, yeah, we've been following your progress all season. And, well, how has the season in FAB been for you?
It's all right. I'm just at FAB just to have a little bit of a practice, really, because B&B is what I'm mostly focusing on, because I'm in the FAM Cup in the 190s and stuff like that.
And, yeah, you're very busy, obviously, doing a lot of championships and getting quite a lot of exposure as well on various live streams. So here at Clay Pigeon, we've not been back here for a couple of years now. So how are you finding Clay Pigeon? What's it like on this O'Varley for you?
It's all right. I definitely prefer Clay Pigeon on the minis because it was a nice track on the minis. I definitely know I had some successful times here on the minis, but with the bigger bikes, I feel like it's a lot more difficult, especially how it's stop, start. But you just got to get used to it. At this point, a track's a track and a bike's a bike. You just got to race it how it is.
Okay. And, well, tell us how this bike is around here then.
It's all right. It's definitely really punchy. You got to control it a bit, but it's nice. It's a nice bike for this track.
So what are you aiming for this weekend, apart from just having fun, of course? Any minimum targets for you this weekend?
Bring it back in one piece. Probably to come top 5 and just have fun, really.
Yeah. And who's looking quick this weekend at Clay Pigeon? The usual suspects or anyone that we should watch out for, other than yourself, of course?
Just the usual people. They're looking really fast, to be fair.
And we're talking, I suppose there's not many rounds to go left in the in 2024 in both championships. So looking ahead to next season, where will you be? What will we see you doing next?
I think next season I'm probably going to be doing a bit of free tack and B&B as well, mostly focusing on B&B because I'm with the 190. But that's really it. I think I might do a couple of FAB rounds, the ones that B&B's go into, but FAB's doing before. I'll probably do that just to have a little bit of practice and a spin around, really.
Okay. And sponsorship always vitally important for stepping up in various championships. And, well, you've already got a lot of support already.
Yeah, if it wasn't for my sponsors, I don't think I'll be able to do half as much as what I'm doing this year. So I am quite thankful for them, especially my main sponsors as well.
Yeah. And anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Just shout out to my sponsors that have helped me throughout the season, giving me stuff like brake clean and stuff like that, and others give me money in order for me to do FAB-Racing, B&B and a bit of free tech as well.
Oh, that's very generous of them. So for those who might want to know a bit more about yourself, follow your progress through the season. Are you on social media? How can people follow you?
Well, I've got Instagram, Facebook, and my dad's got a TikTok account, so stuff like that, really.
Yeah. And what you like? Do we just put your name in on social media?
If you just put my name in and then my race number, it should come up with my feed and stuff like that.
All right. Well, it's fantastic to see you racing back here, having a bit of fun, and preparing yourself for the future, wherever that should take you, maybe from next year onwards, potentially. So good to see you racing, and good to see what you can do this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
We're here with Matthew Thomas, who's racing in the 70 class here at Clay Pigeon. How are you doing?
Good. So far it's been going amazing. That session I just got down second faster than my old times.
We're speaking on the Friday during free practice, and you and everyone else in the class just seeing how you're doing, because we've not been here for a couple of years racing here at FAB. So how's the bike and how's this track today?
I thought it was going to be wet because it was pouring down rain at midnight, but it dried up quickly. It was a little bit of spots of wetness, but nothing much, so it should be fine for the rest of the weekend.
You feeling confident?
Yes.
Okay. Who's your ones that you really want to beat this weekend?
Probably Travis and Frankie.
And where are they strong then? Where do you think you can beat them on this small Clay Pigeon track?
Probably their braking and the hairpin.
And looking at your season overall, we've only got one round after Clay Pigeon here at FAB. You've had a bit of an up-and-down season with some mischief with your bike getting stolen. You might have seen on social media, we've been following that as well. You've been getting a lot of support from grassroots to Grand Prix as well. So your season overall this year, how are you finding it? How's it been?
Like you said, a bit up and down, but hopefully it changes today.
Yeah. So you're really motivated for this Clay Pigeon round, and what do you think you can do?
And probably get top 5.
Top 5. I think you've already let us into a little bit of a secret about where you might be a bit strong. We'll pretend that never happened though. But where is your best parts of this Clay Pigeon track?
Probably the exit of the final corner.
Yeah. Why?
Because I can get a drive on earlier and people just go up wide.
So you're going to put on some exciting racing for us in these 3 races this weekend?
Yes.
Excellent, that's what we like to hear. Matthew, good luck, and we'll love to see what you can do.
Thank you.
We are here with Austin Johnson. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you here. And, you've been racing quite a few different things lately as you've been growing and developing. You've been doing a bit of supermoto, a bit of motocross, and you're back with FAB on a new bike.
Yeah, so I've just got a new Ovale. We picked it up on Wednesday, and I'm just running it in at the moment, so it should be good for tomorrow and Sunday.
So what's it like on this track, on that bike?
Well, it's my first time riding actually like a bigger bike on this track, but I'm feeling it and it's feeling really nice. Yeah.
So there was a memorable moment a couple of years ago with you and your brother, I think, down at turn number 2, where there was a bit of an incident which we captured. None of that this year, because I don't think you're racing in the same class, are you?
Yeah, not this year. I rode up on the curb and then it didn't turn out very well.
Yeah. Well, it looked spectacular on TV, and yeah, we've still got the footage. Don't worry about that. But yeah, no, you've been doing quite a lot of other stuff. As I said, a bit of supermoto and a bit of motocross. So why come back to Fab? If I mean, presumably it's a lot more fun, I'm guessing.
Well, Fab's my roots. Yeah. It's just, I love it at Fab. There's nice people. It's good to ride.
And good TV coverage as well.
Yeah.
That's good. So Ovale then for this weekend. Brand new Ovale as well, number 27. The nicely, what is that, like Valentino Rossi inspired livery, is it?
Brand new, just how it come.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, it looks pretty nice, and you're going to keep it nice and shiny as well, aren't you?
I'll try my hardest.
So what can you do then for this weekend on these on this brand new bike?
Well, we'll see, won't we?
So for those who don't know, you'll be racing in the in the Dan Goodman's leathers as well, who's caused a little bit of confusion with our commentators last time, because Sullivan Mounsley also raced in Dan Goodman's other leathers, and he was credited with racing, but it was actually Sullivan Mounsley. So we're going to, when we know Dan Goodman's leathers, we're going to obviously know it is you, Austin. So how much fun do you have around this Clay Pigeon track?
Well, this is actually the first track I ever rode at as well, so I really enjoy riding this track.
And how old are you now, by the way?
I'm 13.
13. Seems like we've known you for many. Well, we have known you for many years. So we kind of grow up watching you and Byron together racing.
5 years now I've been riding at Fab.
Yeah. So the future then, have you got plans? What are you looking to do for 2025?
I'm not too sure. In a really ideal world, I would love to go to BTC, but we got to wait for Byron, so I'm not too sure. Maybe stay here, maybe go to do some FIM or do like switch through championships, but I'm not too sure.
Well, it would be great to see you in Talent Cup, in the British Talent Cup at some point in the future, maybe even with your brother as well, maybe in the same team together.
Yeah, maybe racing together again.
Yeah. Well, that would be good. I don't think there's been any brother pairings in the British Talent Cup so far, I don't think, racing at the same time.
Yeah, well, we can change that, can't we?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, good to catch up with you. Austin, good to see what you can do on this new bike, which you will definitely keep clean and not crash.
Definitely. I'll try my hardest anyway. Thank you.
Byron Johnson, the newest winner of the MKGP 70s in Fab Racing. It was fantastic to see you getting that first win last time out at Rowra.
Thank you.
How did you do it? Talk us through your season so far then. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been hard through the 70s because it's my first year, but I think it's been all right.
Yeah, it's been all right. You could say that. Yeah, it's pretty good. You're doing all right in the 50s as well. Tell us more.
I'm doing good in the 50s because I'm leading it, but I reckon it will come down to like a close finish overall. But I reckon I could have it. It'd be good if I could do.
Yeah. We often see you quite determined and close battling as well on track. We love to see that sort of stuff, especially on camera, because it provides a lot of excitement. So what does it feel like when you're actually out on track, especially at Rowra? Because that was, I think, for us anyway, that looked like one of your best weekends.
You just wanna do your best, so you can get the best results and finish as good as you could be.
And who's the biggest competitors in the 70 championship? Because you're not far off the lead.
This weekend, I reckon it's going to be Archie, Wilson, and Travis, maybe Frankie.
Yeah. So are people now looking towards you and thinking about you as a serious title contender, maybe?
I'm not sure. Hopefully.
Well, that smile on your face makes me think that you kind of enjoy battling up front and being in the lead pack as well. So, yeah, it was fantastic to see you win your first race. Did you think you'd be winning it this early?
No.
No?
No chance, no.
So, looking ahead then to the rest of the season, we've got Clay Pigeon. Tell us about this track here, because we've not been here for a couple of years, and last time we were here, I think it was 22, and did we see in that year you and Austin having a little tangle down in turn 2?
Yeah.
Iconic moment that we'll put on screen for you shortly, but we'll move away from that because you're no longer racing together on track. But Clay Pigeon, what's this like? Is it one of your favourites?
I don't know what I think of it. I've not ridden it too much though, but it is a fast sweeping track, so I quite like it.
And looking ahead to the future then, maybe after this season, let's say 2025, what are you going to be doing?
I'm not sure, but maybe the 70s and extremes, 200s, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And long term, where would you like to be racing in a few years' time?
Probably BTC.
BTC and maybe like Redbull Rookies and on the road to MotoGP as we are now already?
Yeah.
And well, you mentioned it there, BTC. Who do you look up to? Who's your like inspirations in racing?
Valentino Rossi and Marquez are the main, but yeah.
So out of those two, who do you feel like your riding style is more like? Or have you got your own riding style? Are you not really like anyone else?
I don't know. This year I have been working on it because last year was a bit iffy, but yeah. I don't know who I look up to with the riding style.
Well, that's good to be more of an individual. We see you maybe racing some other categories as well away from FAB-Racing. We know your brother Austin does a bit of supermoto and motocross, and you're kind of following in his footsteps somewhat.
Yeah, we've both been doing a bit of motocross and Norrisport, but I've been looking this year to hopefully do a bit more Norrisport and get some better results in it.
And looking ahead to this weekend, Clay Pigeon, we've got 3 races ahead this weekend. What are you going to do?
Hopefully win it.
All 3?
Hopefully.
Wow, well, okay, well, let's see what the others have to say about that. So, Byron, good to chat to you. Congratulations for your first race win in the 70s last time out, and let's hopefully, fingers crossed, hope for more.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are here with Henry Broady. How are you doing?
Really good. I'm 6th in the standings, a few points behind 5th, and I'm doing good. And I'm trying to get 5th at the end of the season. And I have crashed from 3rd in the wet Ella, but at least I finished top 6 because I crashed and went 6th still. So it's good then. And then we went to Three Sisters, had a good weekend. We went 4th. And then we went to Rava, we went 4th place in the last race for the pros. We were so close to the podium, but we just couldn't get it. And now we're here at Clay Pigeon.
So tell us about Clay Pigeon. What's this track like? How are you finding it? Are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it really well. It's a tight track a bit, not many straights, and last year I had a massive high side here at the last corner. But I'm fine from that, and I've learned from my mistakes, and I've gone fast each time now.
And what are you hoping to achieve this weekend here at Clay Pigeon?
We can try and get a podium, and just try and get some top 5s, and try to qualify better, because I normally qualify 8th, and I want to qualify better than 8th this time.
Okay, well, good luck on the qualification and the 3 races here at Clay Pigeon. Henry, good luck. We'll love to see what you can do.
Thank you, and I want to thank all my personal sponsors for all the money what they gave us to go here at all the rounds.
Fantastic stuff. How can people follow your racing progress? Do you have a pages on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram, and I have more followers than some races in BSB. And I don't know how, but it's just how many followers I got.
Well, maybe it's because people like watching you race and seeing what you can do.
Yeah, probably. I think they like watching me race, and lots of people are coming over this weekend.
What are your fans?
of people who I know, and some of my cousins probably too.
And what do your friends and schoolmates make of you racing, and your teachers? What do they think?
When I get like a podium, I show them my medals, and if I got an overall trophy, I show them that too. And I show them lots of stuff, and I showed them last year lots of pictures, so they kind of know I'm the only racer in the school.
Oh, that's fantastic that you've got lots of supporters, and more supporters than some BSB riders, which we didn't know about, Henry. So, well done. Congratulations so far, and yeah, we'll love to see you on the podium this weekend, maybe. So we're here with Pro and Elite rider. It's Tommy Keats. How are you doing?
Good.
Well, it's good to see you here at Clay Pigeon. How are you finding it? We're talking on the Friday. You've had a couple of test sessions, practice sessions already. What's this track like?
Fast and flowing.
What's your favourite part of it?
Probably the corner down at the bottom.
All right, and tell us about your season so far then, Tommy. How's things been going for you? What's your best result so far?
So my best result in the Elites is a 3rd, and the best result in my pro race was a 5th. And at the start of the season, I've done the Rookies, and then from LR onwards, I've done the Pros and Elite classes.
And when's the first win coming?
Hopefully this year or next year.
Yeah, okay. And well, looking ahead to next year, we've only got one round left after Clay Pigeon in FAB. What are you going to be doing next year?
I'm going to be doing the test rides on the Metrikit 50s, and then I'm just going to do the Elites instead of the Pros.
And how much fun is riding in the Elites?
A lot.
So who are you looking to beat this weekend here at Clay Pigeon?
Well, hopefully my brother. And yeah, hoping to come at least top 7s.
And well, tell us how competitive it gets between you and your brother in this, on track.
Quite a lot.
Yeah. What sort of things do you say to each other before a race?
Well, obviously we like good luck to each other, and yeah, and like when we're on track, just ride the bike.
And then hopefully no crashing between each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, Tommy, it'll be good to see what you can do, and we'd love to see that first win whenever that happens.
Thank you.
And we're here with Tommy's brother, Maxwell. How are you doing?
Good.
So, yeah, we're here at Clay Pigeon, and, yeah, your brother, Tommy, was just telling us how competitive you both are on track with each other.
Yeah, I try to get past him all the time, and yeah.
So, yeah, tell us about your season so far. What do you think of it? How's it going? Have you enjoyed it so far?
Yeah, it's been really joyful, and, yeah.
What's your most favourite round so far?
I like Rowra. Rowra was a good circuit. Also, Ella Park was good, and this circuit is quite a good circuit as well.
So what's fun about Clay Pigeon? What do you like best?
It's a fast track, and yeah.
So what's going to happen this weekend? We're all dying to see you on track. So what sort of things can you do for us in front on camera?
Hopefully try and get at least top 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very specific.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, top 7. We'll watch out to see if you can do it. And if you do achieve a top 7, even maybe a top 6, are you going to do a great celebration for us?
I'll try and do a great celebration.
Good. Just make sure you don't fall off when you're celebrating.
I'll try not to.
Okay. Well, good luck. We'll love to see you get in that top 7.
Thank you.
So we're here with Daisy Grayson. Daisy, it's good to see you here racing at Clay Pigeon. Tell us about your weekend so far.
It's gone really well. It's my first time here, so I'm aiming for top 10 on my race. because it's really good for me because I'm a girl who likes tight and twist, and it's really good for me.
So, yeah, you've been with Fab for a number of races already, and you've been doing the season. It's been great to follow your progress in the rookies. What's this class like, then? Tell us about how much fun you're having this year.
I'm having really fun because it's an easier group, so I can get quicker and learn how to overtake more people.
And, someone told me maybe that... what do you do outside of racing? Do you have any other hobbies and activities?
My other hobbies are, like, helping my dad fix my bike if I've crashed, or just checking everything's okay with it.
Yeah. So you're fully into racing, and how much do you love racing at the moment?
I like it a lot, but I've been in Fab quite a while now, and the tracks in Fab are really good.
Well, it is great to see you racing. Daisy, have you got any minimum targets that you want to achieve this weekend? Who do you want to really beat?
I'm aiming to beat Logan Paisley.
Yeah. Why?
Because me and him are friends, and me and him always battle in races.
Right, okay, so there's a bit of rivalry there, a bit of competition. Okay, that'll be good to see. Looking ahead then, Clay Pigeon, how much fun is this track on your bike? What do you like best about it?
I like best is how good the corners are and how long some courses are, because they suit me very well.
And for those who maybe don't know about you, Daisy, for those who maybe just see you racing on track and fighting with Logan and others, so tell us then about yourself then. You told us about your hobbies and interests. What about your heroes? Who do you like in motorcycle racing?
I don't really know, because I don't really watch other people. All I do is watch my dad.
Oh, well, that's nice to have your father as inspiration, maybe. So, and what about the future? Where do you see yourself maybe in a few years' time? Maybe in BSB or MotoGP?
I'm aiming for BSB.
I'm sure you can do it, Daisy. Until then, it'll be fantastic to see you fighting up at the front and having lots of fun.
Thank you.
Harris Wasson racing in the 50s and 70s this weekend at Clay Pigeon here at FAB-Racing. It's good to see you racing and doing both championships this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited, as it'll be my first time racing the 70.
It's the multicolours, the Rothmans liveried inspired bike that we often see on the live stream. It really stands out. It is one of the ones to watch. It's certainly one of the prettiest bikes anyway. It's where did that inspiration come from?
I wanted to go like an old style with my motorbike, and I thought that colour scheme looked cool.
It definitely does. And you're racing in your 70s as well, which is the grey coloured bike, is that right?
Yeah, I'm excited to ride it. I only got it like a couple weeks ago, and I've went a couple practice days at some tracks, but I've not really had too much experience on it.
All right, so far in 2024 then, tell us about your season. How's it been going for you, and how much have you enjoyed racing here at FAB?
Yeah, it's my first year at FAB, so and I'm looking for top 10 in the championship, and I think that I'm estimated to get top 10, and yeah.
Okay, and tell us about Clay Pigeon as well. How much do you enjoy this track? What's good about it?
I like this track because it's really technical, and I have to work hard for it, and it's like a smooth left and right track.
Okay, minimum targets for you this weekend? What can we see you doing? Maybe a podium? Is that out of the question?
Yeah, that is, but probably top 12 in this race.
Maybe even a top 10, let's say that. Hey, aim high.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't think I'll get a top 10 on the 70. Probably 14th place on the 70, but I might come top 10 on the 50.
All right, well, it'll be great to see what you can do and what sort of a show you can put on in front of everyone for the live stream.
Yep.
All right. Harris, thank you very much for chatting to us.
Thank you.
And we're here with a racing brothers here. It's Riley and Logan Paisley. Starting off, we'll have a chat with you first then, Riley. You're racing in the 50s and 70s this weekend here at Clay Pigeon. So tell us about your season so far. How's that been going for you?
Well, I've had a good start to the season, and then at Three Sisters I had a big off and broke my lower leg. So I struggled then, and then I got back on the bike last round and I've been strong.
And Clay Pigeon, so you're back on the bike now, obviously, and it is one of the most distinctive bikes that stands out, certainly. It's a nice green livery. And how is this Clay Pigeon for you? Have you been out on practice so far, and how much fun is it around here?
It's quite bumpy, but it's like a really nice layout. You can flick the bike left and right, and it's like a fast circuit.
So what are your aims? What are your goals? What are you going to achieve this weekend?
I'd like a top 5.
Top 5?
Yeah.
And who's the person you most want to beat this weekend?
I want to be battling with like Brad Curtis and yeah.
Okay, well, it would be good to see you. And I did mention at the start as well, you're also a brother to Logan as well. And Logan, you're racing in the Rookies this year. So, yeah, just tell us about your season then. How's that going for you?
Really good.
So what about the your favourite tracks this? How's Clay Pigeon so far for you?
Good.
So how much fun is it around here on your Rookies bike?
It's bumpy.
And do you struggle with that? Because, I mean, you're not very physical. Do you have to be very sort of big and physical?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your best result so far this year, then?
It's been a 12th.
And where was that? What happened?
Rowler.
Oh, Rowler. Okay, so, yeah, the race just gone. Talking about your heroes in racing, obviously, you're probably going to say it's your brother. You look up to him, and he's your superhero. But who do you most want to be like in racing?
Benny Grayson.
Benny Grayson. Why is that?
Because he's very fast.
He is, isn't he? Okay, so, what can you do this weekend in the Rookies? So what are you going to put on a show for us this weekend?
Top 10.
Top 10. That'll be good to see. So, yeah, it'll be good to see you both. And, yeah, just one final question with Riley. Same question for you as well, really. For those who maybe don't know, who might have just watched you on the live stream, tell us a bit about what you do outside of racing. Who are your heroes? Do you have any hobbies, that sort of thing?
Well, I quite like football. I've got a lot of heroes in like the BSB paddock. I've got Sam Laffins and Ben Grayson, and my dad's company sponsors both of them, so like they're like teammates. So yeah.
And are you any good at football?
I'm okay, yeah.
You're okay. Sounds very modest. Okay. Are you better at racing or football?
Racing.
Well, we'll love to see you getting and beating all your opponents this weekend, and to see what your brother can do as well. Both, thank you very much.
On the road to MotoGP. FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome back to Clay Pigeon. Welcome to Sunday afternoon's action here at FAB-Racing, and you join us at the perfect time as Moto Team is getting ready to get underway for their second race of the weekend. It's been a nice lunch break, some nice food was had, and now we're here and ready to get racing once again. As always, of course, you join myself, Ross McIntyre, and alongside me, Zach Sweeney. And Zach, this should be very, very interesting indeed. Moto Team, well, there's only 4 bikes out there for some reason, but it'll still be an interesting one because there's 3 O'Keeffes out there. So we'll have to wait and see. And I believe that other bike is Sean Whittaker, I want to say. I'm hoping it's Sean Whittaker. Yes, it is Sean Whittaker. So we've got Gary O'Keefe, I think, is the only open class bike out there, and he's well on his way to be winning the championship of that anyway. But the O'Keefes, you've got those other two, Ben and Harry, and then you've got Sean Whittaker as well. So those three have been pretty close together actually all weekend. So there could be a bit of a race on our hands.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yesterday obviously we supposedly didn't see the majority of a fantastic battle between two of the O'Keefes and Sean Whittaker, but we are going to show this one, and we are going to focus pretty much all of our attention, hopefully, on what is going to be a fantastic battle. They're going to line themselves up onto the grid, how they should have been. On the grid, Will Howarth should have taken pole position. Harrison O'Keefe then will assume second place. Behind him, Ben, alongside Sean Whittaker. You can see there just pulling in on the 65. It should have been Madison Martelou in P5. Instead, it'll be Gary O'Keefe in P6 to round off this grid.
We've got some more coming in. They were late. We've just seen people pulling out. Madison Martelou coming in. There's someone else there as well. I can't quite see it. There we go. So they're a little bit late, those guys. But that's a 6-bike race at least. I'm not sure who that is on the left-hand side behind Madison Martelou, but we've now got 6 at least. So, I mean, it was racing start at 1:30 UK time. That was the order. And it's time to go racing, I suppose. It is lights out. We are underway. I think there was a little bit of a jump start in there for someone, but it's a good getaway there for Sean Whittaker. He's going to lead down into turn 1 after they go 3 abreast. Looked like someone else coming out of the pits as well, so another bike joining in on this one, but Sean Whittaker leads from Ben O'Keefe. Harrison O'Keefe in at P3. Very, very close between a lot of them. Kieran Evans on the 231 has joined the tracks. That was the other rider that we weren't sure was on. Apparently Will Howarth's also out on circuit now as well. So, and yeah, he is. Oh, Will Howarth's doing another last to first, isn't he? Oh, for goodness sake, Will Howarth out on circuit. So we've now got 7 bikes, and he's, despite the fact he started from the pit lane behind everyone else, he's already chopping his way through the field. Yeah, he's working his way up. Let's see if he's able to go and get after, of course, the top 4. Gary O'Keefe is the one he needs to beat for points, and of course in class we've got standard and open. But let's see if he can go and chase for the overall, because that is the battle. Sean Whittaker on the 01 ahead of Harrison O'Keefe, who's in hot pursuit, of course, on that 65 machine, looking to the inside, but not quite brave enough on the brakes, not quite close enough on that occasion. They've got 10 and a half laps left to go. It was 11 at the line. It will be 10 to go next time by. Fastest lap, understandably, by Will Howarth for 45.976 on his first representative lap. Let's see if he's able to, sort of get that time down more to what it was yesterday. There is Sean Whittaker though, and Harrison O'Keefe is not relenting any in the pressure inside of turn number 1, but Sean Whittaker is able to go the long way round. Nicely done with 10 laps left to go. That was an aggressive attempt there by Harrison O'Keefe, clearly feeling racy after the lunch break. He's got a bit of food in him and thinks, yeah, go on, I can have this, because he is pushing Sean Whittaker very, very hard. The number 1 bike is having to do a lot of defensive work right now. If he was complaining about how he wasn't on camera yesterday, he's certainly on camera now, but he might be moving in a direction that he doesn't want to on camera, as he could be going backwards. O'Keefe, Harrison, that is, with the fastest lap on the previous tour, 43.335, 2/10 quicker than Sean Whittaker's lap time. There'll be 9 laps to go at the line this time. Let's see what the timing screens are saying this time. It will be both of them a little bit slower. Sean Whittaker slightly faster. Will Howarth sets a lap that is a second quicker than anybody else's best efforts. So Will Howarth is going to get involved in this battle as well. Of course, he's in the open class. Sean Whittaker, Harrison and Ben O'Keefe, they're all in the standard class, so they're all fighting for overall places anyway. But Will Howarth, he just wants the overall win. Yeah, exactly. That's all he really cares about, and just having some fun while he's out there as well. 9 laps left to go, and the 64 of Ben O'Keefe is first up on the list. He's going to look to the inside of right hand, and nicely done indeed. Just saw the gap, and I don't really think Ben O'Keefe was too interested in putting too big of a battle up against Will Howarth, and now he can start the offence towards the top 2, and you can bet that neither Sean Whittaker or Harrison O'Keefe are going to let him by nicely. Another fastest lap just been set, 42.489, which again was another second taken out of Whittaker and 1.3 seconds taken out of Harrison O'Keefe. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Yeah, that number 96 bike is just unbelievable, and the bloke on it isn't too bad either. Will Howarth is riding out of his mind. The nearest open class rider is Gary O'Keefe, who's P6 overall at the moment. There's only 3 open class bikes in total, with Kieran Evans P7. overall. So, yeah, he's not got a lot of competition for the class win. He just fancies going for the overall win. And he's already right on the back of Emerson Oakley. In his previous lap, that lap he's just done, should I say, was even quicker than his previous lap, which was another fastest lap of the race. They're all 42.4s. And he's closing. Oh, that's slow. That's Kieran Evans going slowly. Actually looks like he was just letting the top riders through. No obligation for Kieran Evans to do that, as through goes. Well, that was easy for Will Howard, wasn't it? Again, no obligation for the slower riders to move out of the way for the faster riders in FAB-Racing. There are no blue flags, but some riders like to just be nice. Clearly that's what Kieran Evans was doing.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, it is down to the faster rider. It's their responsibility to lap and get, lapped safely. So, of course, and again, if something goes wrong, it is on the faster rider. But here is Will Howard. We're watching Sean Whittaker as well with 6 laps left to go. Look to the inside of turn number 2. No way through for Will Howard. Sean Whittaker, I'm sure you all caught it. I'm sure we all saw it. He is having to defend. The 96 of Will Howard is all over the rear end of him, ducking and diving and sending the move on the brakes to the hairpin and gets it stopped. Well, yeah, we all saw that one.
Yeah, sorry, Sean. They brought that one upon yourself, my friend. So you're telling us that we're not filming you enough. But Sean Whittaker, as we take the mick all in good jest, he loses the... it's in good jest. What are you talking about? He takes, or loses the overall lead, shall I say, to Will Howard. But... still leading the way in the standard class, and because Howard was pushing him a little bit, he had to up the pace. It's given him quite a healthy gap back to Harrison O'Keefe. So Sean Whittaker, despite the fact he's lost the overall lead to that monstrous number 96, still pretty comfortably in the lead of the standard class. Here we've got some action between Madison Martlew and Gary O'Keefe. Gary O'Keefe actually on track to take the Open Class Championship, possibly doing it this weekend even. Because of just his consistent appearances here at FAB-Racing, which is absolutely fantastic for Gary. Push onwards. There you go, Kieran Evans moving out of the way once again. Madison and Martlew on the 888 in the standard class, Gary O'Keefe on the 63 in the open class. So these guys are fighting for fun, not for position. Currently running P5 and P6 overall. The 888, as it stands, just holding on in front of the 63 as they come round top bend and blast their way back onto the main straight. Looked like something was flapping off the 888 there for a second. It might have just been my eyes deceiving me, and I think it was, because it looks okay from that angle. The 888's been a very, very reliable bike in all of its years here at FAB-Racing. Madison, I don't think, has ever had a mechanical fault from memory, so it runs all right. Of course, Moto Team, the cheapest form of motorsport available in the UK. There's a little look up the inside there from Gary O'Keefe. And if you're watching along at home, there's Gary O'Keefe still side by side with Madison Martlew. Don't think it's going to work out, unfortunately, as the 888 has the inside. But that was some nice racing there. As I was saying, though, if you're watching along at home and you fancy getting involved in FAB-Racing on a bit of a budget, get yourself some mates together, all pitch in for, a cheap bike, whack a race fairing on it, and you can go racing. And of course, it's Moto Team, it's all about the bike, not who's on it. So you can let your mate ride it and then still scores points.
Yeah, exactly. The most difficult part of that entire equation is having friends to come and have a ride with. So, just get them together, and even if you're just wanting to do it solo, just get a bike, get a race fairing on it, and come down and have a laugh. Even if you've never ridden before, it will still be enjoyable for you. There's the 63. Look into the inside of the 888. Of course, Gary O'Keefe versus Madison Martlew, and the 888 once again gets done. This time to the outside. The 63 tries to sweep the long way round of the horseshoe. We've not seen that this weekend. It gets the momentum towards right hand, but again, no way through. 2 laps left to go at the line, of course, for them. Will Howarth. 4 seconds clear of Sean Whittaker, who is in this race. We haven't seen him for a few seconds, but he's still in the race.
Yep, Sean, we can see you. Don't worry. Gary O'Keefe, he's we can't see him, but he's there. Gary O'Keefe, another little look to the inside. Gary, of course, the oldest out of the O'Keefe family, the O'Keefe trio. 1 lap to go then for Will Howard, the number 96. It's been a very casual romp from the pit lane into the lead of the race. Once again, through the S's for the very final time in race number 2 in the Moto Team. And I say it before, and I'll say it again. Every time Will Howard shows up, he makes it look easy. Trust me, it really isn't. But that bike is just so good, and he is not half bad either. Through horseshoe he goes into right hand and then top bend at the final turn of the circuit. It is the last lap, I think, and as he comes onto the main straight, he will look behind, look ahead and see the checkered flag. Will Howarth dominant once again in the Moto Team from the pit lane to the checkered flag. Unreal from him. Sean Whittaker takes victory in the standard class with Harrison O'Keefe second and Ben O'Keefe set to come home in P3, P4 overall as well. But Will Howarth waves to the camera and then just a lovely Sunday afternoon ride.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, we'll run you through the full results once everyone's crossed the line, but he even looked back as he crossed the line as if to say, what is going on? Because he wasn't too sure if anyone else was still on track. It was Sean Whittaker. He was just 8 seconds back. Will Howarth, though, was able to take the victory overall and in the open. Sean Whittaker and Harrison O'Keefe complete the podium ahead of Ben O'Keefe, who completes the standard podium. The Triple Eight of Madison Marcelou finishes ahead of Gary O'Keefe, with Kieran Evans down in 7th to complete our 7-rider field for race 2 of the Moto Team here for round 6 of FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships in 2024. We'll see them a little bit later on when they head for race number 3. Sidecars about to get themselves onto track action for their second race of the weekend. And we saw some fireworks from these guys this time yesterday. The 3-way bout, it has to be said, between our top 3 in terms of the running order. Greenstreet and Williams and also Lee as well. All 3 of those bikes, the 90, the 26 and the 44, have all been in hot contention pretty much since Three Sisters, where of course we saw history repeat itself with the 19, the 26, but also the new contender on the scene in the form of the 44. Let's see who else is going to be able to take to the top spot this weekend, because the Greenstreets, they've been firing back on all cylinders pretty much after that sort of poor round at the double round at Rowra has really spiced it up in the championship. They're able to regain some of those points and get it back up to a 31-point lead in the championship. But still, there's a lot that Williams can do, especially on a bike and a track that should favour him.
Absolutely. Of course, the Greenstreets did take the victory in race number 1. But, and it's a big but, it was very hard fought. They had to work for it because Mick Williams was right on their tail the whole way through, and the 44 as well, pushing very, very hard. It is the 26 of Mick Williams who starts from pole position. Jayton Leo Greenstreet on the number 90 in P2. P3 is Mick Lee, with P4 being Chris Impey and Dave Caves. P5, Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet on the 11, with P6, Mark Parker on the 230. P7, it's the Hoskermobile, the 127 of John Hosker. And P8, Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook on the 369. Draw 8 sidecar grid, a very healthy sidecar grid as well, which is great to see, and hopefully just as good of a race as we had in race number 1. Wait and see. Maybe we'll get some changing for position as well, because the Greenstreets had a lot of pressure to deal with yesterday. There was a point as well where Mick Williams was able to slide through, so it's entirely possible we could have a different winner in this one.
Yeah, I think so. Mick Williams, I mean, he was aggressive yesterday. The Greenstreets had to be aggressive back in order to get the lead from the 26, who is definitely going to be wanting to vie for the championship. Throw into the mix that 44 of Mick and Danny Lee as well. They're starting from 3rd. You can see just pulling into shot there. They also could throw a spanner into the works. It all depends really from that initial get-go. Who is going to cement themselves as an early lead and then take control of this race and leave everyone else on the back foot chasing them? We'll find out in due course. 9 laps of racing for race 2 of the Mini F1 Sidecars. Lights are on, and let's go racing. Good start from the 26, a good second phase, it must be said as well. The number 90 immediately has to turn their attention to defending from the 44. Around the outside as well comes Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet on the 11 machine. They're going the long way around to the 44 into the S's. There's no way through. The 26 is able to lead from the 90. Then comes the 44. 1, 2 and 3. How long can Williams hang on?
That number 90 gave the 26 a big, big nudge into Billy's Bend. So I think they're desperate to try and work their way back through as they pull all the way to the outside. Very unique lines there from the Greenstreets. There we see further back in the pack, Jamie Alexander managing to hold position in front of Chris Impey on the 4-5-7. As the front 3 begin to bolt away, the rest of the midfield continue to do battle. Although they're not bolting away that much, it must be said. John Hosker, a good start as well. He's made up a couple of places away at the line. Looking to the inside there, go the Greenstreets. Gap wasn't there. Well defended by Mick Williams on the 26. Once again, Mick Williams sliding around a lot. We've seen that quite consistently this season. The sidecar very happy to move around, but it has cost him. It's costed him yesterday. He just lets the rear step up too much, kills his momentum. He needs to try and avoid doing what he did in race 1, just losing that rear a little bit too much, being overconfident and then losing positions. But as I say that, actually, the 44 is currently putting pressure on the 90, so I don't think Mick Williams has to worry too much right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're all just sort of equidistant from each other. I mean, the gap from P1 to P2 is about the same as it is from P2 to P3. We'll see exactly what it is as they break the beam for another lap, and it is a case of 7 tenths for the lead, 4 tenths for that fight for second. So they are close, just not really close enough to do much at the moment. And the number 90, of course, is trying to apply some pressure, but again, at what point do you maybe have to turn your attention backwards in order to sort of firm yourself in P2? A bit of a battle going on further back as well. Nice little jostling going on. That is, of course, the 230 of Mark Parker, the 127, of course, the Hoskermobile, and the 369 of Vince Bailey just in between. The 44, though, is through on the 90. They've worked their way up in a second place. At what cost, though, and where is Mick Williams? Can they go and catch?
Yeah, is there maybe a problem there for someone? What's going on with the number 90? Because they've gone backwards and run very, very wide out of the final corner. Are there issues for the number 90? Intermittent problems, perhaps, as they continue to push onwards. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll wait and see if they are okay as they continue to work their way round through the S's. But very, very strange. The 44 up into second place. Must be said, fastest lap of the race last time as well, a 45.375. Jason and Leo Greenstreet, a 46.990. Nearly a second and a half, or well over a second and a half off, actually. So, problems for the 90. Let's hope they all get sorted. Mick Williams still leads up the front, though. That's going to take a little bit of the pressure, a little bit of the weight off of the shoulders of the 26 crew.
Yeah, it is indeed. They're going to have to close in, is Mick Lee, and try and claw at that gap. You can see there visually it's not too much, and they're actually better poised through T1, opening up turn 2 to get that momentum. Let's see how they dance their way through. Bit of an issue, I think, maybe, for the 127 for the Hoskermobile. I think they might well be having some problems and pulling their way into pit lane, and that could well be their race done. Hopefully we'll see them out later on for race 3. There's the 230 though of Parker being chased by the 369 of Vince Bailey. So nice to see that we've got a fight at the front and a fight here for P6.
Absolutely, Vince Bailey is not going to make it easy for Mark Parker to hold on to that P6. Vince Bailey, one of the most, and Amy Tilrock as well, of course, as the passenger, don't forget, one of the more eclectic sidecar outfits, shall we say. Tendency to, get up on two wheels. They've rolled it before, if memory serves, and they will really put on some fireworks while out on the racetrack. And as you can see there, aggressive defending from Mark Parker to hold the position down in turn number 1. And as they make their way into Billy's Bend, a little bit late on the brakes there from the 230, but able to get away with it. Haven't lost too much time. It's only a short run into the S's. Tell you what's going up at the front of the pack. Meanwhile, the 44 has closed right up to Mick Williams.
Yeah, really have. Of course, they were able to take their first victory at race 5 of Roura a couple of weeks ago, and they're just hungry. You get addicted, you want that winning rush once again, and they've got 3 laps to go and chase it. They've been on the podium ever since they kickstarted their season at Three Sisters. They have not slowed down, chipping away at that gap between the top 2, who have been so dominant in this championship. Look out for the 90 as well. It seems whatever problem they did have has thwarted, and they are able to get themselves back into this fight, particularly if the top 2 continue to battle Mick Williams under huge amounts of pressure.
44, that's the first real look they've had in this race, looking to the outside, down into the hairpin as they negotiate their way through the horseshoe and into right hand. Neck and neck stuff here in race 2 of the mini F1 sidecars. Can the 44 find a way through a little bit sideways, coming out of top bend? Glance back as well. Where are the green streets? 2 laps to go this time. Time running out for Mick Lee. Time time running out for Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Can they find a way through, or is Mick Williams going to hold on for a second win of the weekend?
We're going to have to find out, because he is under pressure. Mick Lee needs to be just applying it in any way that he can in order to put Mick Williams off his line, force him into a mistake. Of course, he's a multiple-time sidecar champion. It got to a point that he didn't even give he just handed the trophies back at the end of the season, because he knew the next season he'd just pick them back up again. So that is how good he is, how experienced he is. He knows how to be in this position. He knows how to deal with this situation, but also that 44 is hungry for the win. And Clay Pigeon, we've seen, have got plenty of opportunities to overtake if you're brave enough. 1 lap left to go for history potentially to be made for them to take their second win.
Jason and Leo Greenstreet would love for Mick Lee to get through Mick Williams for their championship hopes. Mick Lee wants to get through to get a race win again this season. And Mick Williams, well, he wants to win and hope that the Greenstreet stay in third. In the meanwhile, late on the brakes goes the 44, 26 defensive on the inside. Time running out for Mick Lee. I think the 26 has got this one in the bag, because if you look at where they're putting the sidecar, if you look at the time that's left, they'll have to go once more defensive into top bend, the final corner. And as they come round now, the 44, try as they might, could not find a way through. It is 2 out of 2 for the 26, or maybe not, a drag race to the line out of nowhere. But Mick Williams takes the win after squeezing Mick Lee onto the grass. And I wonder if that one might go to the stewards, because it looked like the 44 had to get out of the throttle there a little bit to avoid an accident or going onto the grass. So we'll have to wait and see. But as it stands, the 26 race winner once again here at Clay Pigeon. And a great race as well. Super, super close between the top three. Jason and Leo Greenstreet bring it home in P3 as well, with Chris Impey in P4 on the 457. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook for 5th, with Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet in P6. I think they encountered some issues late on, with Mark Parker in P7. Unfortunately, we lost John Hosker. Of course, they'll be back out for race 3 a bit later on.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, title decider.
The premier class of FAB-Racing is hotting up here. The LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. And of course, it is a title decider. Wilson Dilks, he cannot win the championship in this race, but he can put very much one hand on the trophy. 70 points is the gap between himself and Archie O'Brien. The gap at the end of the weekend needs to be 75 for him to take home the title. The riders making their way out onto the grid. Now, I've been joined by a very special guest in the commentary box. If you'd like to introduce yourself to people listening at home, thanks for joining us.
Oh, yeah, hi, I'm Daniel. I'm just Matthew's brother. I was here commentating. I've come around every now and then, here off school now. So, yeah, glad to be here.
Well, yeah, pleasure to have you in the commentary box with us for what could be a very exciting race. Of course, the big story in this one, Archie O'Brien returns after missing yesterday through injury. Was told he was not allowed to race, given the all clear by the doctors this morning. And while they were rebuilding the bike from his crash in qualifying, they found that he did not have the right gearing in the bike either. So he is going to have to figure out what it's going to happen. So here we go. The riders waiting on the grid. They are missing someone. That's down in P3. That should be Finley Polehill on the 199, who we're not seeing out on circuit. Can't see him in the dummy grid either, but we're getting going on our formation lap. So let's get going through the grid. Archie O'Brien starts on pole. Championship leader Wilson Dilks alongside him. Finley Polehill starts in 3rd, or should be anyway, with Byron Johnson in P4. Harry Payne is 5th, with Travis Shaw in 6th. Matthew Thomas 7th, Frankie Watson P8, Taylor Thomason is 9th, and George Ackerman in P10, rounding out our top 10. Beth Ashby's 11th, Lucy Curtis in 12th, Riley Paisley 13th, and Harris Watson in P14. So, Dan, this could be a very, very interesting race. Again, championships on the line. And what do you think is going to happen in this one?
I think it's going to be a good race. Hopefully, I think Byron's going to have a good lead. He's going to put some pressure on Archie. I think Archie's going to do it, though. I think he's just going to get ahead at some point. Byron's going to put some pressure on the corners on him. But I think Archie's just going to outbreak him and just eventually get away.
We'll have to wait and see. Archie O'Brien feeling supremely confident this weekend, even with that crash in qualifying that took him out of race number 1. Can he take his first race victory of this season and put the pressure back on Wilson Dilks in the championship race ever so slightly? It is anybody's guess as to how it's going to unfold. Byron Johnson only 2 points behind him in P3 as well. The championship is hotting up. The racing is underway here at Clay Pigeon in race number 2. Great start from Wilson Dilks. Archie O'Brien shoved out wide by Byron Johnson. He'll fall down to P3 from pole position, but it is the championship leader, Wilson Dilks, who gets the getaway that he wanted, launches away at the lights and holds the lead as they head down into the hairpin for the first time. O'Brien trying to put some pressure on Travis Shaw, who was mega in the 50s race earlier on, putting some pressure on the number 91 as well. But that was a great start from Wilson Dilks. Archie O'Brien, unfortunately, Dan, just a little bit slow away at the lights.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he had a good start at the start. But Byron and Wilson Dilks, they shot off at the start. But Archie is getting back. He's probably going to overtake Byron sooner or later.
Look at the gap that Wilson Dilks already has, 0.8 of a second at the line, and visually it looks even larger than that as Archie O'Brien is hounding Byron Johnson, trying to find any way through that number 37. O'Brien knows he needs every single point he can get his hands on to try and stop the rot in the championship fight. Again, 75 points is the magic number. That is the gap that Wilson Dilks needs back to O'Brien in P2 to walk away from Clay Pigeon as champion. O'Brien tries to go the long way round the outside of Byron Johnson. Can't quite work it out, but maybe on the brakes down into Billy's Bend. That is brilliant from Spider-Man as he slides back up into second and can now start to chase Wilson Dilks, but he's already 2 seconds back. Is it too little, too late already? As Johnson now goes on the attack down into the hairpin. Great stuff from Archie O'Brien. What do you think Byron Johnson can do to try and get back at him?
I think he's just going to try to get it on the brakes again. He's going to work his way around. He's going to try it on the outside, on the inside. He's just going to try to get past Archie as much as he can. He's not going to let him go.
Further back in the pack, this is Travis Shaw trying to hold off from Harry Payne, the number 4. Absolutely unreal pace in the Mini-GP 50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre earlier on. Ended up taking the race 2 victory with a ludicrous charge from 5th place on the final lap, getting the move done as well. Harry Payne, meanwhile, been on good form this weekend and looking to try and improve his results from so far. Can the number 11 squeeze around the outside, coming into the horseshoe? Not quite on this occasion, as there we see Frankie Watson and Matthew Thomas as well. So, not doing too badly at the moment, Matthew.
No, he seems to be doing good this race weekend. I think he did crash out on the extremes though, or last race, but he's doing good in the 70s. I think it's like the first time he's been racing in the 70s this week, so he's been doing good so far. He's been a lot of pressure on Frankie, so it seems to be he's doing good.
Absolutely, Matthew Thomas doing a very, very solid job, and let me tell you, putting pressure on Frankie Watson is no mean feat, because Frankie's one of the toughest riders out there in the FAB-Racing paddock and is an absolute master at defensive riding. Archie O'Brien, fastest lap last time, 10th quicker than Wilson Dilks' best effort, a 37.740 for the number 91, but the gap currently lies at 2.1 seconds. That is a big, big margin for Archie O'Brien to try and close down. As we continue to follow Matthew Thomas round as he continues to try and hunt down Frankie Watson. Good at lap times last time. Finley Powell has joined this race, currently in P8. I think he may have been slow out to the grid. There may have been a problem in the holding area. And if you do not make it out in grid in time for the sighting lap, you must start from the back or from the pit lane. As we see there, that, of course, is Travis Shaw, still withholding the pressure from Harry Payne. Travis is doing a great job, but can Harry try and squeeze his way through? It's very difficult to overtake round here, Dan.
Yeah.
What do you think Harry needs to do just to try and get through Travis?
I think he just needs to be brave and just be slightly late on the brakes, just not putting himself in danger and Travis in danger as well. Just needs to try and get past him on the brakes, because Travis is very good with the braking and with the corners. That's how he got past Matthew on the last 70 race. So Harry just needs to try work out when Travis is braking and just out-brake him very so slightly. You'll eventually get past.
Absolutely. Payne continuing to put the pressure on Shaw. but is it enough? 6 laps left to go. Still time left in this race. As it stands, the championship gap will be at 75 points at the end of this race. Not enough to Dilks to win the championship in race number 2, but if it stays at that margin at the end of race 3, we crown Wilson Dilks the 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British champion, joining the likes of Marco Holt, Casey O'Gorman, and so many more that have come before him. Ethan Sparks as well comes to mind as a former champion of this series. Right now, Travis Shaw doing an excellent job. Harry Payne just hasn't quite been able to find a way through as they rocket round right hand and into top bend before blasting their way back onto the main straight. Maybe Harry Payne, do you think he maybe needs to try something a bit unorthodox, try and move into a corner where maybe it's unexpected from Travis Shaw?
Yeah, he just needs to catch him by surprise, because I doubt Travis will be expecting something no one else would do. So if Harry's able to do something that is surprising and no one else would try it by themselves, then I think he'll get past Travis, because he won't be able to defend it as well as he would be able to if he was doing it normally.
Absolutely. There we do see race leader, championship leader Wilson Dilks. Currently 1.8 seconds ahead of Arch O'Brien. There is O'Brien, as a matter of fact, on the number 91. Let's have a look at the gap as they cross the line now. 1.7 seconds now. It's going to come down ever so slightly, but with 3 laps left to go, O'Brien really needs Wilson Dilks to encounter problems, traffic, something along those lines, to try and get the race win, to try and bring that points gap down. Again, this race, if they finish where they are, it'll be to a 75-point gap in the championship. And who is that is getting involved up there with Frankie Watson? That's Finley Polehill. Great move heading into the hairpin from the number 99. Again, we think he started from the back of the grid or the pit lane. He was not where he was supposed to start on the grid, but he scythed his way through the pack, and that was a lovely move to get up into what I believe is P4. They continue to push round. Awesome stuff then from Finley Polehill. 2 laps left to go. What does Arch O'Brien have to do in this one, Dan? Again, he needs to try and narrow that gap down to get the championship gap down.
I think it's the same. He just needs to be quick on. He just needs to brake later, gain some speed from the corners, try get the gap down. Hopefully we don't want Wilson to crash or anything, but if he does encounter some troubles, then it should bring the gap down by like traffic, back markers and stuff. So anything will do, no crashes hopefully.
Well, we're seeing some traffic there for those further down in the pack. That was Matthew Thomas and Frankie Watson getting separated, but final lap of the race, and Wilson Dilks is home on dry. It's been a masterful performance, taking the lead from the start and controlling the pace from there. 1.7 seconds has been the gap for the previous few tours, and it's going to stay there. Rounding the final corner, 75 points, the magic gap that he needs, and he's got a race of safety as well. One hand on the trophy for Wilson Dilks in 2024. He wins race number 2 in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. And what a race that was. Arch O'Brien bings it home in P2. Just couldn't quite catch the number 85, with Byron Johnson rounding out the podium. That, Dan, was a great ride from Wilson Dilks to get another win under his name.
Yeah.
There we go then. Wilson Dilks takes the victory with Arch O'Brien in P2. Byron Johnson rounding out our podium. Travis Shaw finishes in 4th with Harry Payne in P5. Finley Polehill in P6. Frankie Watson 7th. Matthew Thomas P8. Taylor Thomas in 9th. And Beth Ashby rounding out our Tom 10. George Ackerman was 11th with Riley Payne in 12th and Harris Watson in P13. Dan, a great race there. Of course, that's now Wilson Dilks has a massive advantage in the championship. Do you think he's feeling the pressure maybe, or is he cool, calm and collected about it?
I think he's very happy with himself. He's probably very, very excited with the lead that he's got. I think he's very optimistic, thinking he still thinks Archie might be able to get ahead, might win the next race that they do, but if not, then I think it's Wilson's trophy in his hands at this moment in time. So hopefully the next race that they do will be as experiencing. So just hope going forwards, Wilson's got the trophy, but.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Dan. A real pleasure to have you in there. What a great race. The LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Race number 3 in the AC40 Pros coming up now. The final race of the weekend for these young riders. And it has been a weekend of absolute fantastic action in this class. Rex Austin, Mason Fedrick, Caelan Ratcliffe, all of them trading blows every single corner, every single lap of every single race. And now it comes down to this. Who can finish on top in this one during this massive, massive championship battle? Of course, Rex Austin has won both races so far this weekend. Mason Fedrick in second so far. Mason Fedrick won race number 2, should I say. Rex Austin had a bit of a problem there in race number 2, but those two, they have been phenomenal. And, well, it should be interesting to see how it unfolds. Let's go through the grid, shall we? Mason Fedrick starts from pole with Rex Austin in P2, Caelan Ratcliffe in 3rd, and Jensen Ansel in P4. Preston Baker starts 5th with Max Johnson in 6th. Tommy Keats in 7th, Henry Broady P8, Maxwell Keats 9, Danny Longhurst in P10, and Oliver Wilson in P11. Well then, Zach Sweeney, what can we expect? More fireworks, I'm assuming.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, Rex Austin did have the opportunity to take the title last race, but that would have had some very special circumstances needed to happen for it to occur. But Mason Fedrick doing exactly what he needed to do to keep the championship alive, and that was win. Rex Austin really wasn't switched on this morning, so he dropped back to what was P4 in the end, losing 12 points to Mason Fedrick, and a net gain at the moment over the weekend of 8 to bring the total down to what is going to be 46 points. But not only this race, but also heading into the final round of 2024 when we take to Ella Park. So the AC40 Pro Championship is far from over just yet. The top 3 in the championship line out 1, 2 and 3 to kickstart their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Round 6, race 3 of the pros. Lights on, lights off, let's go racing. Good start from the front row, then neck and neck into turn number 1, into turn 2. Mason Fedrick has the measure. Caelan Ratcliffe, I think, is just selling himself into 3rd place, trying to apply some pressure to Rex Austin. No way through into the S's, so it is going to be Mason Fedrick that leads. Then Rex Austin, Caelan Ratcliffe, Ansel from Baker, the top 5. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes into the hairpin for the first time? No changes, not even in the background. They're all single file as they run their way through. And once again, Mason Fedrick with an electric start to a race, building an early lead, trying to just build the gap as best he possibly can. Of course, a little bit further back, we've got Tommy and Maxwell Keats, 9th and 10th, the two brothers doing battle into the final corner. Not quite close enough for anything to change there, but the first lap is in the books. It's Fedrick, then Austin, then Ratcliffe, and an early lead being held by Fedrick, trying to keep the championship alive.
Absolutely. Jensen Ansel dropping a few positions, unfortunately, as did Danny Longhurst. Shame for those riders, but let's see how they can recover. There is Preston Baker up into P4. He was absolutely monstrous in race number 2 earlier. Let's see if he can continue that form later into the afternoon with 8 laps left to run in this AC40 Pro race number 3. Fedrick withstanding some solid pressure from Austin at the moment. Those two starting to break away a little bit from Caelan Ratcliffe. Starting to break away quite a lot, actually. Very, very strange. Those three normally absolutely inseparable. Seemingly, race number 3, it's only Fedrick and Austin who have the pace as they come into Billy's Bend. Austin, small looks here and there, trying to see if there's a gap, see if he can find a way through. As it stands, though, nothing he's able to do. Fedrick holding on to this race fairly well for the time being. As there we see Preston Baker under big, big pressure from Max Johnson on the run into the hairpin, able to withstand it. Jensen Ansel also under pressure from Tommy Keats behind, and so also is Henry Broady under pressure from Maxwell Keats. Action everywhere you look.
Yeah, exactly, and this is what we've come to expect really with the pros all season long, especially that front 3 of Fedrick, Austin and Ratcliffe, but even further down that fight for the top 5 and even down to the top 10, these young riders are just slowly developing their craft and giving us these fantastic races. Of course, there is the 22 of Jensen Ansel trying to close in on Tommy Keats, and a look there actually from Maxwell on Henry Broady going into turn number 2. That's the fight for 8th place. 6 laps left to go. New fastest lap set by Mason Fedrick, 42.414. Lap record is a 42.0, so they're just under half a second off lap record running pace. So the pace is very, very strong indeed. Mason Fedrick versus Rex Austin. Seems again, whatever issue Rex Austin had in race 1 in terms of his riding ability, he's been able to sort out. He's back firing on all cylinders, and he is applying the pressure for the race lead.
Absolutely. Rex Austin wants to keep his championship charge moving. Of course, he can win the championship in this race, but the gap's going to be too big as it stands. We were not expecting him to, because he'd have to win and have the likes of Austin and Ratcliffe both not score. The chances of that happening just so minimal. But Austin really would want to win this one. He doesn't want Fedric to close that gap in ever so slightly. And there we see Preston Baker and Max Johnson have actually caught Caelan Ratcliffe. Caelan, I think, is just struggling out there, where there's an issue with the bike, or he's just not quite in the groove, I'm not sure. It's not the normal number 96 that we're seeing out there. Preston Baker, he was ridiculously quick in race number 2. I don't think this should be too hard of a effort from him for this overtake to get up onto the podium.
No, I don't think so, unless he can defend, which we have seen Caelan Ratcliffe do a lot. He is very wise as to where to put the bike and, not fall victim to the pressure. But Preston Baker, we've seen this weekend, especially today, has just switched on and is so rapid. Max Johnson as well on that 141 machine, again, has his wits about him and definitely has a strong riding style around Clay Pigeon. So all three of these young riders are going to be vying for the final place on the podium for race 3 of the Pro Championship. And off there, 22, that's Jensen Ansel.
Yeah, problem for Jensen
Came
Ansel.
off at the same place in race 2, I think.
Yeah,
as well.
he did, down at the hairpin. So a shame there for Jensen Ansel. More woes for the number 22, the number 93. Meanwhile, still trying to get through on Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson there as well. So maybe Caelan Ratcliffe doing that defending thing we were just talking about a moment ago. But, the number 93, he'll want to get through fairly quickly. They blast their way out of the S's and onto the back straight before slamming on the brakes for the hairpin. Oh, down, that's a big one. That's Rex Austin. From P2, the championship leader goes down and has a big one. What happened there? This could be disastrous for his title hopes. He was looking to have a huge lead in the championship at the end of this race. Now it's going to get cut by 25 points if Mason Fedric is able to take the victory. It's 2 laps left to go. Rex Austin down and out. Caelan Ratcliffe is now trying to hold off Preston Baker and Max Johnson for second. This race has been blown wide open.
Yeah, he looked hurt as well, so hopefully all is okay after the checks and stuff. But once he is able to sort of recover and get back to his senses, it is going to dawn on him that unfortunately the championship is going to be cut. He is still going to have a decent lead going into Ella Park, but this is huge news for Mason Fedric and one he needs to capitalise on. Still going on though is this three-way fight. The 96, the 93 and the 141 fighting for the final place on the podium, about to kickstart their final lap of the race. Mason Fedric cruising home for what will be his 7th victory of the season, side by side as they run their way towards turn number 1 as well. Preston Baker not turning down the heat.
Well, sometimes Lady Luck just smiles down on you, and that is what has happened to Mason Fedric today. Suddenly, the gap in the championship to Rex Austin is getting closed up by 25 points. Absolutely massive for that number 5. That young man, I'm sure when he saw that Austin was down, of course, there had a big concern, but a little smile under the helmet as well, because he knows what this could mean for his championship hopes. Out of the final corner he comes. Mason Fedric, race 3 winner. What a ride from that young man. Withstood fantastic pressure from Rex Austin, a brilliant start. P2 will be Caelan Ratcliffe. He just holds off Preston Baker, who rounds out the podium. But Fedric, he knows that one was absolutely crucial for the title race. Well, we could have gone to the final round at Ella Park with a title not decided, but one that was very much in Rex Austin's favour. Mason Fedric, with that victory, maybe just blew it wide open once again. What a win for the number 5, with Caelan Ratcliffe and Preston Baker rounding out the podium. Max Johnson was 4th with Tommy Keats in P5. Maxwell Keats was P6 with Henry Broady 7th. Jensen Ansel in P8. Rex Austin 9th. Danny Longhurst in P10. On Rex Austin 9th, I believe he may have still been classified or maybe got back on the bike. Oh, there you go then. So maybe not total damage for Rex Austin, but still a big wound in the championship gap. Danny Longhurst was 10th and Oliver Wilson brought it home in P11. So a very interesting race there, and one that could potentially have huge championship implications.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in terms of net gains and stuff, at the moment it's looking to be a really pretty weekend for Mason Federic in terms of closing in the championship. 26 points he's been able to gain over 3 races and really puts himself in good stead for the championship. We'll see the AC40 Pros back in 3 weeks' time when they head to Ella Park to decide the championship.
AC40 Rookies race number 3 coming up very, very shortly here at Clay Pigeon, the 6th round of the 2024 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. And boy, oh boy, what a weekend it's been. We've seen a great win for Emilio Pereira. There are big problems for Emilio Pereira in race number 2 as he tumbled down the order. Maybe he'll have to recover. A very, very close championship, arguably the closest one that we've had here at FAB-Racing this year. We came into this round with a 24-point gap in Nelly Nuth's favour between herself and El Toro, who you see there. That gap is probably slightly larger now after race 2. We'll have to run the numbers on it a little bit later. There's also not a particularly strong qualifying for Nelly Nuth. We know how good she is on the starts, but she's got a tall ask ahead of her to make the maximum out of this. Emilio Pereira starts from pole position with Tommy Williams in P2. Championship leader Nelly Nuth goes off a 3rd alongside Jensen Cedras. 3rd row of the grid is Freddy Taylor with Finlay Stiles in P6. James Dermott is 7th with Joey Apatich in 8th. And Emerson Oakley and Austin Dilks round out the top 10. Noah Barfoot is 11th with Ethan Bayliss in P12. Randy Carter 13th with Seth James 14th. Row 8 is Oliver Cheeseman alongside Daisy Grayson. Austin Baton starts in 17th and Logan Paisley starts in 18th. Casey Reeson is 19th and Claudia Dudman is our 20th and final rider on our grid. So a very interesting race on our hands here, Zach. Yeah. It's, just trying to wrap your head around the whole weekend and how close this championship is. It's just crazy.
It really is. I mean, like I said earlier, these are the riders with the smallest amount of racing experience, championship experience, knowing what you need to do to win a championship, and yet they are producing one of the closest titles in 2024. Just run the maths. The gap is 31 points in favour of Nelly Nuth post-race 2. Emilio Pereira, starting from pole position, is going to want to, at the very least, chip away at that ever so slightly. If he can get some good points and Nelly Nuth can finish a bit further down, then that's going to be great for him. But we saw in race 2, Nelly Nuth was on fire, able to capitalise when Pereira had his issues. But we've got 9 laps of racing. Their final race of round 6 of FAB-Racing in 2024. The AC40 Rookies Cup gets underway, and Emilio Pereira, a terrible start, hesitated at the lights, and here comes Nelly Nuth trying to attack. Nonetheless, Tommy Williams gets himself into the lead, but El Toro straight back on the counter-attack, gets himself back through, takes the lead of the race into the S's, and is now trying to hang on to control. Nelly Nuth gets away into 3rd as well, hanging on to that position ahead of Jensen Cedras, who might well be looking to attack into the hairpin. But El Toro, that was a scary moment. Luckily, he was able to keep his composure and find his way back through.
It almost looked like he tried to go before the lights went out, then stopped himself, then obviously panicked because it almost like he tried to go. Then the lights went out, just didn't get the reaction. And he got a good second phase though, and good drive out of turn number 1 means he was able to go up the inside into Billy's Bend for turn number 2 and retake that lead. But Tommy Williams is right with him. Jensen Cedras keeping Nelly Nuth honest as well in a P3 as we complete lap number 1. Oh, and tell you what, Jensen Cedras was having a look on Nelly Nuth there. Very, very close down into Billy's Bend as they make their way through the S's. An absolute blast this section. Flat out down the back straight before you're hard on the brakes into the hairpin. But you've got to keep yourself over fairly to the right for then the double apex left-hander on a bigger bike. And there's really 2 corners on these little mini motos. The horseshoe, of course, I'm referring to. And right hand top bend to end the lap and back onto the pit straight. This could be very, very interesting to see how it is all going to unfold. Emilio Pereira still leads this race with Tommy Williams in P2. Nelly Nuth currently 3rd. Jensen Cedras holding on for 4th place at the moment, but still trying to pressure Nelly Nuth. Emilio Pereira, though, doing a great job with standing that pressure from Tommy Williams as it stands. Up the front, Pereira, fastest lap of the race last time, 46.507. The gap between himself and Tommy Williams, 0.5 of a second. So it's not bolting into the distance for El Toro, but he's got a decent gap behind. And I'm better be thanking his lucky stars that Nelly Nuth is having to focus on the Jensen Cedras behind her.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, at the moment, P1 gets you 25 points, P3 gets you 16. So it would be a 9-point gain in favour of El Toro. If Cedras is able to get his way through, that turns itself into an 11-point gain, bringing the gap down to just 20. So he's going to be hoping that Cedras goes for a move like that to the inside of turn 2, really ramping up the pressure on Nelly Nuth, who her racecraft is being tested here at Clay Pigeon. When she's won, she's bolted off into the distance. Now she really has to learn how to defend, how to attack, and how to keep her composure under all of the pressure. Tommy Williams, fastest lap of the race in pursuit of Emilia Pereira as well. Nelly Nuth is being tested, and Jensen Cedras is being unrelenting in the pressure, with still 5 laps to go at the line.
Some more action further back as well. That is the 27 of James Dermott being followed by Finlay Stiles and Joey Atsich. Those three have been racing each other all weekend long. And looking to the inside, there goes Finlay Stiles. Couldn't quite get it done. But as I was saying, these three absolutely inseparable all weekend out on the racetrack. They seem to be fighting each other each and every race. There is Nelly Nuth back up in front though, still holding on from that number 2. But is she able to hold on to for the rest of the race? Because Cedras is looking left, Cedras is looking right. Just can't quite find the gap. Down at the hairpin and into the horseshoe. But he's just looking so racy. He's like a thoroughbred trying to jump out of the gates. He just wants to get up into 3rd place. Just needs to wait for the opportunity.
Yeah, patience definitely is a virtue in races like this, especially where there are few and far opportunities to make that gap open. So don't rush it. Still 5 laps left to go in this race. Look there nicely. I think that could well be Finlay Stiles trying to pick his way through on the 27 of James Dermott. Indeed it is. This is the fight for P7, and we saw these two doing battle in race number 2 was a little bit earlier on as well. There is the battle, and he is through. It's the number 2 of Cedras, able to get by on Nelly Nuth. I think maybe partially due to some traffic. Nelly Nuth trying to look to the outside of the hairpin, but has to back out. Now we've got a fight for the podium. Nelly Nuth dropping down to 4th, while Pereira goes even quicker on a 46.3.
Yeah, Pereira's really starting to lay down the law now. 5 tenths is the gap, but it is very, very close indeed. Behind him, Nelly Nuth still holding off Jensen Cedras. Tommy Williams looks in a pretty comfortable 2nd place right now, because Nuth has fallen. Nuth's actually fallen behind Jensen Cedras. Cedras has gotten through, so Jensen Cedras up into 3rd place. That is really, really good for Emilio Pereira. But I tell you what, on that last lap, Pereira was quite slow. It was about 3-4 tenths off what his normal lap time was. So now Tommy Williams is right with him. So Pereira will be happy that Nuth has dropped back another position, but now he's got to deal with some on-track action as well.
Yeah, the swing for Pereira, if he loses this race, is going to be 5 points. The swing for Nuth losing that position to Cedras is only 2 points. So he needs to make sure that he wins this race. You get rewarded so well for winning in FAB, because there's a 5 points difference between P1 and P2, the biggest of any in the field. They split the traffic either side. The 31 of El Toro, Emilio Pereira, dancing his way through. 2 laps left to go. Tommy Williams sees victory. Pereira sees a championship he needs to go and win.
He does indeed. Tommy Williams, of course, P3 in the championship at the moment, and still theoretically within the championship fight, but realistically it is all about Nelly Nuth and Emilio Pereira as well. So tight is the contest, but Tommy Williams is still there. If problems were to befall Emilio Pereira and Nelly Nuth coming into the final round, Tommy Williams could very well much still swinging in and pick up the championship. But with those two there, you think it might just be a little bit out of his reach. So Tommy Williams, he is probably thinking about that as well. But Pereira, he desperately wants to hold on. Final lap of the race, I think, as they make their way down into Billy's Bend. Can Williams find a way through on Pereira? Will El Toro hold on? The number 31 leads the way through the S's like synchronized swimmers, the pair of them, as they glide their way through the right and the left. A bit of traffic up in front to contend with. No blue flags in FAB-Racing, of course, but it shouldn't cause them too much of an issue as they come to the horseshoe for the very final time this weekend. Emilio Pereira can see the checkered flag within his grasp, but he has been held up by the traffic, having to go the long way around. This is giving Tommy Williams an opportunity to the inside, but that is brave from Emilio Pereira to hang around the outside. It could be a drag race. Williams held up, Pereira slicing left and right, checkered flag waves, and Emilio Pereira dances through the traffic to take the win, and a crucial win at that for his championship hopes. But Nelly Nuth only able to bring it home in P4.
Beautiful race there for Emilio Pereira. Dealt with the pressure and takes his 5th of the season. Fist bumps all around between the pair of them. They're waiting for an opportunity to do it. It does get a little bit tough, especially on the mini motos because of the bumps. We'll run you through the results in just a second. There they are. Emilio Pereira once again on top. The 5th time this season and closing the gap in the championship. Tommy Williams from Jensen Cedras is the podium, and Nelly Nuth just shy, falling off and losing what is going to be 12 points, closing the gap to just 19 going into that final round at Ella Park. Austin Dilks from Freddy Taylor, Finley Styles and James Dermott, with Joey Afasic and Noah Barfoot rounding off the top 10. Ethan Bayliss from Emerson Oakley, Daisy Grayson, Oliver Cheeseman, Seth James, the top 15. Behind that comes Randy Carter, Logan Paisley, Claudia Dudman, Austin Baton and Casey Reeson. Our 20-rider field for the AC40 FAB-Rookies Cup. Beautiful stuff this weekend. One of the tightest championships this season in 2024, and the riders with the littlest amount of experience in terms of racecraft, championship craft, and yet they are producing on all cylinders. Ella Park is going to be so interesting for this Rookies Cup. I cannot wait. Hope everyone at home cannot wait either. Make sure you are tuning in 3 weeks' time when the Rookies Cup heads to Ella Park.
Senior Mini Moto race number 3 is up in just a short moment's time, and what a couple of races we have just had in this one as they make their way out onto the track. Will Howth putting on a display in race number 2. But it's going to be very interesting, of course. This championship still on after David Myatt's heroic performances at the double-header weekend in Raura. Matt Birkin will be looking to try and take the absolute maximum out of this one. As they get going on their formation lap, that was a very, very invigorated start to the formation lap from Will Howth. It is the championship leader, Matt Birkin, on pole position with Reece Gentry in P2. Will Howth starts 3rd with David Meyer in P4. Chris Jones is 5th with Callum White in P6. Row 4 is Mark Payne and Keaton Payne. Let's hope they don't run into any painful...
I've already made it.
I know you've already made that joke, but I've got to try again. You could go for the painful row, I don't know, something like that. Row of windows, window pane. I'm just going to move on. Nick Bennett and George Rennicks round out the top 10 with Lamar Morgan in 11th and Gary Eldridge in P12. Isaac Greenstreet is 13th with Ross Michael in 14th. Steve Johns 15th and Rob Gentry in P16. I've got no idea what's going on with my puns, but the racing is set to be exciting nonetheless. The riders making their way into position. As I said earlier, an inspired start to the green flag lap from Will Howth. Maybe he'll be launching away at the lights as well, but Matt Birkin on pole position, looking calm, looking comfortable. David Meyer as well. He'll be looking for a big haul of points to keep his championship hopes alive as we wait for the last few riders to make their way onto the grid. The flag marshal, Lee Clowes, will point up to the lights, and it'll be time to go racing in race number 3. It is lights out, and we are underway, and indeed Will Howth does get a lightning start as Matt Birkin drops down to 4th place. Another poor start for the championship leader. Reece Gentry holds the lead, but there goes, that was David Meyer dropping back around the outside of turn number 2. So Birkin up to 3rd, Reece Gentry leads from Will Howth. Yet another disappointing start for the number 5 of Matt Birkin. Had to fight his way back through at Billy's Bend once again. For some reason this weekend, Birkin just can't get his reactions.
Yeah, but he is the championship leader and is doing a fantastic job of maybe securing that championship when we head it to Ella Park. But yeah, you're right, whatever it is on that initial getaway just can't do. Whereas Will Howth launches his way off the lights and got the lead of the race. The question is now, can he hang on to it, as Rhys Gentry is also trying to be in pursuit. Will Howard not showing up correctly on the timing screens, maybe a transponder issue or whatever the problem is there, but there you can see Will Howard leading the way from the 100 of Gentry. Then comes the 5 of Birkin, then the 22 direct championship rival of Matt Birkin. Just in behind, that's Maya, and there's Matt Birkin through on Gentry. Now all lives to try and close on Will Howard, but look at that gap already.
Yeah, that is a bit of a gap, to say the least, for the top 3, bolting away into the distance. What can Matt Birkin do to try and push his way forward? We'll have to wait and see. Will Howard makes it another lap. Rhys Gentry looked to the outside on Matt Birkin there, couldn't find his way through. And, well, we'll wait and see with David Meyer in P3, should I say. Apologies for that one, but Matt Birkin then still pushing onwards, still trying to see what he can do. Last lap, Will Howard had the fastest lap of the race, a 42.570. Very, very interesting, that one. So I guess, I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, but leading the race and all showing up as P4 on our timing screen for some reason, but he is leading the race. There we've got action further back as well. That looked like the number 85 of Chris Yeomans getting involved with Mark Payne. Keaton Payne out there as well. Nick Bennett is in there somewhere. 7 laps left to go as they come to the line now, and indeed that is that group. You just see Nick Bennett at the back. That's Chris Yeomans trying to get through Mark Payne down into Billy's Bend. Can he see the opportunity, see the gap? No, not on this occasion. Callum White, the other Birkin boy, outside of Josh, who's not here because his fiancée doesn't like him racing, apparently. The other Birkin boy, Callum White, who's been steadily improving across this year, trying to push his way forward, and has been steadily improving across this weekend as well. Each and every race he's been moving forward and up further positions. Let's see if we can get any more in this one.
Yeah, exactly. Very good lap time, actually. Interesting. You pointed out from Will Howard, 42.427. The lap record set by Matt Birkin in race 2 is a 42.267, which Will Howard is getting tantalisingly close to each and every time he breaks the beam. 5 laps left to run for race 3 of round 6 of the senior Minimoto class in 2024. We're following battles all the way through the field, of course, and invigorating stuff, it must be said, but also trying to track what's going on up in front as Matt Birkin is trying to command this race and extend the lead in the championship. That, of course, is the 85 of Chris Yeomans trying to battle with Mark Payne, and in 6th place, let's see if he's able to get after maybe the other Payne of Keaton, who's at the moment running quite nicely in 5th place. Didn't quite do enough to seal the Pit Bike 140 mathematical, keep the championship alive, but he's doing a really good job in the senior mini motos as well. Boasted a win and a couple of podiums, this season. At the moment, he's on course to get another top 5 to his tally. 4 laps left to go at the line then, and these guys still as close as ever.
I'm just wondering, Howard might have been given a jump start penalty or something along those lines, just looking where he is. I mean, I'm not sure, but we'll wait and see. He is leading the race out on the road, but on the timing screen, down in P2 at the moment. He was in P4 earlier. So very, very interesting.
He did get a good start.
Yeah, he did get a very good start. Maybe it was too good of a start. We've seen that before. Matt Birkin, anyway, leading the race, apparently. If Will Howard does indeed have a penalty, Will Howard up in front of the road. This is the fight for possibly... No, this is the fight for 3rd. I'm trying to get my maths through the talking. David Meyer slides on through Rhys Gentry. Oh, somebody having a bit of an off there and sitting there rather grumpily, decided that they don't like mini moto racing anymore, clearly, but we do. There's 3 laps left to go, and the fight for 3rd place is hotting up.
He really is. David Meyer, of course, trying to stay in touch with Matt Birkin in terms of the championship. Coming into race 2, so this morning the gap was 38 points. That was then extended by Matt Birkin after a sensational victory as well. So David Meyer and that championship chance is slipping and slipping more and more, but maybe the opportunity is there at Ella Park, because he was able to get a good bit of ground made when we took to Ella Park the first time round with a win, a podium and a top 5 compared to Matt Birkin's 2 DNFs and a win. So if he can repeat that, the championship is well and truly alive. There's the 85 of Chris Yeomans working his way through. Callum White just in behind on the 3.22. Just ahead is Mark Payne on the 18 fighting for 6th. 2 laps left to run though. Matt Birkin provisionally 1.5 seconds ahead of Will Howard. I think it's a race against time.
Yeah, I think so. Will Howard still ahead on the road. Remember, whether it's a transponder issue or a penalty remains to be seen. As we can see there, Those riders just picking their way through the horseshoe. No real gaps, no real way to fight your way through at the moment. Final lap of the race then for the race leaders. That is the man in front on the road, the number 96 of Will Howarth. You can see Matt Birkin, the number 5 behind him. Matt Birkin on the timing sheet in P2. Whether it's a penalty, whether it's an issue, we're not sure. We'll have to get race control to let us know. But final lap, the number 96 has ridden superbly, it must be said. And as he heads into right hand for the final time, he's withstood all the pressure. Got a great start, maybe too good, but he will come round the final corner and take the checkered flag. On the road at least, Will Howarth is going to win race number 3 here in the senior mini motos at Clay Pigeon. Matt Birkin crosses the line in second, is given the win on the timing screen with the fastest lap to boot as well, a 42.299. I'll consult my co-commentator to see if that's the lap record. No, not quite. Hasn't quite broken the lap record again. David Myatt rounds out the podium as well. It's absolute bedlam as we're trying to figure out what's going on. The paddock's going crazy, but Matt Birkin on the timing screen has taken the race win with Will Howarth in P2. David Myatt in P3, Rhys Gentry 4th, Keaton Payne 5th, Chris Yeomans was 6th, Mark Payne 7th, Callum White in 8th, Nick Bennett 9th, Gary Eldridge rounding out our top 10. Isaac Greenstreet was 11th, Lamar Morgan 12th, Ross Michael 13th, and Steve Johns 14th. Unfortunately, we did lose Rob Gentry in that one. That's it then for our senior mini motos. Of course, they will be back for the championship finale in a few weeks' time. But what a race that was, of course, picking up the spoils, and Will Howarth now sat in the middle, so I don't think that they know he's got a penalty either, to be honest, but we'll wait and see. But what a great race that was.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, title decider.
The OH Logistics LC40 Elite British Championship in 2024 could well be decided right here, right now in Clay Pigeon. Logan Cousins coming into this race has got a big enough lead over Mason Fedrick that if he's able to outscore Fedrick, he will take the championship. The gap coming into it was 81 points. He needs the magic number of 75, and as long as he finishes ahead of Fedrick or close enough behind that the gap does not exceed 6 points, we will crown another champion here at round 6. History is about to be made, 10 laps to decide it, and they share the front row.
This has the makings of a classic. Logan Cousins, the championship leader, sitting calm and confident on the front row of the grid. Mason Fedrick knows he's got a tall ask if he wants to take this to the final round, and then it just gets even tougher from there. Let's run through the grid. Championship leader, maybe champion-elect Logan Cousins on pole position with Mason Fedrick in second. Rex Austin starts there with Caelan Ratcliffe in P4. Jensen Anter was 5th with Max Johnson in P6. Preston Baker 7th with Tommy Keats in P8. Maxwell Keats 9th and Danny Longhurst in P10 with Oliver Wilson in P11. But it's all eyes really on that front row, isn't it, Zach? Logan Cousins and Mason Fedrick. The duel of the fates, I suppose we could say. Because if Cousins comes out on top in this one, he is champion. If Fedrick comes out on top, Cousins could still be champion if the maths works out the right way, or it goes to the final round, and even then, it just gets harder and harder and harder for Mason Fedrick to keep it going every single race.
For it to go to Ella Park, Fedrick needs to win with Cousins lower than third or lower. He cannot finish second because they'll then tie and it'll go to Cousins on countback. So for Fedrick to keep this championship alive, he needs to win at the very least. Let's find out. The final race of round 6 of the LC40 Elite, brought to you by OH Logistics. Our championship leader gets a rocket ship start into turn number 1. Mason Fedrick could not compete, side by side in the background as well as they run their way in towards turn number 2. Caelan Ratcliffe completes the top 3. Logan Cousins on what could well be his final race to decide the championship. Into the hairpin, he leads ahead of Mason Fedrick and Caelan Ratcliffe, and all he's got to do is bring it home.
Lovely, lovely start there from the championship leader, but Mason Fedrick still there with him, still keeping him honest. Ratcliffe, Austin behind as well, also pushing on very, very hard. but it's all clean early doors. Everyone holding on to their positions as they go to complete lap 1. It is Logan Cousins and Mason Fedrick, our 2 title rivals, who begin lap number 2. Ratcliffe, Austin, Max Johnson, Jensen Ansell and Preston Baker all very, very tight together. Tommy Keats there as well. So a big train forming in the middle of the pack with 8.5 laps left to run in this one. As Maxwell Keats, Danny Longhurst, Oliver Wilson making up the rear of the field. Logan Cousins not bolting away just yet. The gap is decent, as in he's not under immediate threat from Mason Fedrick, but he probably will be a little bit worried. But at the same time, he probably knows there's a big championship on the line here, the Premier Junior Championship in mini motor racing here at FAB. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He doesn't want to throw it away, maybe blip his confidence a little bit and go to the final round at Ella. A small glance back just to check where Fedrick is as they head through Billy's Bend. And Fedrick, you can tell, is pushing very, very hard. But as it stands, it's looking good for Logan Cousins.
Yeah, very much is. He is on course to win that championship, of course. Caelan Ratcliffe under pressure from Rex Austin, who we saw have some issues earlier in the AC40 Pro class. Whatever those were, whatever mistake he made, he's been able to pick himself back up, get back on the bike and be firing towards another podium. Mason Fedrick, though, has switched on and is fighting for the lead. Even if he wins with Cousins in second, it won't be enough to delay the championship crowning. But well, I say that, but Logan Cousins immediately responds with a 42.0, closing in on the 41.5 lap record set by Hitchcock. They've been far away from that record pace of the Elites this weekend, but now they're really turning up the wick. So too is Rex Austin, trying to send the move to the inside of the S's. Nicely done, saw the gap and executed it with perfection.
Not done yet, though. Here comes Caelan Ratcliffe back to the inside, down into the hairpin, but Rex Austin able to hold on, sweeps back around, keeps his line, keeps his trajectory, and shuts the door on the number 96. But this is a fight that's not going to go away easily. It's not going to be over just like that. Look at Caelan Ratcliffe, look at the pace, the traction that he gets out of corners. So quick, getting on the power. And once again, looking to the inside while they're fighting. The 1-4-1 of Max Johnson, watching along in glee, hoping something happens that will invite him on through to get two essential free places. But Austin just about holding on. This is where the 96 was really quick last lap. He's going to do it again. Draws alongside, coming down and into the hairpin. This time, Caelan Ratcliffe back into the podium positions.
Beautifully done, and Ratcliffe is fighting hard. Max Johnson as well on the 1-4-1. Logan Cousins, a 41.8, closing in to that all-important lap record. He could well take his 12th win of the season, the championship and the lap record with it if he's able to keep this pace up. Let's see how historic this race is going to be. Max Johnson looking to Rex Austin to the inside of turn 1, but not quite close enough with 5 laps left to go.
Look at the 5 of them all in a train, just following each other, waiting for a gap, waiting for an opportunity. This is where Ratcliffe got through Austin on the previous lap. Maybe he sees the opportunity here, but no, a little bit too far back is the number 991. Meanwhile, the 1-4-1 of Max Johnson still patiently waiting as they head through the horseshoe. Ratcliffe looking pretty comfortable there. Jensen Ansell and Preston Baker, meanwhile, doing battle just behind them. A bit of a disappointing race so far for Preston Baker. He's been mightily fast this weekend. Let's see if he's able to pick the pace up over the remaining 4 laps as they cross the line now. Looks like that's Rex Austin under a little bit of pressure from Max Johnson. But Nenny flips the tables and he himself is able to put pressure on Caelan Ratcliffe in front as well as he gets a good drive through Billy's Bend. Once again, coming out of the S's, Caelan Ratcliffe just looks absolutely superb. It's where he overtook Rex Austin twice, and it's where he's making his time up, making his money, and staying up in the podium places.
You know where you're strong, and you have to play to your strengths as a rider. That is exactly how you sort of develop, and yeah, sort of you work on your weaknesses, you acknowledge that they're there, but you really focus on your strengths and say, okay, I can overtake here, I'm stronger than him here, this is where I'm going to get him, this is where I'm going to gain time, and you really focus on making the strengths better and better, and then sort of turning the weaknesses into a bit of a mare. Sort of turn the bad into good and turn the good into great, and that's what you really need to focus on. Caelan Ratcliffe clearly is doing that very well. We know his defensive riding is sensational. 3 laps left to go to crown a champion for Logan Cousins. If he can keep it on the bike, it will be his. He's running slightly slower than lap record time at the minute. 41.7 is his best time. He needs a 41.5 to topple Ryan Hitchcock. 2 laps left to go at the line. What's the time going to be? Is it any quicker? No, it's slower. 42.8. I think he is just bringing it home. He's under no pressure from Frederick. He's got 2 laps to cruise for his 12th victory and the championship.
Logan Cousins, it is looking good, my son. One hand definitely on the trophy. Can he grasp it with the other as he heads into the hairpin? Winning this race guarantees him UH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship in 2024. And what a season it has been for the young man. 11 wins to his name, at least, coming throughout the season. And he has just been absolutely mighty. But as he starts the final lap, I will agree with you, Zach. He is cruising. He's just bringing this home. Frederick just doesn't have the pace to compete, so there's no point to push. All he's got to do now is cross the line one more time, take that checker flag, and he's a champion.
Exactly that. And at such a young age, this is the final step for a young rider on mini motos before you move yourselves onto the bigger, the geared bikes like the Metric at 50s, then to the 70s. This is a pivotal point in these young riders' foundation, grassroots career, and Logan Cousins has arrived in 2024 and he has smashed it. He knows that he's going to be victorious, not only today, but for the season as a whole. He sees the checkered flag first for the 12th time in 24, and with it, takes the crown of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship. Logan Cousins, take a bow as he dominates here at Clay Pigeon, as he's dominated the championship. Mason Frederick delayed it for as long as he could. He finishes in second, with Caelan Ratcliffe completing the podium. But there he is, ladies and gentlemen, a star of the future and a champion of today.
Domineering, defined. Logan Cousins is your 2024 OH Logistics LC40 Elite Champion. What a weekend. What a year for that young man. He has been absolutely phenomenal. Of course, sharing some congratulations. Great respect shown there by Mason Frederick, with a little burnout to boot from the pair of them as well. Frederick, I'm sure, will be disappointed, but he doesn't seem to show it. He shows ultimate respect, going up and congratulating Cousins before Cousins heads back into the pit lane to celebrate with friends, family, and the rest of the paddock. Logan Cousins takes the win and the championship, with Mason Frederick in second and Caelan Ratcliffe in P3. Rex Austin is fourth, with Max Johnson P5, Preston Baker in P6 with Jensen Ansell 7th, Maxwell Keats in P8, Tommy Keats in 9th, and Danny Longhurst rounding out the top 10, and Oliver Wilson, our 11th and final finisher here in race 3 of the OH Logistics LC40 Elites. There you see your newly crowned champion, Logan Cousins, sharing congratulations with friends, family, and members of the FAB-Racing paddock. What a wonderful season that young man has had, and what a bright future he has ahead of him. The LC40 Elites, they'll be back at the final round at Ella Park.
Race 3 of the Pit Bike 140 Championship, round 6 of 2024, and we've crowned our champion. Jamie King, the 76, the Pit Bike Sonic, as he's known for his content creation on YouTube, has just ticked off his 4th championship title in the Pit Bikes. He celebrated early, but of course he was able to seal the deal today with a 4th place finish for his 4th title. Let's run you through the grid. It's Taylor Lawrence who's taken both victories so far this weekend, ahead of newly crowned champion Jamie King. Simon Gates ahead of Ollie Horner, then comes Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence for the front 3 rows. Dan Gilbert ahead of Sean Whittaker, Nigel Dukes from Ben Dudman, and just to round off the top 10, Rory Jones from Adam Harris, Duncan Diper, Richard Holmes-Williams and Michael Collis, our 15 rider field for the Pit Bikes. 12 laps ahead of us for their final bout here in Dorset at Clay Pigeon. Jamie King, he's got nothing to lose, all to win, and he'll probably still finish second.
Yeah, sorry, Jamie. Taylor's just quite good, isn't he? In fact, honestly, the only thing really missing from this grid is one Rossi Banham. Rossi, if you're watching along, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Reece Peacock missing as well. I think he got married recently, so congratulations to him. But it's all eyes, not to the lights. Now it is the lights. It is lights out. We are underway. Terrible start there for Jamie King as Taylor Lawrence slots into the lead away from pole position and maintains that lead as they head through Billy Bend, now running down into the S's section. 1, 2, 3, Lawrence, King, Horner, Simon Gates and P4 as well. Just behind them, Jamie King knows he can push all out. The championship's in his pocket. He doesn't need to worry about trying to preserve position, preserve points. He can just go all out and race Taylor Lawrence. Can he take it, though, to the 2021 champion?
Let's see, the 24 champ versus the 21 champ. Let's have a look. 12 laps to go, of course, in this race. They'll make it 11 when they break the beam at the line. Three-way quite potentially, because Ollie Horner got involved earlier on at race 2 as well. Jamie King, off there. The 91, that's Daniel Gilbert down, potentially out of this race as well, but back to the lead fight. There is the number 10 of Taylor Lawrence. Jamie King setting the pace, though, with the fastest lap closing in, but it's all good having the pace. It's nice to see he's waked up a bit after race 2 earlier on. He switched on, he's done the championship, and he needs to take that 3rd win of the season as well.
Yeah, he would love to take that 3rd win, wouldn't he? Or at least get it at the next round. His home round at Ella Park was the 2nd time we're going to Ella this year as well. Being a bit greedy with 2 home races in my opinion. It's your home race as well, Zach, isn't it? Nearest track to you. So you guys being very greedy over in Yarmouth. But
is that where I live?
Yeah, that is where you live. Over in Yarmouth, as well as Jamie King, funnily enough, if you didn't ask you enough last night. 10 laps to go, though. Taylor Lawrence still leads. Jamie King, the new champion, still hot on his tail. And to be fair to Jamie, giving it a better go than he has the other 2 races so far this weekend. Taylor still holding on just behind them. Ollie Horner there or thereabouts. Simon Gates has had a bit of a gap, but as you saw there, a new lead change for the race lead. Jamie King slotted on through. Taylor Lawrence, how can he respond?
Let's have a look. Jamie King, what a move. That could well have been to the inside of the horseshoe bend. Just had to send it through turn number 1. But Taylor Lawrence is immediately back through as he was able to just see the door open. Jamie King filled it through the S's, the 76, trying to fight, but he very quickly was able to find his way through. Now he has to look backwards to defend as well. Ollie Horner is hot on his tail. Taylor Lawrence now leads from Jamie King, Ollie Horner, the top 3 in the background as well. Simon Gates with blistering pace, 39.997 for him, closing in on lap record pace. Still about a second off, but certainly a very quick time for this weekend. 4 bikes, 8 laps to go, 1 victor.
Simon Gates didn't have as good of a start as he did in race 1 and race 2, so he was involved with the likes of Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence for a couple of laps, so that pulled him back. But now that he's got clear air in front of him, he can get his head down and push. That's why he's been setting fastest laps of the race, but he's now caught the back of Ollie Horner, Jamie King and Taylor Lawrence up the front of the pack. So Lawrence still holds on to the lead. Jamie King made a dive for the race lead here last time by. Decides against this time. In fact, he's going defensive against the 70 of Ollie Horner. So on this occasion, Jamie King will be staying put as they slide their way through right hand now to top bend, the final corner on the circuit, then rocket down the main straight. That very, very difficult left-hand kink, not quite flat out in a pit bike. You have to blend the throttle, roll off the throttle just ever so slightly to get the front of the bike pitched in enough. You can get it over to the left for the right-hander. That is Billy's Ben. Jamie King, great run out of the S's. Not quite close enough to challenge Taylor Lawrence, though, heading into the hairpin, maybe into the horseshoe. No, again, going to have to hold position on this occasion. Shortly going to be 6 laps left to go. And well, it's like race 1 all over again. The top 4 inseparable. Yeah, exactly. And this has just been pit bikes in 2024, really just jostling back and forth, constantly giving us amazing races, like back at Ella Park when Jamie King was fighting with Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown versus Chris Wells that led all the way back in April as well. So it really has been a fantastic season for 2024 in the pit bike 140. 6 laps left to go to enjoy round number 6. There is Ollie Horner. Of course, he's running in 3rd place. Just behind him is the 172 of Simon Gates.
there you can see, running their way through the hairpin and out of it into the horseshoe. Jamie King still behind Taylor Lawrence. No love lost between the pair of them. Great friends. And on that last lap, 1/1000th of a second separating their lap times. 39.863 to a 39.864 for Lawrence to King. That is how close the pace is. 5 laps to go, though, and Lawrence still in control.
Absolutely. Lawrence doing a great job once again. Returning to Fab, the first time on the bike in a year and a half, and showing everybody how it is done. The number 10, Jamie King, meanwhile, can only sit and watch at the moment. He's been able to squeeze past Lawrence for brief moments before the 10 slides straight back past. As Ollie Horner and Simon Gates begin to drop back just a little bit. Lawrence and King seemingly turning up the wick in response as well. As they fly around top bend, this will make it 4 laps left to go. Oh, look at that, Zach. A little bit of traffic starting to get involved. This could be an opportunity for Jamie King if he uses the traffic in a sensible way. He can try and force his way through Taylor Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly. But it's Jamie King, and sensible and intelligent things are not really something you'd associate with him, to be honest. But maybe he'll turn it up just to get a win, because he's not really had a rider like Taylor Lawrence, Chris Wells, Lucas Brown. He's not quite been able to beat any of that caliber of rider this year, and he's just turned up and scored the points. As there you can see, negotiating the traffic, Simon Gates and Ollie Horner working their way through. 3 laps to go at the line. They've cleared the vast majority of the traffic, but there is still more to come. Taylor Lawrence, you can tell with his experience, of course, won the championship in 2021. He knows what he's doing, and if he can't, more than likely you'd expect him to get through the lap traffic quite cleanly, but one small mistake, and you're right, Jamie King will very quickly snatch it up. But the question is, a big if he messes it up. It's not a guarantee, and Jamie King really cannot rely on a mistake from Taylor Lawrence. He needs to be forcing the hand himself.
Absolutely. King needs to be applying that pressure to Taylor Lawrence. He can't just let him make a mistake on his own, because Taylor Lawrence won't make a mistake on his own. It has to be King forcing him into making one. That being said, Taylor Lawrence held up a little bit by traffic there. Not a great deal, so it shouldn't cost him too much time. Jamie King also held up as they come through turn number 1. Again, no blue flags. Here at FAB-Racing, the riders you are lapping have no obligation to move out of the way. This time King has properly been held up, as has Simon Gates, who's gotten through Ollie Horner. And maybe Ollie Horner will be trying to slide back through, but Jamie King, that has cost him a decent chunk of time. The gap in the line last time was 0.5 of a second. I can tell you now, it is certainly a little bit bigger after they make their way through the lap traffic, and I think Taylor Lawrence may possibly have this one in the bag. Again, if you've got a pit bike and you want to get involved, head over to the FAB-Racing website. Last lap of the race, though, Taylor Lawrence still leading.
Yeah, he is. One more tour then for round number 6. Taylor Lawrence's one and only round, and he has an opportunity to do the sweep. It has happened a couple of times this season. We've spoken of riders and just sheer track domination when it comes to individual rounds, and Taylor Lawrence, it's like he never left. The 2021 Pit Bike 140 champion, taking the battle to Jamie King, to the entire field. Final corner for Taylor Lawrence, and he's going to tick it off. Another victory to the tally. The 2021 champion crosses the line once more at Clay Pigeon for the last time this season and takes the win ahead of Jamie King, our champion, who once again is only second best. Ollie Horner sets the fastest lap of the race on that final lap as well, a 39.751. Rounds off the podium at Simon Gates and Keaton Payne in P5. Beautiful race, though. There you can see he is happy. Smiles and thumbs to the camera. Jamie King waving, but we're not looking at him. All eyes on the race winner.
Taylor Lawrence, another wonderful performance here at Clay Pigeon. He takes victory with your new champion, Jamie King, in P2. Ollie Horner, great result to get onto the podium for him on his return to FAB-Racing as well. Simon Gates in 4th with Keaton Payne 5th. Bailey Lawrence in P6 with Ben Dublin 7th. Adam Harris in P8. Rory Jones 9th. Michael Collis was P10. Sean Whittaker, it looks like we lost, as well as Daniel Gilbert earlier on. You may have seen, I think he had a high side coming onto the main straight. I did think I see something just before the camera shot changed right at the back of the picture. So we'll wait and see. But that's it for the Pit Bike 140s, of course. They will be back in a few weeks' time at Ella Park. And although the championship, unfortunately, done and dusted now, there's still plenty of action to enjoy in the pit bikes.
Well, the final race of the weekend for the MotoGP Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. Of course, they've had a fantastic weekend up until this point, and will continue to do so in terms of a very hotly contested championship that Byron Johnson is heading. But before we get into that, we're joined by a very, very special guest in the commentary box. Would you love to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Callum, and I was racing in this, but then I crashed, and then the front yokes of my bike broke, and we don't have any spare.
So not ideal by any means.
Not very.
But what's sort of going through the rider's mind then before they get going for a race? I mean, you'll know firsthand at this stage, especially at the front, Travis Shaw, Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, those types of riders, what are they thinking?
I mean, they're probably thinking of just trying to get as far to the front as they can and trying to stay where they can, trying to bring it home.
Exactly that. Of course, it's been very, very hotly contested. Let's run you through the grid. Frankie Watson from Travis Shaw is the front row. Sebastian Gazlavski ahead of Byron Johnson. Bradley Curtis completes the top 5 ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. Then comes Archie Hooper, Riley Paisley. Isabel Wingate joining us for this weekend and future ones as well. Nicholas Dunwoody completes the top 10 ahead of Harris Watson, Daisy Polden, Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell, who of course is not here. He's right here next to me in the commentary box. There he is. It's like magic. So we've got 13 riders taking it to the grid. And just before we get going, what are we expecting then, Callum, out of this race? What sort of drama, intrigue, where can we expect the action?
I mean, probably at the front with Travis, Frankie, Sebastian, Byron in the mix as well, probably.
And who's your bet for the win?
Probably either Frankie or Travis.
Yeah.
They're doing pretty good.
Yeah, they've been very strong this weekend, it must be said. I mean, they've just been sort of the benchmark for everyone, particularly Travis Shaw. Didn't get the best of starts in race 2, but made up for it. Got his 4th win of the season for the number 4. And it is going to be ice to lights for the final time in round 6 of FAB-Racing. The MotoGP Mini GP 50s, lights are on, lights are off, let's go racing. Great start there from the second row. Bit of confusion between the pair of them, and it means that Frankie Watson gets away well from pole position. Travis Shaw is able to settle into second as they run their way to the S's. Byron Johnson then ahead of Sebastian Gazlavski. Bradley Curtis assuming the top 5, as it has been all weekend long. Travis Shaw, though, an early attack potentially to the inside of the hairpin. He has been so brave on the brakes, but right now it's Frankie Watson that leads. Where can Travis Shaw go and get him?
Travis should maybe try and do it under the inside in this corner right here. It's very wide and sweeping, and then they have lots of chances.
Yeah, exactly that. He's done it a couple of times, actually. Just sort of you open it up, but in fact, he's not even going to wait for that. He's going to wait for turn number 1. Gets the move done to the inside. Frankie Watson is then less susceptible to who could well be Sebastian Gazlavski or even Byron Johnson in the mix as well. They complete the first lap, and Gazlavski has actually moved his way up in a second place. Beautifully done. Frankie Watson then was caught napping. The 64 machine, Super Seb, is on a charge, searching for what could well be his first win of the season as well. There is Travis Shaw leading the way, searching for win number 5. Gazlavski searching for win number 1. He's not finished higher than second all season long, but Clay Pigeon really seems to work for him. Where is Sebastian strong, and how do you beat a rider like Travis Shaw?
Travis, he is, I believe, very strong in the corners and corner entry and exit, but also very strong on the straights. So there's not many opportunities to get past them, but if you do, just have to play really defensive and try not to let him past.
Exactly that, which is exactly what Byron Johnson is doing versus Bradley Curtis. This top 5 has been mighty all weekend long. Byron Johnson, of course, our championship leader, fighting with the likes of Frankie Watson, Travis Shaw, Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlavski. The top 5 in this race are the top 5 in the championship, all of whom technically still have a chance at championship glory, so they're going to try and keep it alive for as long as possible. Johnson is the favourite to take the 2024 MotoGP Mini GP 50 title. Let's see if he's able to deliver on that promise. He's been consistent all weekend long, but just lacking a little bit of pace. I mean, what can he do? What is he doing wrong compared to Travis Shaw or Gazlavski?
I don't...
It's just been a tough weekend for him. I mean, could it be a setup issue? Clay Pigeon, quite a tough track. I mean, racecraft-wise, he's been really strong, just slightly off the pace compared to those around him. So he's going to need to pick it back up. Of course, he was very strong at Ella Park, 3 podiums, 2 of which were a win, so I'm sure he's going to bounce back. But right now, Bradley Curtis is sniffing, searching for a move. We've got 8 laps left to run in this race. Travis Shaw taking the lead and running away with it out in front. Gazlavski hasn't got the ability really to stay in touch, and that could well bring Frankie Watson back into the fray. He's not really been overly strong from pole position. He won, of course, race 1 yesterday. Didn't win race 2. That went to Travis Shaw, but Frankie Watson from pole again, like he was in Rowra. Great qualifying pace, but it seems that in the race, for whatever reason, he's not quite got the consistency.
I mean, like, setting a qualifying time, that's quite different to setting, like, a race time or beating someone ahead, because you have to, like, think about, like, your line and where to overtake and the person behind you and where they're going to go and everything and that, like that.
So it's all about sort of predicting what the rider around you is going to do and reading their body language, putting yourself in their shoes and trying to sort of, just see what they would do and then work your lines and your attack based off that. Of course, these riders have been racing against each other for many years, pretty much since the start of their motorcycle racing careers. They get very familiar with each other. Do you get to learn each other's riding styles and sort of when and where you can attack different people?
Yeah, I mean, like, I know, like, certain people play, like, either really defensively, aggressively, just neutral, just trying to attack, just not let anyone past, learn your lines, try and block them, all of that.
Exactly. I think we might have a new lap record as well, set by Byron Johnson. A 38.575 is the pace. It's quicker than what we said in race 1. Not entirely sure as to what it was in race 2, but we'll run with it as a very strong lap time until we get it confirmed as a lap record. But Byron Johnson setting the pace. We've got a fight here. Is the 17 of Riley Paisley doing battle with Archie Hooper and Isabel Wingate as well. She's new on the scene in the FAB-Racing paddock. Of course, coming over from supermotos and more of an off-road background, coming into track bike racing. Really impressing because Archie Hooper has taken a podium this season. Riley Paisley, a strong rider in of himself. This is the fight for P6, and what can Isabel do to get herself involved?
Isabel could probably try and, like, just learn their lines and, like, plan their attack based on where they go, on what they do.
Exactly that. Being third place in that 3-bike train as well is going to be a little bit of a helping hand because Archie Hooper, sandwiched between, has to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend, and I'm sure that must be a very difficult situation for you. How do you weigh it up? How much attack do you do? How much defence do you do?
I mean, like, the further away I am from anyone behind me, like, the more aggressive I start to become. But, like, if someone's, like, right on my back tyre, I'm, like, just trying not to let them pass, but also trying to, like, keep a good distance.
Bit of lap traffic to contend with as well for our front 5. They all managed to get through quite cleanly. In fact, it's turning into a Travis Shaw and then a fight for second. Gazlavski there you can see on the 64 fighting with the 14 of Frankie Watson. They go around Daisy Polden, the 127 as you can see. Frankie Watson now doing the same into turn number 2. 3 laps left to run. Gazlavski searching for his best result of the season. Travis Shaw searching for his 5th win of the season. Of course, he took the first one ever back at Lids for race number 1. He took 2 more at Three Sisters and now is looking to do 2 here at Clay Pigeon. He has just been so strong, really setting the benchmark, setting, of course, that front row lap time to put him into second place. Which side of the circuit would you rather start on? Because obviously P2 gives you the inside, P1 gives you the outside. Do you reckon that's worked in favour of Travis Shaw being on the inside for turn 1?
I mean, yeah, because you want to try and be, like, as tight as you can into that first corner so you can, like, get a good line down into this one right here. And that's, getting a good line into there means you can carry lots of speed down here onto the straight and down into where Travis is right now.
And has that been important for him taking these victories?
Most likely, yeah, because, like, he's very fast, but also very agile. Oh.
We come on to through the final corner, final lap of the race, final lap of the weekend for the Mexican Mini GP 50 riders. There's the 54 of Harris Watson as we pick them up, running his way through. There he is into turn number 2. One more tour of Clay Pigeon for Travis Shaw. He has dominated this race from the get-go, got a fantastic start, took the lead of the race and has not looked back since. But Sebastian Gazlavski in a very different world, fighting for second with Frankie Watson and championship leader Byron Johnson in hot pursuit as well. Half a lap left to run. run for Travis Shaw, and he will tick off another sensational victory here in Fab Racing for 2024 through the final corner. Travis Shaw, the number 4 machine who took his 4th win just a couple of hours ago, once again sees the checkered flag first, hand waves and takes victory for the MotoGP Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Travis Shaw, take a bow, a start of the future. There he is, ahead of Frankie Watson, who got ahead of Sebastian Gazlavski in the end. Not quite the dream result that Gazlavski would have wanted, but in the end, Travis Shaw absolutely smashed it. His consistency and everything was just clinical. 2 wins this weekend. It's a shame that he's not... Well, I mean, he's still technically within a shout of the championship. He is going to overtake Frankie Watson for P2. Do you reckon he can go and catch Byron into Ella Park?
I mean, there's a very good chance, considering he's been, pretty dominant this weekend, so very good probability that he can.
Maybe so. Let's have a look. Travis Shaw takes victory ahead of Frankie Watson and Sebastian Gazlavski. Byron Johnson ahead of Bradley Curtis is the top 5. Then comes Riley Paisley, Archie Hooper and Isabel Wingate. Harris Watson ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody, Daisy Polden, Kai Hawken, the 12 rider field, and a potential new lap record going the way of Byron Johnson. Callum, thank you very much for jumping in and providing some fantastic insight. I hope you did enjoy your time in the commentary box as well. Shame you couldn't be out on track, but next best thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having me, and have a great day.
No worries. Thank you very much, Callum. And, we get rid of him, and unfortunately we have to welcome back one Mr. Ross McIntyre. He is here, and we have got a number of races still to come. But, of course, the MotoGP Mini GP50s brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. They'll be back for their final round, the championship decider, when we take to Ella Park.
Up next, the Extreme 200 race number 3 here at Clay Pigeon. Championship already done and dusted in this one, but it should still be very, very exciting. Of course, Wilson Dilks, he's been the class of the field all weekend, but that's not to say that he's it come easily. Henry McCarthy fighting him very, very hard. The returning Archie O'Brien today also putting on a bit of a clinic and being the quickest of the Metra kits out there by a considerable country mile. Let's get going. Oh, Wilson Dilks doesn't get away on the grid. Oh, is there a big problem for Wilson Dilks, maybe? Wilson Dilks not moving at all. And has the bike stalled, or is there a problem? I'm not sure. He's trying to get it going. He was supposed to be going off second with Henry McCarthy on pole, and he does get going. So Wilson Dilks will start from P2. Archie O'Brien from P3 with Philip Sarabiak going off of P4. Billy Polwell 5th with Austin Johnson 6th. Harry Payne 7th. Matthew Thomas 8th. Lee Caulfield 9th with Ronnie Harris rounding out the top 10. Harley Baker's 11th with George Ackerman in P12. Scott Dermott 13th with Annabelle McCarthy 14th. Lucy Curtis 15th. Unfortunately, she is out with an injury with Leo Solu in 16th. Philip Sarabiak also has gone home, and a few more riders have jumped in today as well. So not an accurate grid, but it was the results from qualifying. Potentially problem there for Wilson Dilks, though, not being able to get away. Maybe that's something to watch out for in a few moments' time. Yeah, it's not going to fill him with confidence for the initial get-go. And Henry McCarthy has been a very worthy adversary at taking some wins off of Wilson Dilks this weekend. Of course, the newly crowned champion of Race 1. And 2024 has gone his way, both in this one and in the 70s. But Archie O'Brien, coming back from injury, is raring to go. Set a new lap record in the 70s as well. Can he set the pace in the Extremes? It's eyes to the lights for the final time this weekend for the Extreme 200 class. Lights out, let's go racing. Henry McCarthy, Wilson Dilks level into turn number 1, but it's McCarthy that gets himself ahead. Archie O'Brien settles into 3rd place as well. They run their way through the long right-hander here at turn number 2, and it's a top 3 breakaway as Austin Johnson as well trying to work his way into the conversation. We saw him earlier on have a bit of a slide, and he's going to be looking to not replicate that in this race. Very busy in the background, but there we go. There's the 31 leading the 85, then the 91 of Archie O'Brien. This could be a fantastic race. Top 3 already starting to break away, and within that top 3, the front 2 looking to try and bolt into the distance. Diavali, of course, a little bit quicker than the number 91 Metro Kid of Archie O'Brien. Wilson Dilks to the inside, down through turn 1. Did he get the move done? We'll wait and see, but they were neck and neck across the line. Yes, he did. Wilson Dilks has managed to slide up into the lead of the race, presumably getting through into Billy's Bend turn 2 and having to go defensive from Henry McCarthy into the hairpin though. Horseshoe shouldn't be that much of a worry. It was enough of a defence through the previous corner to keep Henry Mack behind. But we're already seeing a fantastic battle brewing once again. Henry McCarthy has fought Wilson Dilks all weekend long and is continuing to put on that show. And Archer O'Brien, fastest lap last time round. That's replaced by Henry McCarthy with the fastest lap, but he's still sticking with the top 2, even if the bike is a little bit slower. So Dilks leads McCarthy, leads O'Brien, your top 3. They bolted away. Austin Johnson, some 2.5 seconds back from Archie O'Brien already. So the 3 at the front, clearly a cut above the rest through the horseshoe. Once again, there you go. As they come now into right hand, then top bend, final corner on the circuit. And look at the gap starting to form between O'Brien and the leading pair. Dilks will take us onto the next lap. 9 to go the line. Henry McCarthy still keeping him very, very honest as they head into Billy's Bend.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic battle, I think, all the way to the end. Wilson Dilks, of course, slashing it as he always does this season. 24 really has been his year, so keep an eye out for him, a name for the future. The 27 of Austin Johnson is a very busy train behind him. It's all aboard the Johnson Express, really, in that fight for third. Harry Payne, Matthew Thomas, Leo Caulfield, Blake Wilson, Ronnie Harris, Harley Baker and Taylor Tomlinson, all potentially in pursuit, searching for a podium with 8.5 laps left to run. The top 3 are fighting, then it's everyone else fighting for the spoils.
Yeah, there is a serious train going on from 4th to 11th. Look at how close they all are. Any one of these guys could be finishing in P4, maybe trying to move forward if someone up the front falls into issues. Looks like Henry McCarthy has retaken the lead of the race. There's the 27 of Austin Johnson holding off from Harry Payne. Matthew Thomas having a great race so far, trying to pick his way through the pack, but he's got to deal with Blake Wilson behind as well, who has a huge chatter as they head into the hairpin. Lucky to stay on 2 wheels. The front of the bike was bouncing everywhere as he began to tip into the right-hander, but he stayed on and keeps pushing as well. Matthew Thomas, a little bit of breathing room, not so much for Austin Johnson. Harry Payne right on his tail as they blast down through turn number 1. Looking to the outside there was Matthew Thomas coming in. Unfortunately doesn't come into fruition, but turn 1, Matthew Thomas looking very, very racy through that part of the racetrack. But look at them all just flying through the corners. Oh, and there, maybe Harry Payne. Yeah, Harry Payne had to go defensive. Very, very strange. So Austin Johnson went defensive from Harry Payne, who himself went defensive for Matthew Thomas. So that necessarily means that Austin Johnson, his time will suffer. Harry Payne pokes a wheel up the inside. Feeling racy. Austin Johnson looks like he might be feeling a little bit of the pressure. Look at them flying through turn 1. This is brilliant racing in race number 3 of the Extreme 200s. Johnson just about holding on to 4th. But it could change in the blink of an eye.
It really can. That is the dynamic of the train that we've got. Obviously, typically you'll see them all going defensive because it's difficult. If someone goes defensive and you commit to the outside, you then leave the inside open for the rider behind to fill. So Harry Payne is taking a lot of risk trying to get that cut back versus Austin Johnson, who himself is defending really well. But all he's doing is bringing more and more riders into the equation with 4 laps to go at the line. Of course, 5 laps as they cross for them, as Henry McCarthy and Wilson Dilks have already broken the beam. It'll be 4 laps next time by. Time is ticking. Austin Johnson, though, despite the fact he's under huge amounts of pressure from that number 11, is keeping his composure really well.
He absolutely is. It's no real change at the moment unless Blake Wilson fancies to go on the inside. Lovely stuff from Blake Wilson. Slides through on Matthew Thomas. As you said, Zach, you need to go defensive maybe, because Matthew Thomas left the door open and Blake Wilson grasped the opportunity with both hands to move up into P6. And now maybe can set his sights on Harry Payne in front as well. Look at all of them just trying desperately to stay in the tow, desperately trying to gain any advantage they can on the rider's head. Oh, Blake Wilson's already through on Harry Payne. That must have been through turn 1. So that's Blake Wilson up into P5 now. And he could be challenging for 4th place very, very quickly because Austin Johnson in front. Blake Wilson's found another gear and is pushing very, very hard. Tries a cutback to set himself up. But Horseshoe Bend won't be close enough as Johnson goes defensive. Harry Payne and Matthew Thomas watching on, waiting patiently to see the outcome of this battle.
Yeah, exactly. 3 laps to go, 2 at the line, and look at Wilson all over the rear end of Johnson, whose defence still is bulletproof. The number 8 looks to the outside of turn 1 this time. What's going to be the situation as they approach turn 2? He is going to look to the inside, but gets cut off there. Austin Johnson, incredibly defensive, and swoops his way to stay in 4th place. Harry Payne then had a look at a bit of a counter-attack, keeping it to the white line is the 27. The number 8 tries to go the long way round, but doesn't quite have the agility as they accelerate out of the traction zone into the horseshoe. The 27 once again stays ahead.
Wow, that was really, really interesting watching Blake Wilson's lines through theirs. And oh, look at the bike moving about underneath him. Now trying to go the long way round at top end. Almost is off the seat of the bike. Goodness gracious me. How is Blake Wilson still in this race? He was fully off the bike going through that corner. Unbelievable. I was just going to say, watching him through horseshoe, happened to use the throttle to get the rear of the bike pivoted in so he could get the front of the bike pointing where he wanted it to go. He is pushing so hard, is Wilson, on that number 8. Desperately trying to find his way through Austin Johnson, but at the same time, look at Matthew Thomas, who's got through on Harry Payne. Look at Harry Payne himself, both of them vying to try and get in front of these two as well. Once again, Blake Wilson to the outside. Once again, almost coming off the motorbike. This is unreal stuff. Final lap of the race. Henry McCarthy leads by a 10th from Wilson Dilks, but it's anybody's guess who's going to be finishing in 4th place. Any one of these guys could end up falling over. Any one of these guys could end up making places. Unbelievable.
This is riveting stuff. There is our fight for the lead. They've already completed their final lap. Wilson Dilks was able to find his way through on Henry McCarthy.
Oh,
and a big crash. Harry Payne's gone down. Wilson Dilks takes victory for the final race of the Extreme 200. The weekend he won the championship in 2024 ahead of Henry McCarthy. But it's heartbreak for Harry Payne, feeling the pain down at the hairpin. And there we go. The fight for 4th comes to a climactic end. Austin Johnson versus Blake Wilson. It will be Johnson that very well deservedly takes 4th place, but Harry Payne down and out of that race. He'll be lucky to finish in the top 10. He won't finish in the top 10.
That's a real shame. He'll still be classified as it was the last lap, but you could tell there was a crash coming there for some time, couldn't you? Wilson Dilks takes the victory with Henry McCarthy in P2, just a 10th and a half behind, with Archie O'Brien rounding out the podium. Great performance from him. Austin Johnson, a well-deserved 4th place. What a defensive masterclass from him, with Blake Wilson fast charging into 5th. Matthew Thomas 6th, Ronnie Harris 7th, Leo Caulfield in P8, Harley Baker was 9th, and Taylor Tomlinson rounding out the top 10. Ollie Sims 11th with Annabelle McCarthy in P12. George Ackerman was 13th. Harry Payne looks set to be classified 14th, and Leo Soliu was a lap down in P15. That's it for the Extreme 200s, and what a way to go out of this weekend. Simply phenomenal action from start to finish, Moto 3 style, out there at Clay Pigeon. Of course, a few weeks and they'll be back at Ella Park, the second time we're visiting Ella Park this season, for the final round of the season, of course. And if you've got a Navali, you're more than welcome to bring them along now. Half the grid are apparently using them, so if you've got a Navali and you're free that weekend, head on over. We'd love to have you go round at Ella Park in a few weeks. Final race of the weekend then for Moto Team. The riders making their way to the dummy grid. They'll be heading out to the grid proper very shortly. And well, it's been a very interesting weekend in Moto Team. Although it's not been the biggest grid of Moto Team that we've seen, unfortunately, we have seen some fantastic action. A Will Howard pit lane to first challenge, which he completed in race 2, taking a brilliant overall victory. But we've also seen big fighting between Ben and Harrison O'Keefe and Sean Whittaker as well. Madison Martlew also putting on displays here and there as they get going onto their formation lap. A little bit slower away there from one of the O'Keefes, but nothing to worry about at the current moment. On the grid, though, the number 96, Will Howard, starts from pole with Harrison O'Keefe alongside Ben O'Keefe in P3 and Sean Whittaker in P4. Madison Martlew was 5th with Gary O'Keefe P6. Guy Kite was 7th with Kieran Evans with 8th. Hopefully, Zach, some more fighting to come.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Of course, Moto Team had a very interesting race too. Of course, half of them didn't want to wake up. The other half then realised that, of course, they were a little bit late. Managed to join the race. Will Howard, though, doing that last to first and absolutely smashed said last to first. Coming through the final corner, they'll line themselves up on to the grid for the final time at Clay Pigeon. The 96 pulling into his pole position slot. Alongside him, of course, the O'Keefe army in the Moto team. Sean Whittaker as well. We can see him. He's there, right there, that number one.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, Sean. No complaints. And I'm sure he, to be fair, we caught him getting overtaken by Will Howarth in race 2. So, you know, you get what you ask for.
He's made the broadcast.
You get what you ask for. He has made the broadcast. Let's see if he can make history in this race and give us a classic. Lights on, lights off, let's go. Will Howarth, a good jump. Sean Whittaker, a decent one as well, as he looks to take second place almost immediately. But he is sandwiched between the two O'Keefes as they round their way through Billy's Bend at turn 2. Will Howarth, understandably doing Will Howarth things, taking the lead of the race and keeping it from pole position. The 01, though, trying to get back through on Ben O'Keefe, who was able to find his way through on that 64 machine. Late on the brakes for the 01, is through, back in a third overall.
Nice start there from Harrison and Ben O'Keefe. Sean Whittaker, though, managing to get back into second in the standard class. Will Howarth, as you'd expect, on that monster of a bike, just rockets off into the distance. We'll be seeing him when he takes the checkered flag, I'm presuming. And there we see Madison Martlew putting some pressure on Gary O'Keefe. This is not for points. There are two different classes, Gary O'Keefe's in the open, Madison Martlew in the standard. But they're still going to try and fight nonetheless. As there we do see Will Howarth actually going a little bit slower. I wonder if he's backed off, or maybe there is a problem, because Will Howarth definitely shot off a bit further than that into the distance at the race start. And there we actually see Harrison O'Keefe trying to find a way through for the overall race lead. Again, these three behind Will Howarth in a different class. But you want to fight for overall positions. You want to fight for glory, don't you? So we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. And if Will Howarth does indeed have a problem, maybe they'll be able to try and fight him. Will Howarth, though, seemingly set, pending a disaster, touch wood, for an open class victory once again.
Yeah, exactly. Will Howarth setting the fastest lap, all of them setting the fastest lap that last time by 44.111 for Ben O'Keefe, setting the pace in this Moto Team race. Third place at the moment in the standard, fourth place overall. But of course, not only do they want the points, they also want the glory, the overall prize of taking the win. Will Howarth, I don't know, maybe he's fabricating a bit of a race, trying to have a bit of fun with it and give maybe the likes of Harrison O'Keefe and Sean Whittaker some false hope. But there he is, the 01. He's in contention for the standard class championship. Of course, himself and Team Atme have been battling all season long, and with Atme's absence here at Clay Pigeon, it could well go the way of Sean Whittaker.
It could do indeed. We'll have to crunch some numbers, but a strong finish could see Sean picking up the title. Gary O'Keefe could as well be winning the Moto Team Open title in this race as well. We just need to crunch the numbers, unfortunately, and figure out what is going on as they all continue to follow around Will Howarth. But we'll wait and see how it all unfolds. Harrison O'Keefe still leads the way in the standard class. Under real pressure, though, from Sean Whittaker, who on that number 01 bike pushing very, very hard, looking for a way through the number 65, Harrison O'Keefe. Can he find the gap, though? Can he find the possibility to slide on through? It is anybody's guess if he's going to be able to. Will Howarth will take them onto 8 laps left to run. And look at that, Harrison O'Keefe running a little bit defensive actually down the main straight, trying to break the toe a little bit. Sean Whittaker, I'm wondering if Harrison O'Keefe maybe a little bit worried about Whittaker behind, maybe launching a move. We might see it down this back straight as well as they come out of the S's. It's a good exit, and indeed he does try and break the toe, try and take the inside line, then towards the outside. So, yeah, Harrison O'Keefe already starting to act a bit defensively, and you can tell as well, because he's starting to defend, it's costing him time. That's allowing Will Howarth to pull away at the front of the pack.
Yeah, it really is. Will Howarth's just setting faster and faster lap times. 43.351 that last time by. Of course, for Will Howarth, who has been absolutely smashing it anytime he's attended a weekend of FAB this year. Of course, both in the senior mini motos and at Moto Team. Sub 42s for Will Howarth. Incredible stuff in terms of lap time. 1.1 seconds quicker than Harrison O'Keefe on that last time by. That is that rider there under pressure from Sean Whittaker, who is going to look maybe to have a look into the hairpin for a late break. Not quite close enough, and the 65 thwarts it away. 6.5 laps left to go though, and at the moment Harrison O'Keefe fending off the standard win.
Yeah, nice defending there from Harrison O'Keefe, just sliding back around the outside, shutting the door firmly in Sean Whittaker's face as they come to top bend, back onto the main straight. Maybe we'll see some heroics down into turn 1 or Billy's Bend at turn 2. And Will Howarth is well and truly checked out. He's got bored of hanging around. Does does Sean Whittaker fancy to go? Has a look, pokes a wheel, decides against it. He's more than happy to stay behind Harrison O'Keefe. I think he wants to try and make the move down into the hairpin at the end of the back straight. That seems to be the best possibility for him to do it. Does he have a look to the inside? No, little bit too far back on this occasion. Just didn't quite get the run out of the S's that I think that he wanted. Maybe into the horseshoe again. No, ooh, a little bit closer this time. It was a bit of a missed entry to the corner there from Harrison O'Keefe. Just ran slightly wide. These two have started to leave Ben O'Keefe behind. I say started, they have left Ben O'Keefe behind. Started to just pump in mega lap times. He's not been able to keep paces. We'll have laps Kieran Evans on the 2-3-1 there, Kieran. He got out of the way very nicely in race number 2, so I'm sure he'll be doing the same, even though he does have no obligation to get out of the way. Again, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. But Kieran Evans seemingly just doesn't want to get in the way of the racing that's happening in front of him, or behind him, should I say, and he will let them through very nicely. But Will Howard, once again on the 96, putting on a clinic, showing how it's done. And again, he can cruise home, blindfolded, hands off the handlebars, all of that stuff, because he could probably win the race on a pedal bike at this point. He's so far in front. Cast your mind back to 2022, when Will Howard was doing this every single round. The bike is ridiculous, the man is ridiculously quick as well. With 4 laps left to go, he has got the open win in the palm of his hand to sweep the weekend. He's got the overall win in the palm of his hand. Behind, though, Sean Whittaker in front of Harrison O'Keefe. He now leads the standard class.
He does indeed, Sean Whittaker. There we go. All eyes on him as he takes the lead of the race. Looking, of course, to take a step forward towards that 2024 Moto Team Standard Championship. And of course, close friends with Pit Bike Sonic and Jamie King, and if both of them can come out of this season with a championship apiece, that would be very successful indeed. And Sean Whittaker would have taken more race wins as well, which is a low bar, but nonetheless doing a fantastic job. 3 laps to go for round number 6 of the 2024 FAB-Racing Mini-Bike Championship and for Moto Team. The 65 machine there, you can see Harrison O'Keefe not quite to the pace of Sean Whittaker in the last couple of laps, really dropping off a 2.5 seconds that last time by. Sean Whittaker absolutely handling in the lap times. Actually, in fact, closing in on Will Howard. I think the 96 may be just taking a breath and cruising at home, but nonetheless, Sean Whittaker definitely has turned up the wick.
He has indeed, and starting to push away. Maybe Harrison O'Keefe also experiencing some problems, perhaps, because his lap times have dropped about a second. So I wonder if there's something going on there with the number 65 bike. And yeah, he looks frustrated as well as he cranked up into the next gear. Just a shake of the head. Something, I think, is going wrong with Harrison O'Keefe's motor or something along those lines. Doesn't sound too unhealthy, but we'll have to wait and see. Sean Whittaker now looking to take a very comfortable standard class victory, as Will Howard soon to step into the last lap, should I say. Rounding the horseshoe, a bit more traffic out in front of him, but nothing that shouldn't be too hard to make his way around as they fly on by. And as they come now, 1 more lap to go for Will Howard on the number 96. Sean Whittaker, actually, that's him behind him. Sean Whittaker must have just found something special, because now he might be challenging for the overall victory.
Might well indeed. Let's see if they're able to contest it. Will Howard, of course, for once this weekend under pressure. Sean Whittaker on what could well be a championship-defining weekend for him. At the very least, putting one hand on the trophy towards Ella Park. Will crunch the numbers, but the numbers say that Sean Whittaker has smashed 2024. And let's see if he's able to get an overall victory. I think it might just be too little too late. Last race of the weekend for Will Howard, who ticks it off. 3 race victories from 3 races in Moto Team. He wins the Open, he wins the overall, and sees the checker flag first. Sean Whittaker victorious in the standard as well. Harrison O'Keefe will bring it home in 3rd place as well. Cracking stuff from both Will Howard and Sean Whittaker to take home yet another victory this season for both the 96 and the 01 plate bikes. Both of them very deserved victors.
Absolutely. Will Howard, a domineering open class victory. Sean Whittaker takes victory in standard with Harrison O'Keefe in 2nd, Ben O'Keefe 3rd, and Madison Marlew in 4th, while Gary O'Keefe is 2nd in the open class, and Kieran Evans is 3rd. What a race once again in Moto Team. As always, a joy to watch as they bring it back into the pit lane. course, the board's out, some trophies out for the riders as well, it would seem. Jamie King, the organiser of handing out trophies here at FAB-Racing, clearly decided that he just wants to get it out of the way a little bit earlier. But Will Howarth is absolutely elated. What a performance from that man. As Jamie King goes over to congratulate him, hand on the shoulder. Well done, says Pit Bike Sonic. And, well, looks like actually Harrison O'Keefe has completely missed the pit board and has gone straight to leave. As there through comes Kieran Evans on the 2-3-1, stopping in third. Oh, I guess they're doing the open class podium first. I forgot about that bit. There might be two classes in this one. So they've sent the standard class guys to wait over at the side. But that is the open class podium that we see there. Will Howarth takes victory with Gary O'Keefe in P2 and Kieran Evans in P3. Final race of the weekend in the mini F1 sidecars. The action has been hotting up, the temperature has been rising, the ice lollies are out in the paddock, and anything can happen. And as a great man once said, in motorsport, it normally does. Mick Williams has won both races so far this weekend, but he has had to work for it as they continue to push on. And I say both races, he hasn't won both races this weekend, the Green Street have. But Mick Williams, he'll be looking for a strong result as they get going on their formation lap. What about Mick Lee? We can't get Mick Lee on that 44 again. Some real pace being shown by them all weekend long. It is the 26 of Mick Williams who takes pole position. Jason and Leo Greenstreet start alongside. The 44 of Mick Lee goes off of P3, with Chris Impey and Dave Caves off of P4 in the 457. The number 11 of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet in P5, with Mark Parker on the 230 going from 6th. The 127, the Hoskerville starts 7th. They had a great race too. Let's see how they do in race 3. And Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook on the 369 starts in P8. And, well, as the temperature rises, we're hoping the blood doesn't boil, because we've seen fireworks before in the mini F1 sidecar, Zach Sweeney. Let's hope they don't come to blows again, but we still get some fantastic racing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Mick Williams obviously took that win in race 2. The Greenstreets took it in race 1, and that 44 has just been a consistent machine all weekend long. Obviously, P2s, they're searching for that second win of the season. They very might well could get it. They are very strong, very aggressive, very keen. Mick Williams, though, has just had his wits about him, really been able to hammer in some good results. There they all are, running their way onto the grid. The Greenstreet's on the inside low. Let's see who's going to get the jump off the start. The final race of the weekend for the mini F1 sidecars. Championship deciding potentially as well going into Ella Park. Lights are on. Lights are off. Greenstreets get away well, but Mick Williams with a good second phase. They're neck and neck towards turn number 1. And then look as well, Vince Bailey on the 44 looking to the inside, but once again, Jamie Alexander all the way around the outside through turn 2 into the S's, and the number 11 takes third place away.
Lovely stuff from the number 11. Oh, but a poor exit out of the S's. That opens the door for the 44 as the 90 looks to the outside on the 26. Side by side into the hairpin they fly. But it is the 26 that leads the way. Defensive there from Mick Williams into the horseshoe as the 44 almost off the racetrack. Trying to get up the inside of Jamie Alexander. And there comes the 457 of Chris Impey, also trying to have a go. A disappointing start to this race from the 44. They hold onto P4. Here comes the 90 of the Greenstreets up the inside down into turn 1. I think as well they led lap 1. They just about got Mick Williams before they crossed the line. So the Greenstreets lead lap number 1 here, but it's not done and dusted yet. The 26 is going to give them a fight for it. The 44, meanwhile, just can't find their way through that number 11. What a start that was from Jamie Alexander, holding the inside into the hairpin. The 44 backs out of it. They know they can't go the long way around. Defensive once again from Jamie Alexander into the horseshoe, but sweeping round this time. Lovely from the 44, wide. But too wide and onto the grass. And that's going to drop them back even further. And for the 44 of Mick and Danny Lee, it goes from bad to even worse. They think they've dropped down to 5th place, possibly 6th now. Unbelievable scenes at the start of this race.
Yeah, not what they would have wanted at all. Behind now 3 bikes to get to the podium. You were right, it is now going to be 6th place for the 44, but what a defence being shown from the 11 of Jamie Alexander. Of course, when they've gotten on the podium this season, they really haven't had to work for it very hard. Now, of course, the 44 is on the scene in front-running pace. They're really showcasing how strong they are with their racecraft. There goes Mick Lee on the inside of Mark Parker to the hairpin. Nicely done from the 44. Ticks off another position and is in hot pursuit, trying to catch up to the 457 of Chris Impey, who now has an opportunity maybe to fight for a podium. At the front, though, it's still Greenstreet versus Williams for the lead. 6 laps at the line. There they are. The contest between the two most recent championship antagonists in this season. Both of them have an opportunity to do it. It is going to go down to the wire at Ella Park. Who's going to be the one on the front foot, though, going into it? Will it be the Greenstreets? Will it be Williams? We'll have to find out. But right now, this could be a turning point.
Has there been a problem? I heard an engine cut out. Yellow flags are waving. Mick Williams is off the road. Mick Williams has gone off or spun or something along those lines. I heard an engine cut out as the front pair blasted through the S's. The yellow flags then waved and Mick Williams is nowhere to be seen. What has happened to the 26? That could be catastrophic for their championship hopes, and that could hand all the cards to the Greenstreet, who now sit alone in P1, but the 44 and the 11 trading places for now. What is second place? Round the outside goes the 44. Lovely move from Mick and Danny Lee to get up into now what is second place. But yeah, Mick Williams is just nowhere to be seen. He's gone. I'm so confused and lost as to what's happening, unless he's still out on the racetrack. But no, he's still out on the racetrack, I think. Yeah, he's still leading the way. The mind boggles sometimes. Mick Williams is still out on the racetrack. I heard an engine cut out somehow. It was a slow lap for the Greenstreet. Yeah, it was a slow lap for the Greenstreet, so the Greenstreets must have made an error. Mick Williams is still out on the racetrack and still leading the way. So, panic over. Mick Williams still in this one. Jason and Leo Greenstreet in P2.
Yeah, no, they've just set another lap time, 45.6, so nothing untoward about it. The Greenstreets, though, they must have been the ones with the issue, dropping back. For whatever reason, Mick Lee now is back on the scene. There is side-by-side the 369 of Vince Bailey, trying to go around the outside of the 230. He gets the inside for turn of 1 and is through. Ford is going to be 6th place at the line. 4 laps left to run. Mick Williams on course for a victory. Another victory this weekend, closing the gap in the championship to what would be 21 points going into Ella Park. That would be huge. In fact, actually, no, it's going to be less than that. It's going to be 17 points going into Ella Park, because the Greenstreets were P3 in race 2. So even closer, despite the fact they misled, and despite the early dominance from the Greenstreets, we have a championship on our hands, especially if the 44 overtakes them now.
Absolutely. So it was Jason and Leo Greenstreet who made that error, possibly a half swim, because they've dropped about 4 seconds back from Mick Williams. So Mick Williams can cruise on home now with 2.5 laps left to go. The Greenstreets have got the 44 to deal with, a big handful. And the 44, again, they're still in this championship fight as well, albeit distantly. So they're going to want to maximise their points. They don't really give one about the Greenstreets. And therefore, Mick Williams, they're all in it for themselves, and they want to get through. It's going to be 2 laps left to go in the blink of an eye. And the 44, whoa, wow, sideways and a half from the 44. That's cost them a lot of time down the straight. It's cost them about half a second, that lap. So maybe, just so I was saying, is that a problem? The 44 running very slowly. We saw them run off the road earlier. Yeah, that's got to be a problem. The thing's sideways. It's drifting through the corners. What's going on with the 44?
Not entirely sure. It's just the way they're attacking the corners. There could well be sort of a slow puncture or something that maybe is causing them to be sliding, but all sides of the car seem to be level. So again, not entirely sure as to what would be the problem. Maybe they're just, again, it could just be a rider issue, that they're sort of slamming the throttle down a bit too quickly, pressing the brakes a bit too hard, not just having the grip that they need. There is Mick Williams. He was just so far in front, we thought he disappeared. 1 lap left to go for a second victory of the weekend, and what would then be their 7th of the season, closing in to match the tally brought out by the Greenstreets. What a recovery in a championship this has been. 1 tour left of Clay Pigeon, and they are going to almost halve the championship lead set by the Greenstreets. We are going to have another Greenstreet Williams finale.
And well, we know what that produced in 2023 as well, don't we? fireworks at Three Sisters last year. Maybe we'll get fireworks at Ella Park this year, because as Mick Williams in the 26th outfit round top bend, we're going to the final round in this one. Mick Williams takes the victory and crucially takes the championship fight to the final round at Ella Park. The Green Streets do hold on for second place, with Mick Lee and Danny Lee on the 44 missing out in P3. But Mick Williams once again is the man of the moment, and once again proving all the doubters wrong when the going gets tough, because they and they alone have been the ones who have forced this championship all the way to the final round, and they're the ones holding the cards. The pressure is on the Green Streets, and Williams has the momentum.
I didn't think we'd have this situation. I honestly thought that the Green Streets had the measure this year, particularly their early dominance. I mean, they won all but 2 races of the entire first half of the season. That was the level that they were able to raise to. Let's run through, of course, the results. Williams from Green Street from Lee, that's the podium. Jamie Alexander on the 11, ahead of Chris Impey as the top 5. And then, of course, just in behind that, you'd have had the likes of the 1, 2, 7, the Hoskin-Mobile, of course, taking to the track. In fact, actually, no, they didn't. They had some issues in race 2. So it would have been then Vince Bailey on the 369, the 230 then, and Mark Parker to round off our 7 Sidecar field. They'll take to the podium for pictures, and we'll see them back for the championship finale in 3 weeks' time at Ella Park.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, title decider.
The premier class of FAB-Racing comes down to this, the 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. We are a few short laps away from potentially seeing a champion crowned. Wilson Dilks is on 75 points ahead of Archie O'Brien in P2. If the gap is the same at the end of this race or greater, Dilks is champion. If the gap is 74 points or lower, then it goes to the final round. Then Archie O'Brien's got a big challenge ahead of him to try and catch him. There is Dilks coming out cool, calm and collected, as he always is. But he surely knows that at the end of this race, his name can be added to a roll of honour that has some names that have gone on to be international superstars. This is this is the biggest championship in FAB-Racing. It's the biggest Metrokit championship in the UK, and it all comes down to this. It's Archie O'Brien, the main challenger, who starts from pole. Of course, he missed race 1 through an injury. He's got a big ask ahead of him today. The title favourite, Wilson Dilks, he starts from P2 with Finlay Polhill 3rd and Byron Johnson P4. Harry Payne is 5th with Travis Shaw in P6. Matthew Thomas is 7th with Frankie Watson P8. Taylor Tomlinson is 9th and George Ackerman rounds out the top 10. He's followed by Beth Ashby and Lucy Curtis on row 6, with Riley Paley and Harris Watson rounding out our grid. Wilson Dilks has all the cards. Archie O'Brien just needs to finish in front of Dilks and get just 1 point more, realistically, to take it to Ella Park. But Wilson Dilks, you know how strong he's been all weekend. It's going to be tough for O'Brien.
It was a very fast formation lap from Wilson Dilks. He really did take off, and honestly didn't think it was going to stop. I, for a second, thought they were already racing as to how quick Wilson Dilks was going. Archie O'Brien, we know how he struggled with his starts, especially with that injury. He needs to sort it. He needs that win to get it off his shoulders, but also to keep the championship alive. If he wins this race, it goes to Ella Park. The pressure is on that young man. Wilson Dilks, he's already won a title this weekend. Can he make it too? It's ice to the lights for the premier class of minibike racing in the UK. Lights are on for the final time at Clay Pigeon. Let's go racing. Archie O'Brien with a good start this season. Byron Johnson to the outside of Wilson Dilks and into the lead of the race potentially as well. Sends the move on Archie O'Brien, sends him wide. Wilson Dilks goes through. Archie O'Brien with an initial good bite, but through turn 2 drops to 3rd.
Byron Johnson rocket ship away from the line. Archie O'Brien trying to go the long way around. Can't quite make it happen. Just got squeezed out down at turn number 1, unfortunately for him, and maybe facing some pressure from Finlay Polhill as well. Time will tell what, of course, this race is going to take. Wilson Dilks looking to the inside of Byron Johnson. Gap wasn't there at top bend. Johnson will lead the first lap of this race, but look how close they all are. Dilks is right with him. but Archie O'Brien is right there. Dilks is going to the inside. Dilks goes to the lead. Oh, Archie O'Brien has to massively get out of the throttle to avoid an incident. Finlay Polehill has to do similar. Almost a calamitous accident there, and that's cost Archie O'Brien a lot of time. And now there is another bike in between himself and his championship rival.
Time lost that he did not need at all. Archie O'Brien, that could be costly. Just went in, had to sit the bike up, went down again, sat the bike up again, and it's just so clumsy and cumbersome, and really what he wanted to avoid, close to an accident as well. He needs to get through on Byron Johnson before he then goes and attacks Wilson Dilks. He's got the pace to do it. Set a lap record in race 2, of course, as well. We know that he's quick, but that track position that he's got, he said to us how important track position was this weekend. It's going to be tough, especially now Wilson Dilks is home free in front with 3 bikes fighting into the hairpin. Byron Johnson making it as wide as possible, and this is bad news for Archie O'Brien. Very much sprint races, 9 laps to go at the line. Time is of the essence if he wants to win this race.
This is very much falling into Wilson Dilks' hands. This is exactly the type of race that he loves, where he can get to the front early and just control the pace from there and slowly start pulling away. He's already got a 1.6 second gap to Byron Johnson, who's making his bike as wide as the circuit. Looks like Riley Paisley, I think, was stopped there on the infield, so problems for him perhaps. But back to the action, and O'Brien still under pressure. O'Brien's lost another place as through goes Finlay Polehill on a very opportunistic move, but one that paid off in the end. Lovely stuff from Polehill, and O'Brien now off the podium. It goes from bad to worse for the number 91, and with each turn you can see the championship dream slipping away.
Yeah, it was going to be improbable, and now it is slipping into the hands of impossible. With 8 laps left to go, Archie O'Brien needs to be turning up the wick, and the race win is just slipping further and further away. He's not even on the podium at this stage. Finlay Polehill, Byron Johnson have been so quick the last couple of weekends, such tough adversaries, and Archie O'Brien, this was his weekend, but with that injury has had the setback, was on the wrong gearing for the best part of yesterday as well. Coming into Sunday full of hope, but still slightly set back. Doubts in his mind maybe about coming off again. The lack of confidence, maybe a bit of pain as well. And now with all of this, it's just going to set him further and further back, and it is a slippery slope. The championship could well go to Wilson Dilks. Look at a bit of a look there from Finlay Polehill into turn number 2. Got to be careful because Archie O'Brien will attack if you leave the door open. But Byron Johnson and Finlay Polehill, their recent form has been amazing. Now they're going to attack into the hairpin.
Byron Johnson, goodness me! What a save! Marquez-esque to stay on the bike as it wobbled underneath him. Somehow as well holds on to second place, I was about to say. Doing an amazing job of making his bike as wide as the racetrack. And there you see just how hard he is working. Polehill to the outside at turn 1, doesn't come into fruition. Archie O'Brien maybe with the door open, but he can't take it. Harry Payne as well closing on in this group, as is Travis Shaw and Matthew Thomas. Johnson really desperately trying to hold on to that second place. Polehill isn't able to find a way through. Maybe he is all the way to the inside, sits up Johnson but can't execute it fully, and now has lost a lot of momentum. Maybe opens the door for Archie O'Brien. Somehow over the last lap no one has changed places here, which is just unbelievable. Wilson Dilks has vanished into the distance. He just needs to stay on the bike, and this title is his. But we've got a great race in our hands for second place nonetheless.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Archie O'Brien looking to the brakes to turn 2, not quite close enough on this occasion, but it is all aboard the Johnson Express. His brother did it in the extremes. The 37 is replicating that here in the 70s. Finlay Polehill once again a good run off the S's. Looks to the outside, and Byron Johnson goes straight on. Bit of a wiggle on the rear brake, and through goes Finlay Polehill to take 3rd place. Now Archie O'Brien trying to fight his way through back onto the podium. Polehill goes in a second. Nicely done. Forced Johnson into a mistake. The 37 drops back, but the 37 ahead of O'Brien. This could be the fight for P2 in the championship. Is off the road again.
Oh, that's a big one. Is that Riley Paisley that's gone down? We saw him having problems earlier, and that's a big one. That's coming across the start-finish straight.
Yeah,
that's a real shame for him. He was already running down the back after an incident earlier on, and now seemingly down and out of the race as well. Polehill, though, holding on to that second place. Byron Johnson, no mistakes on the rear brake this time, heading into the hairpin as they push on through. Now the horseshoe section, shortly going to be 3 laps left to run. 3 laps for Wilson Dilks to bring it on home. 3 laps for Arch O'Brien to pull out what is the seemingly impossible to take this to the final round. If it's finished like this, Wilson Dilks is your 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British champion. Arch O'Brien, he just cannot find the gap through Byron Johnson. Johnson, again, a defensive mastermind when he's behind the handlebars, and Arch O'Brien is feeling the effects now.
Yeah, it really is, and of course, like we say, hampered by a lot of different variables into this weekend, and now the traffic playing a factor. That's the 54 of Harris Watson. They have to negotiate through the horseshoe. Travis Shaw on the scene as well, taking 2 wins this weekend in the MotoGP 50s, and absolutely adding to his tally of 5 race wins this season, smashing it in both the 50s and the 70s. Can he get a podium if these two in front continue to battle? 2 laps to go. Archie O'Brien pushing so hard to find his way back inside the top 3, but nothing materialising. Wilson Dilks, you have to say, he has already got 1 hand on the trophy coming into this race, and in 2 laps' time, he'll put the second.
But we're focusing on Arch O'Brien, desperately trying to find his way through Byron Johnson to at least get a podium to end what has been a relatively miserable weekend, unfortunately. But there, Wilson Dilks comes round to start the final lap of this race. And what a weekend it's been, what a season it has been for that young man.
It really has been. He's gone from strength to strength, raising the bar with each and every weekend, setting the benchmark. He's been fast, he's been consistent, he has been aggressive, cutthroat and merciless. Wilson Dilks across both the 70s and the extremes. He ticked that title off yesterday, and he's got half a tour of Clay Pigeon to seal the deal. He will tick past 12 victories. This will make it 13 for the 8 and the 5. Add them together, you get 13. And that is how many times he has won in this championship. He rounds the final corner for the final time. And for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, Wilson Dilks, you are a British champion. Takes the checkered flag.
All rise for the king. Wilson Dilks' domination defined in a season where he has rewritten the history books is the 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British champion, and he does it in some style, joining a list full of some of the biggest British names in motorcycle racing. What a race, what a performance, what a season for that young man. If his career ends tomorrow, he can tell himself, I am a British champion and I can be proud. Wilson Dilks, crowned king, champion of 2024 with the race win. Finley Polhill into second, and Byron Johnson holding out the 3rd place with a great defensive effort. Arch O'Brien, your heart has to go out to him, but he'll focus his attempts on capturing the vice championship at Ella Park. Travis Shaw in P5 with Harry Payne 6th, Matthew Thomas in 7th, Taylor Tomlinson in P8, George Jacob in 9th, Bethany Ashby in P10, Harris Watson 11th, and unfortunately we did lose Riley Paisley after that accident. But what a great race we have just saw, and a new champion crowned here at Clay Pigeon in the biggest series of them all. You can see there the riders being congratulated. Wow, look at how hard Finley Polhill's been working as he takes his helmet off. Red in the face and then some. But hugs for Wilson Dilks, a deserved champion, it must be said. One of, well, I say one of only a few race winners. Everyone else has only really won 1 or 2 races. He has won them all, essentially. He has been the absolute class of the field and is destined for big things in bike racing. You've got to give it to Byron Johnson as well. The pace wasn't there in this race, but my word, the defensive efforts were, and a well-earned podium trying to keep everyone behind. What a performance from him. What a race, what a season for Wilson Dilks, your 2024 LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British champion.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Well, what a great weekend it has been here at round 6 of the 2024 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship season. Clay Pigeon, it's been wonderful to have you back, because we have seen some fantastic racing. We have seen champions crowned and history made. Zach Sweeney, it's been brilliant. And unfortunately, there's only 1 round left in the season as well.
I know Clay Pigeon should start coronation services, because that is what it has been this weekend. 4 champions crowned, 2 of them won by the same person. Pit Bikes Elite Extremes and the 70s have all crowned their 2024 victor, and beyond that as well, we've had some fantastic racing setting the stage for a spotlight highlight at Ella Park in 3 weeks' time when we head to Suffolk. It was fantastic the first time we went there. It was so good the first time. We're going to do it a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have enjoyed at home. It has been nothing short of brilliant. Ross McIntyre, once again, it's been impressive. Fab Racing delivers.
It always does. It always does. Oh, Fab Racing. It's the best place to start your motorcycle racing career, and you leave the circuit every weekend with a massive grin on your face, because it is just wonderful racing, wonderful people, wonderful action. It's been a fantastic season so far. Of course, many champions crowned here today, one of whom, Wilson Dilks, as you see there, the LS2 Helmets Mini-GP 70 British champion of 2024. But there's still one more round to go, still a few more championships to decide as well. So make sure you join us in a few weeks' time when we head to Ella Park for the second time this season to wrap it all up in early September. Take care, and we'll see you there.